Hi guys, welcome back to my channel. It has been a hot minute since I've posted. I'm really happy to be back at it, but we had to take a little bit of a break, of course, unfortunately due to some personal reasons like health stuff, and then y'all know what the economy's been like recently, but I'm really happy to be back and I'm really excited to get started doing this reading. So today I wanted to do a check-in on those of you that are in a twin flame connection or a divine counterpart journey, whatever label you want to use or whatever you resonate with. We're going to be doing an update on that. We're going to be checking in on what's going on between you and your counterpart, you and your twin flame, regardless of what type of a journey that you're on. If you know that you're a part of that kind of a union with someone, whether you're in separation or not, whether you've met them or not, that's what this reading is going to be about today. So we're going to check in on what the heck is going on in whatever situation that you're in right now. We're going to check in with your and their energy and look at how it compares. We're going to see where you guys are on your journeys, and then individually, and how that affects whatever's going on in the dynamic of the relationship. And then we are going to see kind of where you're at in the progression of the next significant milestone for you. So where are you in the process of either your union or reunion, or if you are in union, whatever you're going through. We'll just kind of get some messages, maybe a timeline or whatever needs to come through. I kind of want to keep that section open, and we'll get some messages based on like what your situation is, whether you're in union with your person or not. But yeah, that's kind of an overview of what's going to happen. So for this reading, we just have some crystals to pick from. So whichever one that you are drawn to the most, take a second now, pause the video here if you need to, focus your energy, meditate upon these three options that we have here. So I'm going to go ahead and show you what each of the options are up close right now. So for group one, we have this beautiful rough clear quartz piece. It is a point, but it broke in half, which I think is really cool. I like what it looks like and the way that it shines and reflects. So this is for those of you who are drawn to this crystal. This will be group one. For my group twos, you guys will be this citrine point. Isn't that crazy when you get out of the way of the light, how much it shines? It's super cool. I love crystals. They're so pretty. This is a citrine point for my group twos. And then for my group threes, you guys have this pyrite cluster. Also super shiny and really pretty. So those are your three options. Feel free, I think for this reading it's probably going to be the case that it'll only be one group that you will be drawn to. Like one group is going to have your messages since we're talking about each specific journey. But you know, I never know how the messages are going to come through. So in your case, you know, you never know. You might have messages in multiple groups. So as always, choose as many groups as you need to. Sometimes you have to watch all three. I know I've been in that situation when I watch readings. So what matters most is that you tap into what your intuition is telling you and pick from there. But hopefully you were able to pick which group you were drawn to. If not, please feel free to take a little bit more time here, pause the video. But otherwise, if you're ready to go, I will go ahead and get started. Hello, group one. Welcome to your reading. If you chose this beautiful clear quartz point that's kind of broken, rough, but still looks beautiful. If you chose this crystal, if you were drawn to this crystal, then this is going to be your reading. So let's go ahead and set your crystal, like, can you see it if I put it up here? I think so. Let's keep you up there to bless the energy of the reading. So to get started, let me tap in to your energy on both sides. So basically we're going to do an energy check. Let me calm my energy and settle into this group. Give me 1 second to tap into the energy. Tap me into the energy spirit of my group 1 collective. Ooh. I'm picking up my deck and cards are already flying out. Okay. Tap me into the energy of my group 1 collective. My group 1 and their counterpart, their twin flame. Can you show me what both of their energies are right now? Can you give me a glimpse into what each of their energies are right now? So I'm gonna pull 2 cards for each person. Particularly, or not particularly, what am I saying? Typically, I notice sometimes these energies, because you guys, typically with twin flame or divine counterpart connections, the energies can get pretty muddled, as in, like, you guys are one entity. The energies, because you're so highly connected, can get combined. So if you resonate with both sides, that's completely normal. Just take that as confirmation. That's very normal. Sometimes you may resonate with both sides. Sometimes it might not be. You might just resonate with one or the other. I'm not going to really assign. Am I going to assign? No, I don't think so. I think you guys can trust your intuition enough to know which side is you and which side is the other person, or if both sides resonate with you, then it doesn't matter, obviously. So these cards are shuffling really nice. That's interesting. Sometimes I like to pay attention to how I'm shuffling and stuff, and that can give us a clue to what the energy is like. And this is shuffling pretty well, so that's an interesting sign. So today, this is the tarot deck that we're using. This is the Mystic Dreams tarot deck. It's an advanced tarot deck. And then I'll be using 2 different oracle decks. So I'll be using the Creative Compass tarot deck and then also the Tea Leaf oracle cards for additional messages. So the first portion, we're going to use the tarot. And then we'll do an energy check of, like, the overall connection, the energy between the two of you, before we move on to, like, additional messages. And for the overall energy, I'll do tarot as well as the Creative Compass. I might pull some additional tea leaf cards, but I think I might do that towards the end, so we'll see. Okay. Spirit, can you tell me what is the energy of person A? Person A is going to be on the left side of the spread. Can you tap me into the energy of person A? Person A in this twin flame divine counterpart connection. Spirit, tap me into the energy. Person A. Let's see. We have death and rebirth. Wow. That's quite the start. Here, let me actually show you this card up close. That's a powerful card to come out. Right off the bat. Okay. We are ending a cycle. Starting a new chapter. We're transforming. There's a lot of messages that can pertain to that card. Can I get another card, Spirit? Can you tell me what is the energy of person A in this connection, Spirit? Group 1. What is their energy? Tap me into the energy of group 1. Tap me into the energy of group 1's person A in the connection. Let's see. The Sage. 2 major arcana, dude. So, oh my gosh. I'm still getting used to this deck. The Sage is the Hermit, right? I hope I'm getting that right, bro. Please don't. Please don't flame me if I'm getting that wrong. I'm sorry. I mean, either way, tarot is very personal. So even if I'm like totally butchering this card, I'm getting Hermit energy from this card. I'm pretty sure it's the Hermit, but I don't know. I could be totally wrong. But I am getting Hermit energy. So this is what we're getting for this side. Person A. 2 major arcana. Very powerful energy. Death and Rebirth and the Sage. Wow. Okay. For person B. Switch me over to the energy of person B. Spirit, channel the energy of person B in group 1. Person B in this divine counterpart twin flame connection. What is the energy of person B? Let's see. Sacred Union. Why are we... What the heck? This is another major arcana. I got the whole deck here, you guys. What are the odds that 3 out of 4 cards are major arcana? That's actually insane. Wow. Oops. Okay. All right. The whole deck just wanted to flop out of my hand at that second. Wow. This is some interesting energy. Very powerful. That's for sure. Spirit, person B. Person B. Tap me into their energy. Give me another card, Spirit, please. What is the energy of person B in this twin flame divine counterpart union? I'm sorry, I just got distracted. Is that a bug in my candle? Ew. That's an interesting distraction. I wonder if that's a message. There's like a little, is that a gnat or like a little spider? I don't know. I don't want to look at it. There's like a little bug in my like candle. Like my candle's been burning. Oh my gosh. Okay. Did you see that? You saw that. That was right on camera too. That card flew out. How did I even do that? When I went to point at my candle, I think my thumb caught one of the cards and it just like whoop. And it landed on this side. Wait, okay. Okay, I'm already getting a message. Should I take this card? It's a yes. I'm getting a yes. Absolutely. That's just insane. What the heck is going on, you guys? Okay, maybe that was the message. I just had to like notice this bug and talk about it for this card to fly out like that. Y'all saw that. I'm not playing with you. Let's see. What is this card? Oh, it came out in reverse. The 9 of Cups. Because this, for a second I was like, oh, 6 of Cups. Okay. But then I'm like, girl, there's way more than 6 cups on this card. No, that's the 9 of Cups in reverse. Let me double check, because I know it flew out and I picked it up weird. Spirit, is this upright or reverse? Reverse. It was supposed to come out reversed. Whatever, not whatever. The first thing that immediately popped in my head, the message that I channeled when I saw that card fly out like that and land perfectly on person A, person B is like, I don't want to say coming for, that sounds like weird. That sounds like it's threatening, or bad. Person B is like longing for person A. Not only that, I think both of you are longing for each other, but person B, I think, is moving towards person A in some way. Whether that be like physically or emotionally, they're getting closer to person A. Person B is getting closer to like reaching out to person A. Something like this. Something about like the fact that that card just flew out so unexpected. I've never had a card fly out like that before, you guys. And I've been doing tarot readings for like years now. That was significant for sure. And the way that it landed right exactly on person A, that card could have flew anywhere. Like, that's very interesting. Okay, so this is the Nine of Cups, but it came out reversed, which is very interesting. So, okay. Do I want to check the back of the deck? No. I will, just in case. Okay, so, okay. We'll see if this comes up in the interpretation, but this is crazy. The Awakening on the back of the deck, another major arcana. That's the Judgment card. You know, just the Judgment card. You know, no big deal. Not important. Only one of the most powerful cards in the major arcana as well, so, okay. Wow. Let's see. Do we want to look at the energy between the two of you yet? No, I think let's talk about this first before we move on. Also, I'm like running out of space. So, wow. So I did talk about already how that card flew over. Also, the Nine of Cups talks about wish fulfillment. That's what the Nine of Cups represents, is your wildest dreams coming true, your wishes coming true, your dreams coming true, wishing upon a star, and having those things come to fruition. For sure, person B, it's very clear. I think it's reciprocated, but for some reason this is being highlighted that person B sees person A as their wish fulfillment, their dream come true, like, hands down. And for some reason that was reiterated specifically with person B, with the way that that card jumped out. It made me think like person B is coming towards person A, person B is about to reach out to person A, person B is traveling to person A, or moving towards, like, physically, like moving closer to person A. Something is going on here. Like, I just heard in my head person B is transferring jobs to where person A is working. That was really specific. I don't know if that's someone's message here, but that just came through. That popped up in my head, that scenario just now as well. Oh my gosh. Okay, I'm channeling things. Hold on 1 second. Let me try not to get too sidetracked, but I'm seeing Jim from The Office. For those of you who've watched The Office, I don't know if you're going to pick up on this reference if you haven't, but there was a part of the show where, I'm forgetting what the timeline was, but there was a portion where Jim ended up getting transferred to a different branch in their paper company. Dunder Mifflin is where they all work. And that separated him from Pam. For those of you who don't know, Jim and Pam are like the it couple on The Office. Like, everyone loves Jim and Pam. They are so wholesome. They're so adorable. Everyone roots for them to get together, but they were like friends for a long time in the show, and neither of them confessed their feelings. Also, no one talks about this as much, but it's very inappropriate for them to even be, together, because Pam was very much engaged already to another man, so, who also worked there, but he was like in the warehouse, so he wasn't like in the office. He wasn't the white collar worker, he was the blue collar worker, right? So he wasn't like as involved with all the other people in the office. So he didn't really he wasn't like as close with Jim. He knew of Jim, he was friends with Jim, but that's what made it inappropriate. It was kind of like forbidden love, but it's just such a wholesome love story between the two of them. Their connection is so wholesome because they're very much like best friends first. I don't know why I'm going into this so much. Maybe that's the type of connection you guys have. Maybe that's the connection you will have if you haven't united yet. Maybe that's the connection you've had up until now and you're in separation now. Whatever the case is, that's the vibes that you guys give off as a couple, is Jim and Pam vibes. For me to have like talked to you about that whole thing, I think that's significant. I think it's also significant that I'm bringing up that scene popped in my head of the fact that part of the show when Jim got transferred to a different branch and so he was separated from Pam. I think, yes, this was also the time when he met a new woman. I'm forgetting exactly what the circumstances were because there was like shifts happening in like leadership, and I can't remember if this is when they were like shifting the company to a different model or they were closing down branches or something was going on, so everyone was being shifted around, right? And Jim and Pam get separated kind of physically. They're not seeing each other every day in the office like they used to. And then he gets introduced to another character who becomes like a part of the love triangle between the three of them. Who's, oh gosh, come on, what is her name? I'm blanking on the other woman's name. You're kidding. I completely forgot her name. What the heck? Oh, that's gonna bother me. You know what? It's not coming to me for a reason. I just heard in my head too, like, it's irrelevant. Like, no one cares about the third party. The third party doesn't matter. Why am I channeling all of this? Like, I'm not even getting into the cards yet. Maybe that's a representation of your guys' connection. Let me sit with this energy. There's a reason this is all coming through. Like, The Office, like, that whole scenario is just coming into my head. This whole reading is being overtaken by The Office. And, like, the whole Jim, Pam, and... oh my god, it's gonna drive me insane. I can't believe I totally forgot her name. That's, like, actually insane. I completely forgot her name. I can't even think of, like, what it even could have been. Obviously, if you guys know what I'm referring to, like the character I'm referring to, please leave it in the comments, because y'all gotta help a girl out. My brain is dead. It's like 10 p.m. My brain isn't functioning. I just, like, it feels like there's a block, like a mental block, like I've just blocked out the name. I feel like that's a message. So let me finish the scenario. He meets this other character that's going to play a pivotal role in this portion of the show. She's not like a one-off character. Like, she is a pivotal character throughout the rest of the show. Let me explain what was happening between Jim, Pam, and then how this other character gets introduced into this love triangle. This was around when Jim had already confessed at this point that he had feelings for Pam. It was like this big... spoiler alert, I guess, but I mean, like, it's been like years. If you want to watch the show now, there's gonna be spoilers, but this was like a big pivotal moment in the show. It was like the end of season 1 leading into season 2. Crazy cliffhanger. He confesses his feelings and they kiss for the first time. This is the first time after being friends and having such beautiful chemistry for so long that anyone had ever admitted to one another that they had like genuine feelings. Like, he didn't just say he had feelings, like, he was like, I'm in love with you, Pam. And this was awkward because Pam is engaged to another man. I'm blanking on his name too. Dude, this is crazy. Like, why am I blanking on these characters' names? For the record, I've watched The Office like 5 times through. Like, it's one of my all-time favorite TV shows. It's so freaking funny. The fact that I'm forgetting these characters' names is wild, but I think that's a message. Like, it feels like in my brain, the energy feels like I'm purposefully being blocked from even saying their names. Because technically, these two characters are third parties in the connection between two people that are meant to be together, which is very much like Jim and Pam were almost like star-crossed lovers, but they were meant to be together. And they do end up being together at not the end of the show, but like the middle of the show, they finally like start dating, and then they end up getting married, and then they have kids. Like, it's a happily ever after. So there's a reason I'm bringing all of this up. I think that mirrors your guys' connection very similarly. So Number one, what I'm gleaning from this is you two definitely have a very beautiful dynamic. I think friendship is very important. You two might have started off as friends if you've already met and you have history with this person. Very, very close friends. Jim and Pam had a very witty relationship. They had a lot of inside jokes. They would play pranks on other office people in the office, especially Dwight. It's so funny. They had a very lighthearted, fun connection. Like, despite just the love, like they're very like a cerebral. They give me like Mercury energy, like Gemini energy. You know what I mean? Like it's very friendly, very jovial, very fun. Not fun in like a reckless way per se, not in like a hot and spicy or like a fireworks kind of way. They actually didn't give off that vibe at all. They're very much like besties, like bestie vibes is what Jim and Pam would always give me. And their connection is also very wholesome to me. Like they have very wholesome energy. And so that might be the type of vibe you have with your counterpart, whether you know them or not. Like if you're not in union with them, you probably are picking up on their energy for sure. I'm kind of getting that you might be person A. I'm not totally sure yet. We'll get into the energy check in a second, but that might be the type of dynamic that you will have with this person if you haven't met them yet, or you've had that dynamic already if you have met them. But there's a significant reason I think I was channeling specifically when Jim and Pam separate and there's like these third parties that are getting in the way. There was a lot of obstacles that came in between the two of them before they finally like got together. And what was interesting is like everyone else in the office knew. Like they knew they both liked each other. They wanted both of them to get together. So it was very much like a knowing, a collective knowing. And everyone rooted for them, but things just kind of kept getting in the way. Was her name Karen? I think it was. That's what her name is. The other character that gets introduced, remember when I was saying Jim gets like transferred to another branch and he meets Andy, which is another pivotal character in the show. That character gets introduced in that season. Because they all end up, essentially, everyone that was in that branch gets transferred over back to the original branch that Jim was in, which is at Scranton, sorry. Gosh, my brain. Scranton is like the area that they're in. That's their branch. That's where like all the OG characters and all the shenanigans happen, is at the Scranton branch of Dunder Mifflin. So they all end up getting transferred back there, and so like the worlds collide. What's awkward is this was after Jim had already confessed to Pam, and Pam basically rejects him. She doesn't outright reject him, but she basically is like, I'm sorry, I can't, because I'm engaged. Like, it wouldn't be right. So Jim tried, like, I think he ended up confessing like twice, and both times she was like, it's not right, I can't do that. Even though you can tell she very much wants to, but she was kind of like really lost and confused. She didn't have a good, by the way, her engagement, her partner was not good for her, like at all. It was very clear that he was not good for her at all. He wasn't terrible to her, but he was definitely like the type who's kind of like a wet blanket, to be honest, on Pam. Like, he didn't encourage her. Pam was like an artist, and she had all these goals and these dreams, but she ended up just being like a secretary at this paper company, and it's very clear that their energy didn't vibe well. They weren't a good couple. He was just kind of like holding Pam back. So it's very clear, the audience could very clearly see like Pam was also not in a good position. And that was all the more reason people were like rooting for Jim and Pam, you know? So it's interesting that this is coming up. I don't know if this is like literally the situation that's going on between the two of you, or went on or is currently going on. Where one person is trapped in a relationship or a commitment to someone that they don't resonate with and that they need to get out. I'll double check the energy, but I'm almost already getting that could be person A, because we have the death and rebirth card here, that talks about closing a chapter, starting a new one, transformation. It's a very powerful card. This type of energy typically shows up and surfaces during really powerful changes and shifts that happen in someone's life, where it's kind of like there's no going back. Like, there was your life before this change and then your life after this change. Like, those are two totally different things because it's such a drastic, pivotal change. And I'm wondering the reason why I felt the need to go so in depth into the office. Like, it just keeps coming out. Like, I just keep feeling the need to continue talking about these scenarios, is because I actually think it's representing what your scenario might be. Is one person, both people might be entertaining third parties, not in like a, not like a bad way. I don't want to, every time I think third party has a really bad connotation to it. Like, immediately people think cheating, like something like cheating or betrayal is going on, when that's definitely not the case at all. When you say third party can mean anything. Third party can talk about like, oh, someone's job is getting in the way between you two coming together. Someone's parent, like someone's overbearing mom or dad, is getting in the way of the union, and that's the third party. Like, third party can mean so many things. It's a very neutral, objective term, so don't misconstrue me when I say third party. But technically in the office, there was third parties that both people were kind of entertaining or settling for or trapped by, because they couldn't have what they actually wanted. Yeah, that's why this Nine of Cups is in reverse. It's so funny how spirit works. You know what I mean? Like, spirit will bring through messages to me in the craziest ways. Like, it really feels like a journey when I do these readings. Like, I never know where it's gonna go and how the message is gonna come out. It's never straightforward when I channel things from spirit. Spirit's like creative with me. My spirit guides are so creative and crazy, just like me. Who am I kidding? They're just like me for real. But literally what I'm getting, I'm tapping into this energy more. I'm starting to connect the dots. This person B, it sounds funny to say, but that's what I'm getting. Not gonna lie. Person B is Jim, person A is Pam. Whoever is in this connection, I don't know if you guys are Office fans as well or something. I don't know why this is coming through so strong that Spirit is using this example, this couple of Jim and Pam, to illustrate your connection and do your energy check. But I'm getting that this person is in the energy of person A. Well, obviously, sorry, this isn't even wrong. What am I saying? Person B is in the energy of Jim's archetype in the office, and person A is in the energy of Pam's archetype. Because what I was getting, yes, because the Sage, so the Hermit is what I'm assuming this is. The Hermit talks about, it could be a card that represents isolation. Like the lone wolf, it gives me lone wolf energy. It's often depicting, in the original Rider-Waite Tarot, the artwork depicts a man that's like hooded and cloaked, that's kind of going through like the dark night of the soul. Like, he's on his own, he's in the middle of this darkness with just his lamp illuminating his path, like just a little bit, so that he can just take his next steps as needed. But it's not a great vibe, but it's like being in the middle of a winter storm. And, you know, winter is hard, like symbolically throughout human history. Winter was really hard because you couldn't see the sunshine, and the plants are all dying around you, and it's a period of hibernation. It can bring upon seasonal affective disorder like depression and stuff, because the sun isn't out as much, and the terrain is very harsh. It's hard to survive compared to like other seasons and stuff. But the energy of the Hermit is definitely the vibe that I get is of being reclusive is the best word I can say. Isolating, being on your own. And what I'm getting from the combination of these two, especially now that I've channeled that this is representing Pam, is it's giving me this energy of like one of you may actually be doing what Pam did, where she's stuck in some sort of a commitment. Now, it could be like an actual person, like you could be engaged to someone, or I just heard arranged marriage. Like, wow, okay. Some of you who are from cultures that practice arranged marriage, or even if you're not from a culture like that, if your parents are like really involved in trying to find a marriage partner for you and is trying to like set you up with someone that you're not really vibing with or you're not interested in, but it's like a done deal. Both families are like, yeah, let's move forward with it. You guys look great on paper. This is going to look so good for us in society. It's a great business alliance. But you know how arranged marriages go sometimes. Let me be real. A lot of the times. I'm an Indian. I know what's up with arranged marriages, but that just popped into my head too. Like, there's a lot of different scenarios that could represent this dynamic, of course. Like, it's not literally that all of you who pick this pile, if you're person A, that you're all engaged and you're breaking out of your engagements or something like that, or calling off your weddings or whatever the heck. But in The Office, that's essentially what Pam did, is she called off the wedding. She broke off the engagement to him. I still cannot remember his name. Absolutely insane. But I think that's on purpose, though. I think it's supposed to be like, oh, his name isn't important, he's irrelevant. And I don't mean that in a mean way. Like, no one deserves to like be talked about that way. But I think it just goes to show that, these third parties are not going to affect your guys' union. Maybe you needed to hear that. Maybe this is a time where, this does seem like a little bit of a messy situation if what I'm picking up on is accurate to your current timeline, representing like what Jim and Pam are going through in the show and stuff. It is complicated and messy, and Jim and Pam's story was complicated and messy, and it was a little bit of star-crossed lovers for a while, but then everything ends up being beautiful in the end. Like, their union is amazing and everything literally works out. They have a beautiful home, beautiful happy family, beautiful marriage. Like, everything works out in the end. So I think I'm already getting ahead of myself, but I'm channeling some additional messages. We'll see what comes out in the other cards. But one of the partners, person A, I think is being represented by Pam's energy, and with the death and rebirth, I'm very clearly seeing that someone is transforming, ending a chapter, getting out of something and starting a new life as a single person, as an independent person. Hermit energy talks about isolation, being alone, a solo journey. The Hermit also represents spiritual journeys, spiritual enlightenment. Typically when you're going through these like dark night of soul or like these solo journeys, it's a card that talks about in the period when you're like sitting alone and you're reflecting, you're meditating, you're pondering on the purpose of your life and what direction are you going, and asking yourself these deep philosophical questions about the meaning of life and what your purpose is, and are your values aligning with what you're doing. Like, it's very deep, self-reflective, introspective energy. Person A might be in that place where if they already did this, they've kind of broken free from whatever they're struggling with, and they're in this like energy now where they're kind of like, maybe for the first time in a long time, they're like free, they're like independent, and now they're like trying to figure out who they are, like they're asking themselves these really important questions because maybe this person has always been attached to someone throughout life. Let me sit with the energy a little bit and see if that's the case for everyone, or if there's any other scenarios coming up here. I think that's the case for a lot of you watching this. I keep saying you, so at this point, I'm assuming person A is you. Is that right, Spirit? Is the viewer person A? Yeah, I'm getting a yes. Yeah, so I'm going to assume that this person here is you guys, the viewer. You guys are Pam. You might have been in these situations that made you feel very trapped because they didn't align with who you actually were, and so now you're either about to or you have put an end to something that wasn't aligning with you. It could be as literal and as intense as you broke off an engagement or a wedding that was about to happen, and you broke up with that person that was not meant for you. And now you're doing reflection, you're reflecting, you're doing some introspection, you're asking yourself, like, am I on the right path? Like, who am I? Who do I actually want? Like, you know, really coming to terms with like your truth, your true self, and your true desires and your wants and your needs. Very, very powerful energy here, you guys. Like for person A, like you're going through something really pivotal, because whenever I see this type of card, like death is like I said, like it's like your life before this change and after this change are like two totally different things. Like you are a totally different person when you step through that portal after a death and rebirth moment. Like there's no going back. Like there's no bringing the past with you to this new chapter. Like no, it's like done. Like, you know what I mean? Like it's not just like a gradual change or like a shifting into a new chapter, but you're still kind of in between two worlds. Like no, that's not what I'm seeing here. I'm seeing like a clear cut and dry, like my life is permanently different now. And not just in a physical sense, but like because the Hermit is here, it's like very much shifting the depths of your identity, like who you are as a person. Like you might be questioning, like, who am I? I thought I knew myself, but maybe I don't. And like all of those questions are coming up, and this is giving me ego death vibes, to be honest. Like spiritual awakening, ego death, things like that, where you're kind of restructuring and rediscovering yourself after you've like committed. I feel it's like a commitment to like you being your authentic self, and then like, you know, cutting out everything that doesn't serve you. And this circumstance shows me there's like someone or something that wasn't serving you, and you ended that chapter. Now let's move on to person B. So if we're saying this is Pam, then this is Jim. The reason I say this is Jim is because of that whole, like, remember I told you that card flopped out to this person, and they were the Nine of Cups, and the Nine of Cups talks about wish fulfillment, and I told you that person B is coming towards person A. Person B wants person A. Person B is like literally moving back to person A, and I started talking about that example of like when Jim was was relocated to the other branch, and then they all ended up getting relocated back to their original branch. So Jim and Pam were physically close again, but unfortunately the complication was there was a third party that he brought back, and that was a whole thing for a period of time. He was in this relationship with, now I remember her name, Karen, after he got rejected from Pam, because him and Karen had a good connection. Like it wasn't bad, like they got along really well. I think everyone wanted to hate on Karen because she wasn't Pam, and everyone like rooted for Pam and Jim so much. And I'm talking about the audience, I'm not talking about the characters on the show, but Karen is a cool person. Like she's not like a character that, you know, is supposed to be hated. Like she's really cool, she's chill, like she's a likable character. That's the thing that's really interesting about Karen's character, is like she's really cool. Like she is a very likable person, and so you're in this like dichotomy of like, oh man, like she's a chill person, she's cool, but I don't want her to be with Jim because they're not meant to be together, you know. So it's interesting that we got the Nine of Cups in reverse, and then Sacred Union for person B. Sacred Union is the Lovers. Right? Wait, what number card is this? Oh, this is the card that got like messed up. Like look at the print. Do you see that? Look at that. It like was a misprint. It looks like a 6 and a 9, or 2 and a 6. I don't know what's going on there. That's funny, but yeah, that's the Lovers card. For a second, I was channeling that this is typically not what I would interpret the Lovers to be on its own, but given everything that I've channeled so far about this whole like Jim Pam, Jim Karen, like all this situation, normally when the card first came out, maybe it's both interpretations that are coming through here. The Lovers obviously is a very powerful card. Again, Major Arcana, obviously very good omen when we're talking about love and relationships. Obviously, with the Nine of Cups in reverse, I think this represents Jim constantly pining after Pam, even though Pam was in a committed relationship with someone else, and then, you know, confessing finally when he finally had the courage to, and then getting rejected like twice, and then moving on to another person, which I actually think this is what this Lovers is talking about, is, you know, this person being in a commitment with someone else, but, you know, their heart really isn't in it. And in the show, he finally gets to a point where he's like, someone says something to him. I can't remember if it was one of the other characters. It was just like an offhand like comment. They were all like at a Christmas party in the office and they were kind of tipsy, and someone just says like a harmless little comment, but it triggered something in Jim where it was like along the lines of like, oh man, I actually can't. Oh, I think it was Michael that said it to him, which is even funnier because, like, come on, Michael Scott giving people wisdom. But I think that's what made it so powerful is, I don't want to butcher it, I can't remember what it said, but basically it was along the lines of like making Jim realize that he's settling for someone that he doesn't actually want because he thinks he can't have what he actually wants. The person he actually wants is always going to be in his heart, no matter who he tries to replace her with. And that kind of gave Jim the wake-up call of like, what am I doing? Like, why am I with this person? And also the wake-up call of like, it's not fair for him to be with Karen, you know, like to string her along like that when we all know Jim is still in love with Pam. You know what I mean? And Karen is almost like a rebound. Not really, because Jim wasn't ever in a relationship with Pam, and that's not the nature of the relationship with him and Karen. Like, they genuinely had a good relationship. They got along well, they had good compatibility, but the passion wasn't there. The love wasn't there. It was just like it was just a relationship. It's kind of basic, you know? There wasn't any love or passion in it. It was just kind of like there, you know? It was okay. But Jim knew deep down who he actually was in love with. So I don't know if there was a situation with you two. At this point, it's seeming like you guys have already been in union. Like, this is not a scenario I'm talking about where... Well, I actually don't know. Let me ask. Let me tap in. Spirit, has this group come into union before yet? I'm hearing yes. So... for the majority of you in this group, you guys are probably in separation. But you've met this person already. Like, you know this person. This person's in your life. Like, you know of each other. You just have not... Have they ever been in a relationship before? No. You guys have not come into union yet. In a relationship yet. That hasn't happened yet. That's the thing. Okay. Yeah, that's the energy that I'm getting with you two, is I think person B is longing for person A. Like, the card, you guys saw how that wish fulfillment card flew out onto person A, but it's in reverse. There might have been a rejection already. Like, you guys might have already rejected this person because of the situation that you were trapped in. But deep down, you knew you wanted this person, and... yeah, this is a tough situation. I'm sorry that you guys are having to deal with this. But like I said, if the dynamic that we got from The Office is true, it means that might be what ends up happening with you guys. Is Jim and Pam's story was a happy ever after, you know? So... technically, they obviously did have problems later on in their marriage. Like every relationship does, they had to do marriage counseling for a little bit because, you know, life happened and they had converging interests, or like, you know, they had different opportunities. Jim wanted to start a company with his friend, and Pam wanted to move to New York to take art classes. And it was just like little things that were getting in between the two of them about like having a long distance relationship and like losing the passion in the marriage and all of that stuff, which that part of the show wrecked me. I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, I was so invested in Jim and Pam emotionally that I was like a wreck. I was crying. I was like, no, this can't be happening between Jim and Pam. Are you kidding me? But it ends up being okay in the end. Like, they were able to work through it because they're meant to be together, right? So maybe that's all coming through to reassure you guys that regardless of how sticky and messy the situation might be between the two of you and how hard it's been to come into union with this person, just know that two people who are meant to be together, the universe will conspire to bring you two together, no matter the obstacles. And I want to take a look, maybe this will come through in the next portion about like specific like additional advice or guidance messages. But I want to see, what did I want to see? I just lost it. Yeah, why is this all happening? Yes, that's what I wanted to see. I wanted to ask Spirit, like, is there a purpose behind why there's so many like situations, like third parties and blockages and like these like couldn't get the timing right person, wrong time kind of scenarios, star-crossed lovers? Like, why is all of this happening? So you can get some insight. Maybe there's like a spiritual lesson being learned here. Or maybe either party had to just work through some stuff before you guys could successfully come into union without like sabotaging the connection. If you came into union too early, you know what I mean? So yeah, that's the energy check that I'm getting for now. So let's now do the energy between the two of you. And I'm just gonna use the Creative Compass Oracle deck for this one. So let me shuffle this really quick. It's so funny. Like, the last thing I expected was to go on a tangent about The Office in this reading. Like, what the heck? That's so funny, but the messages came through, like the cards, the meanings of the cards and everything, they lined up with the story. So that was meant to come through for a reason. I don't know if this group has a bunch of people who like love The Office or something. Maybe that's why, but that's just so funny to me that happened. My fellow Office fans, welcome to our community. Welcome to the fandom. Okay, so Spirit, can you give me one card that represents the energy between the two people, the two counterparts in group one? This divine counterpart union, this twin flame connection, this connection, can you give me one card that encapsulates the energy of this union in general? I'm not talking about like current energy, I'm talking more like in general. Can you give me one card, please? All right, let's see. Interesting. We have creative darkness. Don't be afraid of the dark. Your eyes will adjust. Yeah. Oops. Yeah, for sure. I think this is reiterating what I was just saying, that Spirit wants you guys to know interesting that creative love is on the back of the deck. That's sweet. That's so cute. Yeah, this is confirming that for you guys, don't be afraid. Literally, do not be afraid. The energy that I tapped into is pretty complicated. It could be pretty tough. Obviously, unrequited love with this like person B getting rejected by person A, and then like being trapped in these situations with people or circumstances that you don't want to be in. Like, I totally understand. I have a lot of family members that have gone through this because I told you I am Indian and arranged marriage is still a thing. I've personally been through scenarios where I understand when you're not living in your truth and you're trapped in a situation that doesn't resonate with you, especially when it comes to matters of the heart and love. It's really, really hard. Like, that's probably one of the most difficult experiences that a human being can go through, is dealing with heartbreak or dealing with, I think it's a different type of pain than like, you know, betrayal. We talk a lot about like pain and heartbreak in love when it comes to like, you know, betrayal and stuff, right? But I don't think people talk enough about how painful it is when you have two people that want to be together so badly, but it's like everything in the world is just pulling you guys apart, and it makes you like kind of question yourself. You kind of go crazy. It's like you're doubting your intuition and your heart. You're like, why am I longing for this person when everything around me is showing me that I'm not meant to be with them? You know what I mean? And that's a really tough place to be in. And I want to say that I'm really sorry. And I empathize. I totally understand, because I've been there. I've seen so many family members be there. Just recently, actually, one of my close family members is going through this right now, where she's developed feelings for someone that society just doesn't accept, and she's having to like forego that to find a more acceptable match for a marriage. And it makes me so angry. Like, it's just not right. It's foolish, it's unwise, and it's not right, but it's our society, right? So I understand that this situation could be really tough. Like, what the energy I'm picking up right now currently can be really tough, but I think this card is really coming out to reassure you that even if this period is dark, like, it's very clear, like, don't be afraid. Like, Spirit is straight up telling you don't be afraid. And literally, like, I know it's lighthearted, I'm channeling like Jim and Pam and stuff like that, but I mentioned multiple times their ending was happy. Like, they ended up literally with like the 10 of Cups in tarot is like their vibe. They literally they started dating each other, they got together, everyone supported their union. They were waiting for them to come together because everyone in the room agreed. We all could see that y'all like each other, you know what I mean? Everyone was so ecstatic when they finally heard that the two of them got together, you know, and that's like, it just goes to show like what's meant to be is meant to be. And I think this is reaffirming that to you guys, is like to trust that this stuff is happening for a reason. And we're going to look at why this stuff is going on in the last section of the reading in a bit. But regardless, there's a lot of Spirit is asking you to be faithful, because it is going to work out. We've already like confirmed that for you, that it's going to work out. You just have to get through this period of darkness, and faith and hope is going to help make it easier for you. And I know that's way easier said than done when you're going through something really hard, to just be like, oh, just stay positive, just believe in yourself. Like, I don't want to come off that way, because I know when I was going through it and someone would say that to me, it'd make me so mad. Like, because it's very dismissive and it's tone deaf. But given what I'm seeing in the energy in the cards, and what this message is very clearly indicating to you, is that, right, it's always dark right before the sun breaks, before dawn, right? That's just nature. That's the order of life. That's how things work. And that means it's inevitable that the sun is going to come out again. And it's interesting. It's like, your eyes will adjust is an interesting phrasing here. Do not be afraid of the dark. I think what this card is also reassuring is, if it's hard right now, you are going to get stronger from this. And this won't affect you as much anymore. Like, maybe there's circumstances going on right now that's very triggering for you. And everything that I'm saying for you is applying to your person as well, by the way. Because the energy is mirrored of this unrequited love, right? On both sides. You both long for each other, but you can't have each other because of other circumstances. But it's going to get easier is basically what I'm seeing here. With that, your eyes will adjust. And I think it's going to get easier because you're going to get stronger. You won't get triggered by these emotions as much as you're getting triggered right now. It's going to get less and less because you're healing. And when you're healing, those things that used to trigger you from past trauma before, that gets less and less as you continue to heal that wound that's getting triggered. The emotions won't be as strong anymore because you're literally healing that wound. And I think that's a confirmation here as well. That it's going to get easier from here. Like, point blank. It's going to get easier. Regardless of what's going to happen, it's going to be easier. So, let's move on to the next part of the messages. I just want to get like general advice and guidance for you guys. I also want to kind of tap into, let's do what's going to happen next. I'm curious to see. Let's see, what should we do first? Let's do, I think I'm going to do what's going to happen next. So let's do, I'm thinking one tarot card, and then I'm going to actually pull from my bag of tea leaf oracles to get some other messages for this one too, because I think tea leaf will work really well for this. So, Spirit, what's happening next in this connection? We got an idea of what the current energy is at right now. That was a bad shuffle. We got an idea of the current energy. What's coming next? Oh, give me 1 second, you guys. I forgot. I was going to... Oof, I don't think this charger is going to reach all the way. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna go plug my camera in because the battery is getting low. Hello. So I'm back. Unfortunately, what I was afraid was gonna happen did happen. My phone died, so it was taking too long to recharge. So we did, however, get my actual camera charged up, which is what I actually wanted to use. So we had to adjust the setup and layout a little bit, but we made it. We're here. So let's get back into your reading. So what I wanted to look at is what's next in this connection. We want to get one tarot card, and then we'll pull some tea leaf oracles. What's happening next in Group 1's connection, Spirit? Group 1. Group 1. Their divine counterpart, twin flame journey. We did their energy check. Can you show me, Spirit? Give Group 1 messages about what's coming next in their divine counterpart journey. Give me 1 second. The contrast is like a little too bright. Let me like lower it a little bit. Sorry. My perfectionism is coming out. Okay. Spirit, what's next in the journey for Group 1's divine counterpart twin flame journey? What's gonna happen next? Where are we going from here? Can you give me one card from the tarot to represent the energy of what's happening next in this journey, please? For Group 1, what's happening next? You got the Ace of Pentacles. Okay. It's a little harder to see in this camera, but I think you can kind of see right there, that Ace of Pentacles. You can read, yeah, there you go. It's a little bit better. Okay, Ace of Pentacles. That's a good card to get. Okay, what's in the back? The Shadow. Interesting. Is that the devil? That's the devil. Back of the deck energy is the devil. Ace of Pentacles is what's coming next. I think you're leaving this energy behind. This devil energy is being left behind. In the imagery of the devil, there's typically... That's interesting, because didn't one of the... Yeah, person B got the Lovers, the Sacred Union, and then the Shadow is the opposite of that. Interesting. So typically in the traditional tarot, the Lovers and the Devil are actually like sister cards in that their artwork is completely opposite from one another, but it's like exactly the same. So what I mean by that is the Lovers, you have the angel parting the heavens, and then the man and the woman standing naked looking up. Similar to the Judgment card too, actually. But in the Lovers card, it's like bright, the sky is light, it's morning time, you know, the sun is out. Whereas in the Devil, it's the devil in the background, not the angel. And then there's those two same people also naked, but now they're chained. They're trapped in chains by the devil, and it's like dark and there's fire. You know what I mean? It's like the same but complete opposites. That lets me know that you are walking out of this energy like we were talking about, where you both felt trapped by unfair circumstances that were keeping you away from being able to reach that union that we see in the Lovers card, which is very interesting that this even came out for the back of the deck. And this is even more promising because the Ace of Pentacles definitely is giving me new beginnings. Like we talked about with person A, which is you. You are coming out of a chapter. You've closed something and left it behind, and you're starting something new. Now, the fact that this is a Pentacles card lets me know a couple of things. Pentacles could be hinting at you two may come into union because of work or career. Which is so funny, right? That Jim and Pam example coming through again. They knew each other through work. They were in the same workplace. That's interesting. Very interesting. Something about work is coming through here, y'all. Let's grab some tea leaf oracle cards. The other thing that the Pentacles card lets me know is Pentacles is the most stable energy out of any of the other suits in the tarot. We have Cups energy, which is water, right? We have air energy, which is represented by swords. We have Wands energy, which is represented by fire. And then we have Pentacles, which is earth energy. Earth is solid. When I see earth energy come up in relationship readings, that is a clear sign of stability and longevity. Whatever the Pentacles touch, they last. They last for a long time. They have solid, sturdy foundations, and they last. They may be slow to start, right? Like we were talking about, some of that energy check stuff that was going on may have indicated that there's a lot of obstacles. It's been a while since you guys been, you know, in each other's lives, and you want to be in union, but things aren't working out. Things have been taking a long time. That's all there, you know, Pentacles energy represents that too, but once it's good to go, it's solid. Like once the union happens, it's not going anywhere. Like Pentacles represent, in love represents those marriages where people stay together for like 40, 50 years, like their entire lives, and they like die together, you know? That's the energy that Pentacles represents. So that's why when this came out, I was like, oh, that's good, that's good, that's good. It's a very positive omen. Spirit, can you give me some tea leaf oracle cards? Let's answer this question. What is happening next in this union? So definitely from this tarot card, I'm getting someone is being offered a job opportunity. Let me channel. Things are coming through. Remember when I told you person B was coming towards person A, like the way that card flopped out, that Nine of Cups in reverse? This is reminding me of that. Person B, this is very specific, but it's just coming to my head. Person B might be offering person A job opportunity, or an opportunity to collaborate on something, or yeah. The most literal thing, person B could be giving person A a romantic offer, but because this is Pentacles energy, I'm not necessarily getting that. I'm getting like person B might be getting person A a gift, That's another thing that's coming through, because physical, you know, Pentacles represents physical things, material things. Oh my gosh. What? What? Get out of here. You did not get an Ace of Pentacles and then the Wealth card. Well, all right. We're talking about money, girl. What? What? I can't. Okay. What? Let me get another card. Let's see. Stop it. You guys. I'm not playing with you. I'm not playing with you. Career, wealth, and the Ace of Pentacles. Should I even get more, like, can I, like, just stop this reading right now? Like, I think we're done. Like, I'm just kidding. No, Spirit's telling me to get one more. Okay. I swear. What is this next card gonna be? Like, I always take these cards with a grain of salt. I think every tarot reader that's used this deck is always like that, because some of these cards are, like, out of pocket. Like, they're pretty intense. They're very literal. So obviously, especially in general readings, like, you don't want to take the literal meaning too much. So I always take these cards with a grain of salt, and sometimes I pick out cards that I'm like, I don't know what exactly that card is trying to mean. I don't know if I meant to pick that out. Maybe I picked the wrong card. So for me to pick these two and for them to resonate so exactly with what I just said is insane, you guys. Okay, what are you? Goldfish. Okay, you guys are gonna be rich. You guys are getting money. You're getting money, like, point blank period. Is this gonna focus? Hello? I want my group number ones to read this. Like, I want them to see for themselves. All right, come on now. Yeah. Goldfish. Increase in material wealth or spiritual growth. Like, I can't make this up. Yeah. Both things are coming for you. We literally talked about this as well in the let's put the fishy down here. We talked about this earlier in the first part of the reading for person A. You guys got the Sage, you got the Hermit, and what did we talk about with the Hermit? The Hermit, after a death card, goes through a spiritual awakening. There's a transformation, there's growth, you're doing introspection, you're self-reflecting, you're changing, you're growing, you're evolving. Spiritual growth. And not only that, but this is crazy. Like, every card is talking about money and career. Like, I'm shook. I was not expecting this. I don't know how this relates to this connection. I'm pretty sure it's essentially what I was saying earlier about person B, I think, is coming with an offer having to do with career. Like, I don't know if they're giving you a job. I don't know if they're collaborating with you in some way. I don't know if you guys are going to work together on something, but there's something like this. I'm not getting specifics because I think it's going to be different for every single person watching this. But regardless of what your individual situation is, it's very clear, like, y'all are working on something together. That's how you're going to come into union. Or is this talking about you individually? No, I got a clear no. No, I think what that was an omen, that card flopping over to person A's side. I think person B is going to be offering, with this Ace of Pentacles, typically in the Rider-Waite Tarot, the imagery is a arm extending out from the sky, holding the coin, offering it. And so oftentimes people will interpret the Ace of Pentacles as a literal offer, like someone's offering you something. And in this scenario, given the context of all the messages you've gotten so far, I think person B is quite literally going to offer you guys something. Like your counterpart is going to come into your life and offer you a monetary opportunity, like a job opportunity or a gift. Because of the nature of like all of these cards here, I'm leaning more towards a job opportunity, an opportunity to be able to create your own wealth, increase your income significantly. Like with this many indicators about money, like there's definitely something happening about like a significant increase in wealth. Either you two are working together and combining your finances and you're earning this together, or there's like an opportunity that person B is bringing to you that's going to get you to shift your career in some way that's going to make you more money. Like it's going to change your trajectory in life and just put you on a whole different path that's going to bring you so much abundance. This is crazy. Like, I've never pulled a more cohesive set of tea leaf oracle cards. The other interpretation I was getting is your person may be coming in and just like giving you money, like gifting you money. I don't know if your person is like, with these messages coming through, I don't know if your person's in a very lucrative position. Like, I don't know if they're like rich or they're like successful in some way, if they own a business or if they're famous, or I don't know, man. I don't know what this energy is, but it's very auspicious. So different from the energy that we were tapping into earlier, hey? Which makes sense, right? Like the cards were all confirming to you guys, and then the whole tangent I went on about Jim and Pam, like things are gonna look up for you guys. This is crazy. Like I can't make this up. Like look at this. Yeah. So, okay. I'm trying to think if there's anything else I want to ask about. I think we'll close out with guidance. Any guidance that you guys need to hear right now in regards to this connection, in regards to where you're at currently, things like that. So let's go ahead. Let me pull one tarot card and then one card from that creative oracle. Again, I always forget what it's called. Creative compass, right? We'll pull one from each of these decks to finish out the reading and get you guys some advice. Spirit, for my group number ones, what advice do you have for them regarding this connection? Can I get one card? Hold on a sec. Should I take this card? Okay. Sorry, that was weird. I've never doubted pulling a card before. I like pulled it and I was gonna show you and then I was like, wait, just kidding, maybe this isn't the right card. That was weird. Maybe there's a message there? I don't think there's gonna be any way that you can see this. But this is the Ace of Wands. Let me see if I can focus. Let us see. Okay, it's a little better. Ace of Wands. There we go, baby. Beautiful. You got the Ace of Wands. So let's put this on the side. Immediately the first thing I thought of when that popped out, the Holy Dancer is on the back of the deck. 12. Oh my gosh, I need to get better about this. I'm not gonna lie, I don't know what this card is. The Holy Dancer? I don't think I've ever seen this card come up in this deck. What is card number 12 in the tarot? I should know this. I'm blanking. Well, I usually don't check back of the deck anyways, so I don't think that's significant if I'm struggling to remember it or recall it this much. Let's get a card from the Creative Compass Oracle. So Ace of Wands coming out immediately made me think of like inspiration. That's what Ace of Wands always gives me. It's also another ace. You got Ace of Pentacles in the last section of the reading, talking about what's happening next. There is lots of new beginning energy in your aura, guys. New beginning. New beginning. That Death and Rebirth card and that Hermit card, there is some sort of a change. You have ended a chapter and you're starting a new beginning. That is just coming through very strongly. For you to get 2 aces in this reading. Advice. Something with the Ace of Wands, I'm just getting like creative inspiration. Like stay inspired, stay hopeful, stay excited. Especially because we talked about in the first part of the reading that it was like dark energy, it was confusing, it was messy, it could be a situation that's very hard to deal with and very heartbreaking, and Spirit seems to be really coming through and telling you guys just please like stay hopeful. Try to bring moments of excitement into your life. Like do things or focus on things that bring you joy. That like genuinely just make you like unfiltered happy. You know what I mean? Can I get one card from the Creative Compass deck, Spirit? What advice do you have for my group number 1s? Let's see. Creative envy. That's interesting. Creative envy. Oh, did it focus? Yeah, okay. Not useful. Kills creativity, whether coming from you or someone else. A misuse of energy and focus. Very interesting that this is coming out. Given the energy or the messages I was getting in the first part of the reading about like third parties and like other people in a situation. That's interesting. The back of the deck we have Creative Outcast. There we go. That's interesting because this reminds me of that Hermit energy. Maybe you're a loner. Stay pure in your intention. Acceptance, non-acceptance from others comes second. At first, for a second, the envy card was making me think that you may be jealous of... I don't know if your person is in a connection with someone else right now. Is that true? Oh, I'm getting a yes. Man. Not to bring it back to Jim and Pam and Karen again, but I do know when Jim and Karen were in a connection together, it really like... That was kind of the moment where Pam really realized like how much she cared about Jim and how she had just as many feelings for Jim. Because before it was kind of like a little bit unrequited from Jim's side in the first half because Pam was already in a connection. But it's interesting because when Jim and Karen got together, at that point Pam had called off the engagement. So like remember like I said, person A, like you, have left an engagement with someone or a commitment with someone, or it could even be like a circumstance of some sort, like a job or something, I don't know. But you're like truly independent for the first time. And maybe you're in this energy where now you're actually available and you're free, and it's like, again, the timing is just not right. Like now your person has moved on, with air quotes. We all know they have not moved on, but on the outside, because they're in this connection with another person, it seems like they've moved on. And maybe there's like feelings of envy coming up because of that, which is totally understandable. Like, of course you're gonna feel envious. Like, duh. That's a really tough situation to be in, but what I was getting, yeah, and then the other thing I was getting with envy is now that you're in this place where you are truly single, not for the first time, but you know what I mean? Like when you've been in this like energy of feeling like committed and trapped in something that's not for you for so long, then you finally like set yourself free, and it's almost like an identity crisis. Like you've been attached to something and it defined you for so long that now that you don't have it, like your whole identity shifts. It's not just about you getting out of that relationship or getting away from that person or whatever it is, getting out of that job. It's like you are now not defined by that thing anymore. It's fallen away. It's no longer a part of your identity, and you got to figure out who you are from there. Like we don't realize how much these things define us. They just seem like things in our life, but they really impress upon our psychology and our idea of ourselves, of like who we think we are. And what I was getting was, now that you're in this space, you might even be looking like at people who are happily coupled in general and feeling envious of them. Like, oh, when am I going to have that? Like, why can't I have that? Why do these other people have this and I don't have it yet? You know, like, why is my love life so complicated? Why can it not be simple like all these other people? They're so happily coupled up. They're in romantic relationships and they're happy and they're getting engaged and they're getting married. And yeah, there might be some wounding there that needs to be worked through. You're in this hermit phase, so that makes sense. But I can totally understand this. You feel like you've been handed a that's a confusing phrase. You've been given, let me say it this way, given a hand that you feel is very unfair. And I agree with you, it is unfair. Like, why did you have to go through such a complicated situation with your counterpart when it seems like all these other people, they had a traditional route, right? Like they met each other and then they started dating, and then one person wanted to commit, proposed to commit, and then they became, you know, a couple, and then they popped the question, they got engaged and they got married. Like it seems so smooth and effortless and normal. And maybe you're grappling with some of these thoughts of like, why me? Like, why does it have to be so hard for me? Like, what did I... Yeah, that's tough. Which I want to say, like, you might be asking, like, what did I do to deserve this? Almost viewing it as if it's like a punishment. And I just want you to know that's just not true. That's what I was going to do, is I was going to ask why this is happening. I forgot. Let's look into that real quick after this. But there's a reason that you've been put on this path, you guys. And that's what this card is very clearly stating, like, not useful. It's not useful to feel this way. It's a misuse of energy and focus. Like, this is probably one of the most blunt cards in this deck. Like, the way that it's phrased, I'm like, oh, damn, okay. This card means business. But it's true. And that's not to invalidate your emotions. Like, what you're feeling is very valid. It's completely understandable. Like, I want to make that very clear. Very understandable that you feel this way, but it's also true at the same time that it's draining your energy, dude. Like, it's just not helpful for you to think that way. It's making you more miserable than it is helping you. You know what I mean? I do want to be clear, I think it's important that you don't block this, though. I think there's a struggle that we have in our society with dealing with these types of emotions, like unattractive emotions like anger and rage and jealousy and all that kind of stuff. So we push it down because we're like, oh, that's not appropriate. That's not a good thing to feel. I shouldn't be feeling this. But no, that's not true. My personal experience, I went through a phase where I purged a lot of this feeling. Envy. I specifically struggled a lot with purging this emotion, but I had a lot of instances where it was fair that I felt this envy because I was given a shitty hand. And what I noticed is I had to sit with those emotions. I had to let them come out. Like, the more that I tried to push them down, the worse they got. And so I want to make it very clear that I think it's important that this might be a period where you're grappling with this feeling a lot. It's coming up a lot. You're a mirror, right? The universe is going to mirror what you're going through, right? And I think one of the things that's being mirrored to you is this wound that's triggering a lot of envy, emotions of envy. Because what is the root of envy and jealousy, right? It's the feeling that the universe abandoned us or did us wrong. Like, we've been given something that is very unfair. We're put in a situation that is objectively unfair. And we're grappling with that. We're like, why do all these people have things that I don't have? And from an untrained brain, or from a children's perspective, or an immature perspective, not in a bad way, but like in an undeveloped brain, you're gonna rationalize, right? That, oh, it must be my fault that I'm not receiving something. It's something's wrong with me. I deserve it. I'm being punished, or I did something to deserve this, or I'm just not meant to have what other people have, right? Like, that's this logical conclusion you're going to come to, right? That's what your brain is going to tell you. But this card is also confirming that while you work through those emotions, don't let that envy convince you that there's anything wrong with you, because that is just not true. And this is such a contrast from this Ace of Wands, because Ace of Wands is such a, especially in like romantic readings, like Ace of Wands is like flirty energy, sparks flying. It can even talk about like sexual energy. Like, it's a very like fiery, lighthearted, fun, flirty energy. Like, it's very different than this and the darkness that we've seen so far in the previous section of the reading. So I think Spirit is trying to really like get you to work through these emotions, but don't sit in them. Like, once they've come out and you've worked through them, like, you need to move on and occupy yourself with your passions, with things that make you happy. Like, focus on things in your life. We got a lot of career messages coming out in the section right before this. If there's something that you guys are trying to work on, you have to focus on that right now. Like, point blank period. It's very clear Spirit is trying to lead you down that path, because there's something that's going to happen there, as we saw with the cards very clearly. And it's actually very connected for it to come out in this reading. It's closely connected to your union with your person, which is very interesting. I was not expecting that, but it came out, right? There it is. There's something there. And with this Ace of Wands coming out, it's further confirming that there's some kind of creative endeavor, or there's some kind of inspirational energy that Spirit is really asking you to focus on. Even like the shape of the wand, and like the one wand is like, there's no other distractions in this card. It's just the one wand. Focus. Do not get distracted by this stuff, because there's no use. Because I told you, right, everything's going to work out in the end. Jim and Pam had a happy ever after. So there's no point in getting upset or focusing on the things that aren't working out right now, because all of that isn't going to amount to anything, right? It's going to work out in the end anyways, right? And it's not even in the end. Like, literally the next thing that's going to happen, your cards came out that you're going to like get an offer from your person, and you're going to be like rich or something. Like, I don't even know. All the wealth messages that came through were crazy. Like, things are looking up for you, and that's why I think Spirit is really trying to make sure that you don't get pulled down by this heavy energy. There's obviously some really positive stuff coming towards you, and I think it's important for you to, it's a balance, right? Like, I don't think you should block this out, right? We're not about toxic positivity here. That's never helpful, but at the same time, it's not helpful for you to stew in self-pity when there's no reason to. I don't want to say there's no reason to. You know what I mean, right? Obviously, the circumstances are tough. They're not great, but very clearly Spirit is saying, like, please don't focus on that, because it's like, it's not going to amount to anything. Like, things are going to work out in your favor. Stay focused. Stay focused on things that bring you joy, that make you happy. Don't concern yourself with that other stuff. Okay? So real quick for the last part of the reading. I know it's getting a little long, but I want to check really quick. Why is all of this happening? Why, Spirit, for group 1, why is their twin flame journey, their divine counterpart journey, why has it gone the way that it's gone? Why has it been so hard for them? Like, what is the purpose of all of this? Is there a spiritual lesson that group 1 is supposed to learn from this? Is there a spiritual lesson that their partner is supposed to learn from this? Like, their person? Like, what's going on here? Why is all of this happening? Can you give me one card to give clarity on why this is all happening? Let's see. Why is group 1 going through this situation? Why has stuff been so complicated for their union to happen with their person? What's going on here? Oh my gosh. Woo! Cards flew! I usually don't pick up cards that fly out. I just pick them from the top of the deck, but okay, we're taking these cards. Wow! Okay! Remember when the 9 of Cups came out in reverse? Look at what just came out again. The 9 of Cups upright. Let's see if this will actually focus, please. Hold on a second. Hold on 1 second. There we go. You see those 9 cups? They were upside down in the beginning of the reading, but look at what has come back from the dead. And look what else came out with that. The 4 of Wands, you guys. This is literally the marriage card. The happily ever after card. It's this card, the 9 of Cups, the 10 of Cups, and the 2 of Cups are like the most romantic, happily ever after cards. I don't know what to say. Like, there you go. Confirmation. Things are going to work out. The star is on the back of the deck. So, what else is here? The star, 5 of Wands, yeah. 5 of Wands is a tough energy. The star is giving me destiny vibes. Like, it's destined that it was meant to happen this way. This is also reminding me of star-crossed lovers. Why, Spirit? Why did it have to be this way? Ruler of Pentacles. That is the King of Pentacles. The Manifester. Wow, the Magician. You manifested this? What? The King of Pentacles. You manifested a solid... You manifested... What am I channeling right now? Hold on. You manifested a solid union. That's why you had to go through all of this first. Interesting. Yeah, it was meant to be this way, you guys. What I was getting from the cards that were coming out from the back of the deck, to give more context, it's one of those scenarios where both of you had to go on these journeys before you came into union to work through things that if you didn't work through them, your union would not succeed. Like, it wouldn't be stable, you know what I mean? Like, it's like... Okay, what I'm getting here, it's an interesting analogy. It's like getting at all of the kinks with other circumstances and other people instead of bringing those kinks into your relationship. Because what I'm getting is if you didn't have these situations with these other people and like get triggered by them and learn these lessons from those other parties before you guys came together, you know what I mean? You would have brought those lessons and that baggage and that karma to this relationship. And then this would have been like one of those toxic, like on and again, off again. We broke up, we got back together. We broke up, we got back together. Okay, this has been a journey. My other camera also died on me. So we're back to my phone. Please excuse the weird changes in angle and like, I don't know, whatever. Changes in volume, quality, whatever. It's because I'm going back and forth between 2 cameras because they just don't want to work with me. But let's finish your reading. Final message. What I was talking about was basically that idea of if you guys basically came into union too soon, you would have brought all of these unhealed wounds and this baggage into the relationship, and it would have ended up making this relationship toxic. Like I was saying, it would be on and again, off again. It would be... I just heard... that's tough. That might just be for some of you, but trigger warning, it could have even ended up being ABUSIVE. Take that how it resonates. If it's for you, it's for you. You'll know. Yeah, it would have been really bad. If it's not that serious or that, intense, it still would have been, it would have been sabotaged, essentially. The experiences that you guys are going through right now on your own respective journeys are helping you work through things that would have sabotaged your union if you would have come together without working through those things. You know what I mean? And that's why Spirit is emphasizing so much to not pay attention to what the other person is doing right now. Let them work through what they need to work through, and you work through what you need to work through. You know what I mean? And again, so much easier said than done. Totally understand that. That's really tough to do, but I think all you need to do is just at least have that awareness in your brain, so when you start to veer off and get a little obsessive and check up on this person and wonder and worry what they're doing and stuff, to remind yourself, step back from it and be like, hey, brain, there's no point in me doing this right now. This is not helpful for me in any way, shape, or form. I need to trust that everything's going to work out. We will end up together when we're meant to end up together. Let it go. Release it. It's not my problem. And move on from there. Because for you to get these two cards as your final cards, again, I can't make this up. Two of the happiest cards you could get in the tarot. Especially when we're talking about a love reading, like the Four of Wands and the Nine of Cups. And this is even more auspicious given the fact that this Nine of Cups came out already in the beginning of the reading reversed. And now it's upright. Beautiful progression. Literally, dreams and wishes that were unfulfilled before are now coming true. And the coming true is literally marriage, happiness, celebration, celebration with family and friends and loved ones. This is literally the marriage card for me in love readings when the Four of Wands comes out. This is also often referred to as the twin flame card because the Four Wands next to each other like this looks like 1111 twin flames. So I don't know what more auspicious message you need than that, what more confirmation you need other than that, right? What a beautiful ending to this reading, you guys. Wow. Yeah, that's all the messages that I have for you guys. What a beautiful conclusion. Don't forget, when things get hard, remember, random girl on the internet who did a tarot reading for you gave you the Four of Wands and the Nine of Cups. You're fine. You're going to be totally fine. Do your best, please, to focus on yourself right now and do what makes you happy, what brings you joy, because it's all going to work out for you in the end. I promise you. The confirmations that came through in this reading were insane. So that's all I have for you guys. Thank you so much for tuning back into my channel. If you've watched my previous videos, I super appreciate you so much. If you're new, thank you so much for clicking and watching and allowing me to read for you. It's always a privilege and an honor to be able to give guidance to people and for you guys to even care what I have to say. So I really appreciate, I know that this is a very important position to be in, to be able to give this kind of advice to people, and to be entrusted with that is really important. So thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to do that for you. Thank you for trusting me. Thank you for clicking on this video and connecting with my energy. If you are interested in more, please subscribe, like the video, please leave a comment. Tell me how it resonated. Share your story. I love going on tarot readings and looking in the comment section and reading how each pile resonated with each person and like their specific scenarios and stuff. It's so cool to see that. And also gives me really good feedback on how I'm doing as a reader if I'm picking up on these energies well. So please, please leave your comments, share your stories. I want to read them. I want other people to be able to read them. I want you guys to connect with each other about your shared experiences. So if you liked this, please feel free to subscribe. I would super appreciate that, so that you can tune in for my future readings. But until then, I hope to see you again next time. Until then, please take care, and I wish you all the best in your journey to your person. I mean, you're gonna be fine. Look at these cards again. It's gonna be totally fine. You guys are gonna be great. But I'm very happy for you. So please stay strong in the meantime. Everything's going to be okay. And I hope I will see you again in my next video. Bye! Hello. Welcome, Group 2, to your reading. For my Group 2s, if you chose this orange calcite crystal, looks absolutely stunning. Very beautiful. Then this is your reading. So I'm gonna go ahead and get started by cleansing the space. I am in a different room. I switched my setup again because the other one, the lighting was bad. So if you were in Group 1, you'll notice it looks different, but it's all good. Okay. So let's get started, Group 1. Today we are looking at, obviously you clicked this reading because you are a part of a twin flame or divine counterpart journey, whatever term resonates with you, represents your connection best. Let's go ahead and cleanse the space. Spirit guides, can you tap me into the energy of my collective that's picking Group 2. Today we're going to just get some messages regarding your connection and where it is along in the process. Oh, I'm trying to put out my incense and it's not going out. Could be a message possibly. Trying to put something out, trying to end something, but it won't end. It's inevitable or it's meant to be, I don't know. Let's go ahead and put your crystal, like, can you see it if I put it here? Might be too far off. Actually, yeah, you can see it. So we're going to go ahead and get started. First portion of the reading, we're basically going to do an energy check, basically to see what energy you have, what energy your person has, and then get a card kind of representing the overall connection between the two of you. So for the first part, we're going to use this beautiful deck, the Mystic Dreams Advanced Tarot. And basically how I did it with Group 1 is we did person A over here and then person B over here. I did say that you could resonate with either person A or person B. You'll know best which one you'll resonate with and which one your person will resonate with. For example, in Group 1, the viewer, Group 1s, were person A, but it could be either or. You also may resonate with both people. That's also another possibility. So if that's the case, that's totally normal as well. Typically in divine counterpart, twin flame connections, the energy gets very commingled just because of the fact that the nature of the connection is so intertwined. So that is normal. Don't fear if that is the case for you. You may very well end up resonating with both sides. But if you don't resonate with either side in any way, shape, or form, then you may have picked the wrong group. So I would go back to the beginning of the video in the pile selection and check in with your intuition again to see which group is for you instead. Okay, let's go ahead and get started. Give me a second. Let me tap into the energy of this connection. Spirit, tap me into the energy of group 2 and their divine counterpart. For person A in this connection, can you give me one card, 2 cards total, that represents group 2, person A? What is their energy right now as it pertains to this connection? What is their energy? We have the 7 of Swords. These cards are so gorgeous. Okay, so that's card number 1. I forgot to do a camera setting on my thing. There we go. Now it's fixed. Okay. Group 2, person A, Spirit, can you give me one more card representing person A's energy in regards to this connection? Can you give me one card, please? Person A in group 2, what is the energy in this connection? Ooh, the Moon. We have a major arcana. Very interesting. Okay, so we'll put that right there. Can I actually fit both of them without overlapping? I think so. Yeah, let's do that. All right. Now let's switch over to person B. Spirit, person B, can you tap me into the energy in group 2 in this connection? What is person B's energy right now? Can you give me one card to represent person B's energy in this connection? The Sun. Oh, wow. We have divine feminine and divine masculine energy here. Person A got the Moon, person B got the Sun. The Sun usually represents divine masculine, the Moon represents divine feminine. I'm gonna go ahead and put this right here. Wow, that's very interesting. What a cool confirmation. Person B, Spirit, can you give me a card, one more, that represents person B's energy in this twin flame divine counterpart connection? What's going on right now? What's person B's energy? I'm kind of struggling to pull the cards for this person. Like my deck keeps getting stuck. What is person B's energy? Two of Pentacles. This one's a little hard to see, but there's like a little 2 down there. Yep. Oops. Okay. Let's look at your bottom of the deck just to get maybe some more context. Justice. Wow, that's powerful. It's another major arcana. So 1, 2, 3 major arcana so far in this group. Okay, before we move on to the overall energy between the two of you, let's talk about what's going on. What I am seeing here, Like I said, first of all, it's already very auspicious that you guys have yin and yang energy, divine counterpart, reciprocation coming out with these two cards. That's a big deal. It's a very strong confirmation. So this connection is obviously very powerful. You two are very much meant for each other. In whatever purpose that may be, you two may actually be opposites from one another, but you balance each other out perfectly. That's the kind of what this archetype represents, what yin and yang represents, is even though you may be opposite, you're not totally different from one another. You're actually exactly polar opposite. And typically when we talk about opposite things, right, opposite signs in the zodiac, for example, or things like yin and yang, divine feminine, divine masculine, there's an equal amount of similarities that you have, but also an equal amount of differences. And those differences are complementary to one another, which is very interesting, right? That idea of opposites, but actually very alike. That's the energy I'm getting with this connection. Now, we're going to, for the next part, take one card from the Creative Compass deck to get an overall energy of the connection and maybe get a message about it as well, because these cards have like guidance on the back of them and keywords and stuff. But this is interesting because these two cards are quite different in terms of like the headspace that both people are in regards to the connection. This is a more positive card. The Two of Pentacles talks about balance and kind of getting your priorities straight, balance, reciprocity sometimes is what the Two of Pentacles can talk about as well. But the person A, Seven of Swords can represent betrayal, sneaky behavior, suspicious behavior, distrust, like those types of energies. So I don't know what's going on here. It is interesting as well that it is paired with the moon, and part of the meanings of the moon as well can talk about hidden energy, hidden, just hidden things, secret things, private things. So it's interesting that these two cards are coming out both on person A's side. But then person B, we have the Sun and the Two of Pentacles. It's much more positive, balanced energy. Let me tap into this energy further and let's see what is going on here. Also, let me adjust these because they're like slightly off center and it's bothering me. I wonder if that's something that you or your person is, or a perfectionist, because I am. I need everything to look nice and pretty and balanced. Tap me into this energy, Spirit. I might grab a clarifier. I didn't do this for the last group, but let's grab a clarifier. Let's pull from, so the other deck that we're going to be using today is the Tea Leaf Oracle. I'm sure you all know what that is, but I have all of the tea leaf cards in the bag. And I'm going to, typically we're going to pull these towards the end of the reading when we get messages about what's coming next for the connection. What's going to happen next between the two of you, right? But I would like to get some clarity. What is going on person A's side? Initially, I'm getting that person A might be struggling with trust issues. They may be keeping themselves more recluse, and like the moon talks about domestic energy too. So maybe you guys are staying, I just said you guys. So maybe person A is you, the viewer. Group twos, my group twos that are watching this right now, you might be person A. I'm not sure though, but I just said that it was a slip of the tongue. And that might be a confirmation. That might not have been just an accident. That might not have been a coincidence. But here, before I pull a card, let me tap in because I am starting to get messages. Person A might be kind of staying at home a lot, not really associating with people a lot, because yeah, there's something about trust trust issues coming through with this Seven of Swords, and then paired with the Moon being another card about secrecy and privacy. It's kind of reminding me of like that energy that the Hermit card also represents, where it's talking about being a lone wolf, being someone who stays by themselves a lot, someone who's had to isolate a lot, maybe because connections in their life and circumstances in their life just weren't great, and they had no choice but to protect themselves, recede from society. That's kind of something I'm picking up for person A. And person A seems to be working through some kind of wound or trauma regarding betrayal from their past, trust issues from their past. This could be in so many different cases, right? Like maybe person A's had multiple scenarios, which is so awful, and my heart goes out to whoever person A is, but repeated betrayals that have happened in their life by friends, by family, by previous partners, maybe, I'm not sure. But there's some kind of a wound here having to do with like this person is struggling to trust. And because they're struggling to trust, they might be pulling back. The Moon obviously also very obviously talks about emotions. What I'm getting with the fact that it is the Moon though, and the Seven of Swords, is maybe this person is hiding their emotions or like keeping their emotions at bay. I'm not getting that they're keeping it at bay as in like they're not emotionally intelligent, like they're like bottling their emotions. I'm not getting that per se, like they're disconnected from their emotions. I think they're very aware of what their emotions are, but it's more so like they're just keeping them very private. They're not sharing their feelings, what they're feeling with anyone. On the surface, this person may come across a little aloof or maybe cold, or just reserved, shy maybe even, but mostly reserved, quiet. Maybe they have a very low-key profile. They're not maybe on social media, or if they are, they're not posting very often. Like that's kind of the vibe I'm getting. Very homebody, reclusive energy is what I'm initially picking up with those two cards. There's more messages here though. With group 2, you are group 2. With person B is what I meant to say. I'm seeing that the energy is quite opposite. Their energy is a lot more extroverted just because of the fact that the Sun is here, and then the Two of Pentacles is a much more, not like an overly positive card, it's like a neutral card, I would say, but it has a positive connotation to it in that the energy I'm getting with the person B is like getting their life together in some way. That Two of Pentacles is just giving me like, I'm getting my ish together. That's what always the feeling I get with the Two of Pentacles, because on the traditional tarot, you see someone balancing two pentacles with both of their hands, and it kind of reminds me of like balancing your priorities, balancing different elements and aspects of your life, like work-life balance, the balance between logic and emotion, you know, things like that, and just priorities. Like because this is a Pentacles card, it's an Earth card. Pentacles stands for Earth. It's practical, it's logical, it's earthly, it's mundane. So the energy that I'm just getting here is like this person may be like getting their ducks in a row, like getting their bills paid, getting healthy routines set, habits in their life, working out, exercising, making planners and journals, and like, I don't know, like things like that. Like practical matters are being sorted in a balanced manner, and we're getting our ducks in a row. That's the energy I'm getting from person B. It's a more, this is a more masculine, like logical, external energy, like very mundane. This is more emotional and internal and intuitive, more subconscious, you know, like very like, it really represents the dichotomy between the Moon and the Sun very well. Like that's literally what I'm getting is, again, opposites, right? We're talking about you two might be opposites. I'm getting opposite energy. But the thing is, we need both of these energies in our life. So I feel like the beauty with this connection between the two of you, I know I'm getting a little ahead of myself, but
you two balance each other very well. I think in this connection, the purpose you are serving is person A is going to bring this emotional, subconscious, like psyche energy to person B, and person B is going to learn a lot about the depths, right? The stuff that no one talks about, the shadow side, the emotional side of life, the spiritual things in life. Working through darker, more murky energies like jealousy and anger and envy and like the sadness, like these types of emotions that we don't really like hype up in society, the things that we're kind of ashamed to talk about. I'm getting this representation of that energy from person A, and I think you're going to teach person B a lot about that. Person B, on the other hand, I think is going to pull person A out of their comfort zone. The moon talks about comfort as well, but sometimes when the moon energy is too strong, like my fellow Cancers out there, Capricorn. I don't know why I just said Capricorn. Maybe that's significant as well. Maybe someone here is a Capricorn. But Cancer energy, very much, anyone who has Cancer, you know, like they traditionally tend to be very comfort oriented. And sometimes that means they can get stuck in their comfort zone and they're scared to take risks. They tend to be one of the most risk averse signs. And Cancer is also very family oriented. So I think person B, because they have such extroverted, practical, logical energy, I think person B is going to help person A ground themselves in reality. In the way of like, sometimes maybe person A can get lost in their emotions and in the feels, in the depths of, they might be a very sensitive person. And I know as someone who is also a sensitive person, it can be really hard to ground yourself and not get carried away in the waves of the subconscious and emotions and the dreamy energy. Person B might really help person A ground into reality and bring things into fruition, like manifest things into reality instead of keeping it in the realm of like up in the head or up in the clouds or in the dreamland and the idea and the fantasy land, which are also things that the moon rules. I think person B can help assist person A in bringing things into fruition, making the plans to like, what actions do we need to take to make this real? What plans can we make concrete in order to like follow and hold accountability to make things real or bring things into fruition? That's just the energy of, again, it's literally the perfect dichotomy. This is masculine energy and this is feminine energy. That's what that talks about. That dichotomy is what it's all about, is feminine energy, which everyone has, right? Everyone has both of these pieces. And I think the healthiest you can be is you need to find a balance with both in your life. I think that's ultimately our mission as humans on this earth, is to find that balance within ourselves, because we all have both sides to ourselves. But I think a lot of times throughout living life, we kind of end up being more dominant in one or the other. And I think one of our journeys is to learn how to become more in touch with the other half of ourselves. And I think that's a really important journey to do. I know I've come pretty far with this, but obviously I still have so much more to go. I have a lot more to learn. But I was someone who was born with having to be in very masculine energy at a very young age, even though that was like not necessarily my nature. I was a very feminine person, but I had to become very masculine. And so then I kind of veered too far to the masculine side. I was kind of stuck in masculine energy for a good portion of my life. And over the last couple of years, I've done a lot of healing to bring back my feminine energy. And I think there's something about that is being represented in this connection. Is that something that you guys are going to work together to achieve? Is that harmony between the two dichotomies? And with this energy I'm seeing here representing these cards, I'm really getting that person B is a lot more, their brain tends to be very practical, very logical, but they may struggle with tapping into their emotions or their heart or their intuition when they're making decisions, which may have gotten them stuck in some situations that don't resonate with them, right? Because they've always tried to be very logical. Like, I'm going to take the practical route. I'm going to take the one that makes the most sense. I'm going to take the one that maybe pick the career that makes me the most money, or the one that will bring me status because that's what's going to make me look good in society. And their actions may be a little disconnected from their heart. I'm not getting the sense that this person is like far gone, like they're like completely devoid of emotion and they have no ability, they're like emotionally unintelligent, or I'm not getting that. I just think that this person's brain is wired differently than yours, but really at the end of the day, you're both kind of two sides of the same coin. You just approach life differently, and I think those differences will actually teach you a lot. Like a lot. Like that's, I'm just getting this energy of like, you're gonna learn so much from this person. Like you're gonna grow a lot, and this person's gonna grow a lot from what they learned from you too. It's like one of those things where you're talking to them and you're like, maybe at first you resist it because you're like, no, but this is the way that I've always done things in my life because this is what resonates with me. This is what I'm comfortable. This is what I'm comfortable with. Or this person might be like, no, that doesn't make any sense. This is how you're supposed to do it because that's what society says, or that's what makes more sense. This just isn't practical, or what you're saying doesn't make any sense, right? Logic. But then when you two try it from a different perspective and you learn from each other, you realize like, oh, wow, that actually was, I've never done that before, but that was actually really effective. Or maybe they help you solve problems because you've looked at it from one perspective for so long that you've missed other perspectives that could have given you other solutions to your problems. You know what I mean? Like, that's what I'm getting, yeah. Which is very interesting. So, actually, I don't know if I need to clarify this energy anymore. I think we kind of channeled it. Let me just see, just in case. Spirit, can you give me one card? Why is the Seven of Swords here? I just want to make sure and clarify I'm getting that right. Can you give me one card from Tea Leaf Oracle? Why is the Seven of Swords here? Why is the Seven of Swords here? Interesting. Dealings or relationship with a man with dark complexion or hair. Okay. Let's see what else comes out. Spirit, why is the Seven of Swords here for person A? Tap me into the energy. Why is the Seven of Swords here? Ah! Something else just fell. Chain of events that will affect your life. I think I'm just kind of getting the message reader. Okay, so we have some other things that fell out. Should I take these? Like the ones that are facing up, Spirit? Yes, I'm getting a yes. What's going on? Oh, pin. New job. Hello? Hello? Okay. New job or career. And then box. You will receive a gift. Okay, so some of these I think is kind of veering into like, we're getting a little bit of a spoiler. Sunrise on the back of that. New creative ideas, new ventures, a fresh start. Okay, I think we're getting ahead into messages about my focus. It keeps wanting to focus. Okay, that's interesting. It keeps wanting to focus on these cards right here. Like it does not, it doesn't want to focus on the new creative ideas. Okay, now it just worked, but that was interesting. New creative ideas, new ventures, a fresh start. On the first thing that I felt with like these fell after. These came out like on their own after I shuffled, because typically when I like pick out cards, I don't wait for a card to fall out. I just like pick one from, like usually with the tea leaf, I'll just like pick whichever one is like resonating with me between the deck and just like grab it. And then with my other decks, I'll like shuffle, and then I'll pick whatever card's at the top. Like I don't wait for it to fall out. These, however, that I just showed you, they fell out on their own. like a bunch of cards. There's like a whole pile of cards that fell out. Again, you'll be receiving a gift. Diamond. This is another card that was facing up that fell out. But it's refusing. Yeah, okay. It's refusing to focus because, okay, some group 2. Who is person A? Is group 2 person A? Yes, I got a yes. Group 2. A lot of you, maybe most of you, seem to resonate with what I was talking about with this energy right here. This like very, this energy about like being very in the moon, very subconscious, very feminine energy. You guys might be very in your feminine energy, but that's probably what you're very comfortable with in your life. With these two clarifying the Seven of Swords, the first thing I thought of when Dark Man came out is, it doesn't necessarily have to be a man. It could be though, for most of you. But whatever the case, there is someone in your past that you have been betrayed by in some way. It might be someone in particular, or this could be representing like a pattern of type, like a certain type of people that have always showed up in your life. There's someone that you dealt with. I'm getting, for some of you, it could be a romantic partner from the past. For others of you, I'm getting boss. I'm getting a boss. That's really specific. So for some of you, it could be related to your career. Maybe authority figures in your life have betrayed you. Maybe when I say authority figures, that might even include like parents for some of you, which I'm very sorry, group 2, if you had to deal with. I know that's particularly hard. I resonate with that experience of dealing with adults that are supposed to protect you, but instead they betrayed you. They didn't do their job. They didn't protect you. They didn't raise you. They didn't, what they're supposed to do is they're supposed to mentor you, protect you, like champion your success and help you grow in a positive manner, teach you, right? Educate you without holding anything over you. But for some of you, that's the case, is authority figures in your life have really betrayed your trust, hurt you in some way, used things against you in some way. For others of you, this is a romantic partner or a friend, someone that had very, very significant emotion. You've had a very significant emotional connection to them in some way, and they betrayed you in some way. And maybe it's a combination of all of those things that I mentioned, but there's something that you guys are needing to work through here. And I think you're aware of this. I think you have been working through this. But this chain of events that will affect your life, I think that's literally talking about those events, dealing with this person. But not only is it talking about those events where this person or these people hurt you in a particular way, I think this is shining light on the fact that you might not realize, again, we're talking about the moon, subconscious energy, right? It's hard to pinpoint subconscious energy, but you might still be unaware of how deeply this wound from these people is affecting your life today. Like, you might think consciously, oh, I'm over it, I've worked through it, I've healed it, I'm fine. But then maybe you're in a period where you feel stuck because of all these other energies that were coming out that were very positive, that were very like, oh yeah, like, look at all these positive changes that are coming into your life. Like, these are all amazing cards, dude. You got 2 cards about receiving a gift. Like, that's crazy. And then we have new job, career, new creative ideas, new ventures, a fresh start. Like, this is giving me major, like, new chapter energy. But you guys saw that no matter how hard I tried to hold these cards up, like, it refused to focus on these cards. It just would stay right here. It would stay focused here, and then these would stay blurry, right? Just like that. That was giving me this message that whatever you're holding on to here, and I know subconscious can be hard, so you might not be aware how exactly it's affecting you. And we'll get some more cards and more advice in the advice section. I think Spirit's going to talk about what you can do to overcome this. But I'm getting very clearly that whatever energy is still needing to be resolved here, or whatever's still like not quite healed yet, is preventing you from moving on into your next chapter. For some of you, I don't know if I'm getting a clear message that some of you know this person B already, if you've met them already, or if you've already been in a connection with them and you're in separation, or if you've never met them, like, I don't know. I think this group, it's a mixed bag. However, I'm definitely seeing that there's a new chapter that's wanting to start in your life. I don't think you're holding it up or anything, so don't put pressure on yourself. This isn't like because you haven't healed yourself, you're not going to get your blessings and your next chapter is not going to start. That's not true. It's meant to be this way. Like, it's happening this way for a reason. And I think one of those reasons that your new chapter hasn't started yet is because this stuff needs to be worked through. There's something, I think 90% you're already done, but there's like that deep-seated wounding that is really hard. You know, that stuff that's really hard to access, like things that happened to you in your childhood years ago type stuff. That's just sitting, and it's like really hard to access unless you do like some really deep like therapy, or like you just really tap into like emotions that you've been maybe running away from or that are really uncomfortable. That you just need that one thing to trigger it and just to sit with it, and it'll...
Okay, hi again. My camera died. The struggle, I gotta get another battery. That camera battery is terrible. But this is my phone now. So as I was saying, for group 2, person A, I think basically there is something that is subconsciously still sitting kind of in your energy that's making you still not to a terrible extent, but there's still a little bit of like projecting past experiences with this archetype, these people, onto unrelated things in your life currently that are distorting your perception of reality, and it's making you stuck in this fearful energy of like, I don't trust people, or I don't trust people. This could be in any arena of life. Like, there's this fear, like I was saying, like you might be staying at home a lot, you might be a bit recluse, you're not meeting people, you're not going out. Maybe that could be in the sense of like you want to put yourself out there, you want to date so you can find this person if you haven't met them yet, but you're too scared of doing that. Maybe there's a part of you that's like in your head, you do want to do that really badly, but then your body, it's like, that's what I'm getting. It's like in your body, the energy is in your body, and it's convincing you that you don't want to go on these dates with these people. Like, you don't want to get out of the house because it's just too anxiety inducing in your body. Like, your physical body, there's like some kind of energy that's stuck inside of you that's convincing you to stay in this like pattern, this cycle of, oh, I just won't go out and talk to people. Like, I don't feel like, I just want to be a homebody. Like, I don't want to deal with people. They drain me. I'm too introverted for that. Like, these are all like stories that you might be telling yourself, when in reality, yeah, sure, those things could be true, but it might be so much to the extent that you're telling yourself these things that you have no realization that really it's actually this wound that's controlling that narrative. That's where that narrative is coming from, is not because you're an introverted person, not because you just like being a homebody, not because you're drained and you have no energy to go out and do things. Like, I'm literally, like, I'm thinking of myself. I'm channeling like what this energy is, and I'm thinking of myself when I went through this phase where I literally, because I would tell myself that like, oh, I'm tired of dealing with people, because I was going through this healing phase myself, and I just didn't want to talk to people. I didn't want to associate with them. Like, it was a very cynical energy I was stuck in. But I would say on the surface, like, oh, I'm just really tired. I need to take care of myself. I'm just going to stay home all the time. And then I would actually I went through a really bad phase where I would like stay at home for days on end. If I didn't have to go to my job, I would just sit at home all day. I would sleep most of the day, actually. I would just be in my bed. most of the day, and then the rest of the day I would just sit at home, to the point that I wouldn't even leave to run errands. Like, I wouldn't leave my house to run errands. I wouldn't leave my house to get groceries. Like, I would get everything delivered to my house. Like, I was getting groceries delivered. I was door dashing every day. And that stuff is expensive. Like, after a while, it can drain your wallet when you're constantly doing these like delivery services and stuff. And it was not a good energy for me to be in. It was not productive. It was a phase that I did have to go through, though. Like, it's not like I could have skipped that. Like, I had to sit in that energy. I had to go through that phase. And it was necessary for me to be home more in general. I was going through, like, you know how they say winter phases of life? I was just going through that phase in my life. I was healing and purging a lot of dark energy that was holding me back. I had to stay at home and do that. But I think we're at a point now where I'm being reminded of that energy. And then for a period of time, I was continuing to hold myself stuck there under the guise of, oh, I'm healing. Oh, I'm having a winter phase. I'm supposed to be at home all the time. I'm not meant to meet people right now. When I think you're actually at a place where you are ready to get out of this comfort zone. Maybe you've been ready and you've wanted this, you wanted to move on to the next chapter, but you're keeping yourself stuck in this moon recluse energy, in this energy of protecting yourself, of being comfortable, and you can't figure out why you can't motivate yourself to do the things that you want to do to start your next chapter, to move, get the ball rolling. When in reality, what's driving that is actually not related to your energy levels at all. It's not your motivation at all. It's none of those things. It's deeper. It's deeper than that. That's what I'm talking about. It's like subconscious. It's like, crack open the ball. What's underneath that layer? Crack that open. What's underneath that? Crack that open. What's underneath that? You're cracking like 10 layers of motivation behind what's going on, what's driving your behavior, and the root is actually you're still scared. You're still scared to trust people. You might even struggle to trust the universe. I think that's a good way to get a read on, like, if I were to tell you all of these messages that came out, right? I didn't pull these out myself. They came out. Do you believe that you're going to get abundance and receive all these gifts and get a new career job, a creative start, like all these messages? Do you believe those, or are you looking at this reading going, yeah, right, I don't trust that. That's not true. Because if the answer was the latter, there's something there that needs to be worked through. There's a reason you have that response, and there's some kind of wound that's driving that kind of attitude, that kind of perspective. And that perspective is keeping you stuck. And I want to be careful when I say keeping you stuck, because you are not putting yourself in that position. Like I said, this is a very subconscious energy. And also, it is meant to be worked through on your timeline. So you're not putting off your blessings. It's not that you're behind. I know this is a hard concept to understand, and it's hard to articulate too. I think a lot of tarot readers, including myself, have a hard time grappling with this concept. I think humans in general, because time is linear to us, but it's not to spirit, right? Where you are not behind. It's not that, oh, if you would have fixed this, you would have moved on by now. Like, no, it's supposed to happen this way. You are supposed to be here working through this. And it was not supposed to be easy, because it's inherently hard, and everything is going to come in divine timing. Right now, the timing is working out itself so that you have the space to finally overcome this and not let it be carried into your next chapter. You are not on universe's time. The universe is on your time. Does that make sense? Like, the universe bends to your will. You do not bend to the universe's will. I felt the need to clarify that, because I know some of the messages I'm saying might make it seem like I'm shaming you, like I'm saying you're falling behind, you should have fixed this, why are you still dealing with this wound? But that is not the case. The case is that you are supposed to be working on this right now. That's why this came up in your energy. So don't beat yourself up, don't rush yourself, because that's not going to work. Rushing yourself through a healing process doesn't work. That's like the antithesis of healing. That doesn't make sense. It won't work that way. You have to sit with the energy.
but you will get through it, because on the other side, this burden won't be weighing on you anymore. You'll be free. You'll be shocked to see how different your perspective is going to be once this energy exits your body, dude. Like, you will be shocked. I think some of you who think y'all are introverts, you'll be surprised. Once you get around the right people and you don't have this, like, this Seven of Swords hanging in your energy anymore from the people in your past that did you wrong, you might be very surprised to learn that you may not be as much of an introvert as you think. You might be ambiverted. You may even actually be an extrovert. You may love going out and hanging out with people after this in your new chapter, right? Like, you may be surprised what you find. So, yeah, that's what I'm seeing for this energy check. Yeah, so let's see. Let me put these away for now. We'll come back to the Tea Leaf Oracle in, the next portion of the reading. I'm curious to see why that, like, what is this? Interesting. This, like, did you see that one, like, flew into the frame? A stubborn, aggressive person. This might be a representation of the people that you've had to deal with in your past, or a specific person that you've dealt with in your past, which that makes a lot of sense. Like, that's really hard to deal with people like that, especially if they're people that you really care about. So again, like, let me reiterate, like, this by no means is an easy wound to come over. I've been there. I've been in this energy myself before, and it took years to get over it. Because it's not just something you're supposed to get over. Like, this is some deep stuff. It's hard to overcome those kinds of wounds, man. Like, it's really hard because it's so ingrained. And I think the reason this message came out is to give you, like, awareness, like, kind of just give you a little tap on the shoulder to be like, Spirit's like, hey, are you realizing how many areas of your life this is affecting? Like, you might not even realize how deep this goes. Like, areas of your life or behaviors that you're doing that seem totally unrelated to love or friendship or blah, blah, blah. Those areas are even being impacted by this wound, and you're not realizing. And I think that's why this came out here, just to give you a heads up, to make it easier for you to work through it. So when you know what areas of life that are also being affected by it, then you can work backwards from there. So let's keep these here and check your overall energy between the two of you. This could be like an energy check for where you two are at in your connection, or it could be more of a broader representation of what is the purpose of this connection. Why were you guys meant to come together? Why is this person your divine counterpart? So, Spirit, can I get one card to represent for my group twos? Give me one card, please, to represent the energy of this connection. What is the energy of this connection overall? What's the energy between the two of these people? What's the purpose of their connection? Can you give me a card to show us that energy, please? Group 2, what is the purpose of this divine counterpart twin flame connection? What's the energy between the two of them? Let's see. Creative boredom. Did you take a wrong turn? Are you doing the thing you really want to do? Interesting. Let's put it like that. Sorry, if you're hearing the, like, rattling and the banging noises, that's my downstairs neighbor shutting their door. That I literally can feel it in my building, or my floor, because that's how flimsy these houses are. Okay, excuse that noise, sorry about that. This is interesting, you guys, this message. Are you doing the thing you really want to do? It's interesting that the keyword boredom is on this card. Give me a second, let me tap into this energy. Yeah. The first thing I just thought that popped into my head was actually person B. I got an example or a scenario of person B's energy. Remember when I was talking about person B's very focused on masculine energy, very logical, practical, action-oriented, extroverted type energy? Now, when I say masculine is extroverted, I don't mean that like personality trait extroversion. I mean like energy that is very proactive, whereas feminine energy is more receptive. Does that make sense? This energy is out in the world, it's outward facing, but feminine energy is inward facing, and everyone has both inward and outward facing aspects to themselves. And the first thing I just thought of when I saw boredom and are you doing the thing you really want to do, person B might have gone through experiences in their life where, because of this logical, external facing energy, they may have picked a career path or have done things in their personal life that doesn't resonate with their heart, like who they really are, which is a dichotomy. I'm getting this energy of like person B is actually quite a feminine person. Like they have this feminine energy within them. I just keep picking that up in their energy, that they're a very emotional person, that they're very emotionally intelligent. Like this person is very self-aware and emotionally intelligent. Like I'm not getting a masculine that's like toxic, you know, who's like completely disconnected from this energy of their femininity and their receptive energy and their soft and emotional energy, their intuition. Like this person is actually very well connected. I just think they've denied it, or they've like gaslit themselves out of it. Like they didn't believe it, or they didn't trust themselves. Like that Seven of Swords trust energy is coming out again on this side, but in a different way. Like they didn't trust themselves. Whereas person A is struggling to trust other people, this person is struggling to trust themselves and what their heart and their intuition tells them to do. Maybe there's even a bit of a self-worth thing here. Like they don't think their needs, emotional needs and intuitive needs are important. They think they're like frivolous, or, you know, like, oh, head in the clouds, dreams are for, you know, like, I'm not a dreamer, I'm a practical person. I shouldn't be concerning myself with my heart's desires. Like that's gonna lead me astray. I can't waste time. I gotta be productive. I need to focus on making money. Like, I did say Capricorn. Remember I had a slip of the tongue Capricorn earlier when I was talking about the Cancer energy? This person may be a Capricorn because that energy is very Capricorn. I say that because I'm a Capricorn. And girl, we are some workaholics. We are obsessed with our careers. And also external validation, not always in a superficial sense, right? Some Capricorns may end up in that area. They also might like the finer things, so they like material wealth, right? Capricorn is an earth sign. I tend to find that Taurus falls more in the material, like sensual, like they like buying the finer things. They like buying nice perfumes and accessories and luxury items and nice clothes and good fabrics and nice cars and nice houses. Like the material, usually Taurus gives me the most of that type of energy, but Capricorn, I notice, tends to focus a lot on their outward appearance and their status and their reputation in society. They chase high positions in companies or high positions in academia because it fulfills this sense of respect and duty that Capricorns tend to have. But when you let that get too far, and this is something I've personally had to really heal. This is something that in my last couple of years, I talked about my healing journey. One of the things I had to heal is putting my self-worth in the hands of society's expectations. And my self-worth was completely tied to my output, how productive I was before. My self-worth was tied to my status, like what position I had in society. Like I wanted to get the PhD. I wanted to be the CEO. You know what I mean? Like, and if I didn't have those high positions, I would be like devastated. Like my self-worth was like trash. Like it was non-existent, right? And that's a very fickle place to put your self-worth, right? Because you are worthy regardless of all of those material things. I always say whatever doesn't come with you when you die doesn't matter. It has no value. It doesn't determine anything, because it inherently does not have value, because it doesn't last. I'm getting that vibe with person B. Something about that is very significant in person B's journey, and I think that's something that they're working through, which makes sense why the Two of Pentacles is here, getting your priorities straight. Maybe that example of work-life balance is something that this person is working on. Maybe they've learned that they've put so much emphasis on their career up until this point in their life, and it has resulted in getting them to this place of boredom. They're not passionate about what they're doing. They don't like waking up every day and going to the job that they spent so many years chasing after, to the point that they've sacrificed. Maybe this person has sacrificed relationships in their life. Maybe they've sacrificed romance and sacrificed friendships and like social life and like all of that stuff. Maybe they've sacrificed because they've been sold this idea that, you know, grind all day. The grind don't stop. Only people who sacrifice everything are the ones that end up being successful. Don't go out partying. Don't make friends. Don't socialize. Don't waste your time on like women or like romance, like relationships. That's a waste of time. You need to grind. You need to get that coin. You need to be successful and rich. And you know that whole community that's super freaking toxic. Oh my God. But I'm not gonna lie. 10 years ago for me, I would have ate that up. My Capricorn self, I would have ate that up. Oh my God, that was me. That was literally me. That was my mindset back then. And it is so toxic. It is so toxic, and I am so proud that I've healed that out of my life, that I'm allergic to that kind of stuff now. Like, I'm very particular on like work-life balance has become a really strong value for me. And also relationships with other human beings in my life. That is something that I personally have sacrificed my whole life, and it hasn't gotten me in a good place. I'm in a bad place because I did that, because I didn't value the importance of that. And I think the reason all of this is coming up, I'm channeling all of this, is because this is the experience person B has gone through, and they've ended up in this place where they don't resonate with where they are. When I saw boredom, it gave me the energy of the Four of Cups. So the Four of Cups usually talks about melancholy. It could talk about depression. Sometimes when that card comes up, like emotional state wise, it could represent that someone's struggling with depression. If not something that intense like depression, it could just be apathy, boredom, literally. Like, there's no color in these people, and it could this is a collective energy, right? So this is true for both of you. There's this lack of passion and color and purpose in both of your lives right now, is what I'm picking up here. And I think, did you take the wrong turn? Are you doing the thing you really want to do? I want to emphasize here that I don't think either of you took the wrong turn per se. Like, it's not that you made the wrong choice. Again, this keeps coming through. I'm reiterating this to you guys because maybe this is something you struggle with. Like, you are really scared to make the wrong decision. It's like, am I meant to do this? Like, I don't want to mess this up. I don't want to waste time in my journey. But you have to understand, like, you have to make mistakes on your journey. That's literally the whole point. You won't grow or learn if you don't make mistakes. This is something in my job that I talk about a lot in our company culture, is fail forward, fail fast. The fastest way for you to learn and grow is you have to make mistakes. Like, it's inevitable. There's no way you can avoid not messing up, because that's just illogical. Right? You're not perfect. And also, there's no way you have all the information when you first start something new. That's like physically impossible. Also, why would that make any sense? Like, you don't know all the information yet. You haven't tried it yet. So you have to try. And then some of those times you try, you fail because you don't know what you don't know. And then when you fail, you're like, oh, cool, I won't do that again. I learned. And then you don't do the same mistake again. And even if you do the same mistake again, maybe you mess it up, but then you learn something else that you didn't learn the first time, right? Like, you never lose if you take the wrong turn. And these wrong turns that you may have taken and your person may have taken were supposed to happen for you to learn these lessons, because if they didn't happen, you would be behind. You would not have ever learned these things that helped you grow. For person A, you would not learn how to overcome trust issues. You would not learn how to become discerning if you didn't run into these people that hurt you. Now you are a very discerning person. The people that come into your life from this point on, you trust yourself to make good judgment calls on, can I let this person into my life? Should I keep this person at bay? Now you know. But how the heck would you have known that if you didn't go through what you went through so far? Like, tell me, like, is your mom and dad going to teach you how to do that? Like, no one can teach a man how to fish. The man just has to fish and learns from that experience, right? There's only so much learning from books or learning from a mentor, someone telling you not to do something or to do something. Like, there's only so much you can learn from that, because when you don't experience something, there's something totally different from experience something firsthand versus just hearing about it or knowing of it. And I think this is a message and something that both of you are struggling to grapple with, but need to come to terms with. Like, I think you're getting there, but it's hard sometimes. I was talking about maybe you guys are perfectionists earlier when I was like adjusting the cards. Like, that's very Virgo energy. Maybe someone here is a Virgo. I keep channeling like earth energy. And then for you guys, I was channeling that Cancer, that water energy. So maybe this person is heavy earth and this person is heavy water, you know, whatever the case. Like, it doesn't have to resonate if that's not true, but there's something here about the balance between those two, the practical and the emotional, the mundane and the spiritual. This dance, this balance between the two is what's really characterizing this connection, the purpose of why you two are coming together. You two are going to learn so much from each other. Like, I just keep seeing this in all the messages I'm channeling. Like, you're going to grow. Like, I'm telling you, 1 year after you are in a connection with this person, you're going to be a totally different freaking person than you were a year ago before this person came into your life. Like, that's what I'm talking about in terms of like, this person is going to change your life and you're going to change this person's life so fundamentally. Like, you're going to be totally different people after this experience in a good way. Like, I'm just getting this energy of like, you guys are going to overcome things and cycles and demons that you've been trapped by your whole life, because this person comes into your life and teaches you something or activate something in you that has never been activated before. And I think one of these things here that I'm getting, because I was talking about it with person B, but the same goes for you, person A, is there's something here about finding your true purpose and your true calling through the experiences of this relationship, like the lessons that you learn from each other in this relationship. Learning from a perspective that you haven't experienced yet to integrate your wholeness so that you may reach your highest potential and connect with what truly aligns with you. For person A, like I was talking about, person B might have gone down the wrong career path, for example. Person A might have dealt with, because I was talking about that trust issue and issues with trusting and opening up to people and leaving the house and being extroverted. The person A might have struggled with letting the wrong people into their vicinity. Choosing connections with people, whether they be colleagues, friends, romantic partners, maybe not even choosing, like you were born into family and family members that didn't resonate with you, and there's only so much you can do there, which is so unfortunate. Like, I've been there, and there's only so much you can do when you are born into a family that you don't resonate with and that is toxic for you. But I think that's a journey that this person has had to go on, very particularly, is ending up in the wrong circles, like with the wrong communities, the wrong groups of people that don't resonate with this person's energy, person A, and then just ending up in this cycle over and over again of being betrayed by these people, being rejected by these people, being dropped by these people because these people's intentions were never pure, because they didn't resonate. They weren't meant for them in the first place. So like, why are they even messing with them, right? Why are you allowing these people in your life? But that's a journey. That's a healing journey that you have to go through. That's an experience that you've learned from. Now you know who you will let into your life because you know who not to let in your life anymore. And for this person, I think they struggle to connect with who they really are in their heart. And because they didn't know who they were making decisions and living their life based on a caricature, like a representation of a person that wasn't them, a representation of a person that was approved by society. But is that who they want to be? Is that what they resonate with? No, I don't think so. Not at all. And that makes sense for why the Two of Pentacles came out. Like, this person is reorganizing everything in their life. Like, what kind of job do I actually want that resonates with my values, that connects with my heart, that makes me genuinely passionate, that I am excited to go to when I wake up every day? What kind of a person do I want to be in the world? Not just my status, not just my stupid position, not just how much freaking money I have, but like my values, what I stand for, who I am as a person, right? Yeah. Very interesting, very powerful energy. I haven't done group 3 yet, but out of so far, this group is very growth oriented. Like, you guys are going to grow a lot. Like, you're going to impact each other very deeply in ways, so many ways outside of just the romance itself, just the emotions themselves. Like, this is so much bigger than that. And because of that, I also think that you two are going to do a lot more together. Like, maybe you're going to be business partners or something, or you're going to work on things together in society in some way. Like, you're going to make contributions to the world in some way. Maybe your families, like the children that you give birth to, or if you're not interested in having kids, like your family life. Like, there's something here. There's a bigger purpose of this connection besides just you two coming into union and having a romantic experience. I'm getting that very strongly. This connection is bigger than the two of you for sure. So, very interesting. Okay. So now we're going to move on to the next part of the reading, where we are going to get some messages about what's happening next in this connection. And then we'll end it with advice from Spirit on how to move forward in the connection, or if there's any other messages or things that Spirit wants to talk to you about regarding this connection. The card that already wants to come out, or this is a couple cards, but we'll see if they actually come out when I shuffle. But we're going to get one card from the Mystic Dreams Tarot deck again, and then we're going to get some more tea leaf cards. These cards keep wanting to come out. Okay, so maybe Spirit's excited to tell you what's happening next. Oh my God. Okay. Okay. Relax, sis. I didn't even start shuffling, and these 3 cards flew out. Should I take all 3 of these? I was gonna get one, but should I take all of these? Yeah, I'm getting a yes. Let me see the back of the deck. The Conqueror of Chalices, the King of Cups, sorry. That's a very sweet energy, King of Cups at the back of the deck, especially when talking about romance readings. Let's see what cards wanted to come out so excitedly. What's happening next? Gosh, these cards. The 9 of Wands. The 6 of Wands. Okay, that was upright. Oh, wow. What's happening? Come back here. Interesting. This energy is like very erratic all of a sudden. Like, my cards are flying all over the place. Like, this just fell. This one came out on the floor. But 6 of Wands. Well, there you go. Well, it's Wands energy already, so that is a pretty auspicious sign. 6 of Swords, okay. Okay. And then we have the Two of Wands. Wands. 2 Wands cards. Yeah, I'm already picking up on the energy because I'm talking faster and I'm moving erratically. Fire energy. Things are picking up in your life, you guys. Like, and that came out, the way that it came out was like shocking or surprising to me. Like all at once, 3 cards came out. I just wanted to pick one out from the deck and 3 of them like shot out immediately. I did not even start shuffling. I just went and shuffle and they all threw out or flew out, right? I think this is a representation of how the energy is going to enter in your life very soon. I'm talking really fast. Like there's like this excited energy coming through. There's new opportunities coming into your I can't even talk, coming into your life very fast. What is this energy? Okay, let me grab your crystal and ground myself a little bit because this is crazy. Settle me into the energy, spirit. Regulate this energy a little bit because it's crazy. What is this? What is going on? This is great though. This is very positive. Very positive. Good stuff, because what we're seeing here, 2 of Wands, new opportunities. You are looking at the horizon. That's what the card in the original Rider Tarot. I cannot talk in this energy. Rider-Waite tarot deck. Ooh, what is this energy? What does that represent? There's like some very erratic, jittery, excited energy coming through. It's like coming through so fast that I can't even make sense of it. So that's definitely a sign that something is about to happen that's really big, you guys. And not only is it about to happen, but it's gonna come in fast. Like you might be unprepared. When everything starts coming in, it might even feel like, why? It's been years, it's been months, however long. I've just been sitting here like a lump on a log. Nothing's happened. Where the heck all of a sudden is everything just coming in like this? Like it just feels like it's falling into your lap. Like those cards flew out effortlessly. It's like everything's just falling into your lap all at once out of nowhere. So I'm definitely getting it's going to make you feel quite erratic and unprepared. I think a lot of things are going to be happening all at once. And I think that's why Spirit is so excited to share this, because immediately I was like, hey, Spirit's excited to talk. The way the cards were like coming out as I was trying to like shuffle. And then not only are we looking at the horizon at new opportunities coming in, we have the 6 of Wands. This is the success card. This is one of the most successful cards in the deck. It's literally on the original Rider-Waite Tarot. It's a person sitting on a horse, victorious after like, I don't know if it's like a battle or something like that, but you know, you typically see that like a victory march after someone wins a war, like a country wins a war and the military people are riding on their horses and everyone's cheering for them in the crowd and watching them on this military parade. That's literally what that card has on its artwork, and we have that card here. Something here, there's success coming, like recognition is success, not just success, but recognition is what the 6 of Wands talks about, right? I just talked about like the parade, everyone's watching you, celebrating you. You are about to get recognition for something, from an opportunity that's coming in. Recognition. And then on top of that, so it's interesting that we have 2 6s. 6 could be an important number. Maybe this is happening in June. In summer. We talked about Cancer energy. Cancer rules June and July. Summer, that's Cancer season. Something is happening in the summer, the upcoming summer. I'm posting this in winter right now. The summer 2025 could be significant. Obviously, this reading is timeless, so if you're watching this later, the next upcoming summer could be significant. The next upcoming June could be significant, or 6 months from when you're watching this reading could be when this recognition comes in, these opportunities come in. And then the 6 of Swords talks about moving away from difficult situations into calmer waters, which is so lovely to see that, given the energy that we were picking up from you in the first part of the reading. How you may be in a really tough spot, you are really isolated, the energy you're working through is quite dark and hard to deal with. Like we got some shadow aspects, we have some trauma we're dealing with. You might not have been out and about very much, not really associating with people very much. It's a very tough energy. And to see that we're moving out of that into calmer waters is fantastic. Obviously, because look at all this energy. This is like such upbeat energy. Also, this could indicate travel. Six of Swords shows people on a boat traveling overseas. You might be traveling quite literally overseas for something. Maybe one of these opportunities is going to require you to travel overseas. Or it could be just travel of any kind, movement of any kind. Maybe you're moving. Maybe you're moving into a new home, moving into a new apartment, like something having to do with your traveling. Travel energy is coming through. Moving energy is coming through here. I'm also talking very fast, like I mentioned before. So there's something definitely happening for sure. So let's get some tea leaf oracles. Let me shuffle them up a little bit. Spirit, give me 3 tea leaf oracle cards. What is happening next in this connection? We're seeing very good positive movement. So far though, this is showing me energy with you, what's happening next in your life, but I guess it's very much connected to this counterpart relationship. So let's see. Spirit, give me 3 cards from this tea leaf oracle deck. What's happening next? What is happening next in this connection? Okay. Honor and oh my gosh, honor and respect will come to you. If that's not the most 6 of Wands freaking card I've ever seen in the tea leaf deck. Oh wow. You guys are getting recognition, praise, acclaim, status. Can you give me our second card, Spirit? Something fell. I didn't even reach for that one and it fell. Oh my gosh. Should I take this card? Yes, we're taking this card. If I could pick it up off the floor, geez, nails. Oh my gosh, I can't pick this up. Is that a message? Oof, okay, this is a message. Got it, finally. Look at this card. Look at this. Ring. A marriage will take place, either romantic or business. I'm getting so strongly, I want to put this here because we're talking about new opportunities. We're talking about the 2 of Wands. 2 is the number of relationships. This person, I have a strong feeling you are going to work with this person. And that's how you're gonna come into union. Either you're going to come into union for the first time or you're going to reunite. But it's going to be through work. You're going to work on something together. We're talking about marriage will take place either romantic or business. You might sign a contract with this person of some sort. Obviously, eventually, I'm seeing marriage energy very strongly, very strong, committed, lifelong energy. But aside from just that, why did I just put this card away? This fell out. Should I take this card? Why did I put that away? Younger man. Dealings a relationship with a younger man. Wow. This may be your person. Let me tap in. Yeah. Oof. I just got something. I felt it in my chest. Do you know that feeling of like deep excitement that just hits you all of a sudden? You know when you're like about to go on a really big trip or you're about to do something really fun or exciting the next day, but you have to leave. Like it's giving me the energy I would always feel when we're about to go on a trip, like a flight to somewhere, like when we would go family vacation or something when I was a kid. But the next morning we'd have to wake up super early to catch like a really annoying early flight. And so like the night before I just couldn't sleep because I was so excited. I just felt that in my chest when I put this card down. The fact that I put it over the 6 of Swords, this is your person. Now take it how it resonates, obviously, because I know a lot of people are watching this. It might not necessarily be a younger man. specifically. This person could be younger than you. This person could be a man. Or it could be neither of those things. However, I do think this card represents this person, your counterpart. Your counterpart lives far away from you, and I think you're going to travel to where they are. In this, maybe it's the business opportunity that brings you to that. Yeah, honestly, I was going to say maybe it's another circumstance. It could be, for some of you, it could be because of this job opportunity that brings you to where your person is. You travel to this person. This person could travel to you. That's another thing I'm getting, possibly. Yeah, that could be a scenario for some of you. This person could travel to you because of this business opportunity or because of their work in general. Or it could be something unrelated to work. For some of you, it could be a wedding, like you're getting invited to a wedding or some kind of a formal like social gathering in which you will have to travel to somewhere where your person is. And that's how you will meet. You will unite through that. Whichever scenario resonates for you that I just mentioned, that is how you two are going to come together. And the fact that this is the next thing that's going to happen, like nothing else came out. This was the very first thing that came out, is this whole scenario is telling me that this is happening very soon, you guys. What? Like I got the message about June, where the time I'm going to be posting this video up, it's January. That's 6 months. Oh yeah, I just realized that. That's literally 6 months. This is literally June and it's the number 6. We got 2 6s. Wow, that's crazy. What the heck? Yo, tarot is crazy. You know what I mean? Like, it's crazy. This stuff is crazy. I've been doing readings for so long and I've been watching readings for even longer, and every time I'm just like shook by this stuff. Something is happening in 6 months, you guys. Something's happening in June, whichever one comes first, if not both. Because according to when I'm posting this reading now, if you're watching it in real time, this summer is going to be very significant when a lot of this stuff is going to go down. That's crazy how everything comes together. Especially with the Tea Leaf Oracle, I always say this, the Tea Leaf Oracle can have some crazy cards in it. And look at how many there are, right? Some of the cards are pretty crazy and they're very literal, so I always take them with a grain of salt. So every time that it comes out and it just matches the whole energy of the tarot perfectly is like crazy when that actually happens. And this is insane. Yeah, you're about to travel to something, dude. You're about to get an opportunity. Something is about to happen. And either you're going to get recognition before this opportunity to travel to your person, or this recognition is the reason you're traveling to this person. Maybe that's the recognition is what brings you the opportunity. There's something about like this is all connected. This is all interconnected. It's like a domino effect, a chain effect. Yeah. Wow, that's really exciting. I'm getting such exciting energy from this. Like when I'm tapping into it, like I just like, woo, it's about to go down. It's about to go down. That's what I'm getting, girl. So, oof, I'm like so jittery. I was not in that energy at all before. I was very calm and chill before, but now I'm just like really jittery and excited and like can't contain myself. Let me turn up my chimes. I love playing Koshi chimes in the background. Okay, final part of the reading. We are going to take a look at additional guidance and messages from Spirit. What did I do in group 1? I can't remember if I took any tarot. Let's see what I feel called to do. Let's do like 1 tarot card and then 1 oracle from the Creative Compass. Okay. Well, this already wanted to come out. Should I take this? Yes. The cards are just coming out. Advice. 8 of Pentacles. That makes so much sense, dude. With all this energy I was talking about new opportunities coming out and are coming through, and oh my gosh. Girl. Okay. Well, that was fast. See, I'm telling you, the energy is fast. It wasn't like this when I was picking out the cards for the energy check, but now? Jesus. Can I get one card from the Creative Compass Oracle? What advice do you have regarding this connection, Spirit? Or what messages do you have for my group twos? What messages do you have in general regarding this connection, regarding next steps? Any advice that you want to give them? Can I get one card? What do you need to tell group 2 about this? Let's see. Oof. Deck got a little messy there. Creative experience. This is what you're really here for. No matter the outcome, you signed up to use your creative intelligence. That's very interesting. It's on the back of the deck. Creative path. More than a way to get somewhere, it's a way of life. I feel like this is very similar to the message that came out here. I'm getting this energy again. Let me just talk about this first, and then we'll talk about what this card's telling you, because it's like kind of two different things. This is reminding me of the message I was touching on earlier, where I was reassuring you that no matter what decisions you've made or what path you went down or what things that have happened in your life so far, they were meant to happen that way for a reason. Like, it's supposed to be that way. Like, you didn't mess anything up. You're not behind, you know, like there's nothing wrong that you did. You didn't screw anything up. You didn't delay your blessings. Like, that's not true. Like, I'm being dead serious. Like, you may be skeptical about that and like, oh, they're just saying that to reassure me, or oh, people just say that to like comfort themselves. But no, like, I'm being dead serious. That's how the universe works. Like, the wrong turns or the mishaps that society deems as mistakes, those are not mistakes, sweetheart. Don't get it twisted. Like, that, those are actions. Those are neutral things. They're not inherently bad or inherently good. They are just things. Humans and society have attributed connotations to certain behaviors and actions. We are the ones that decide timeline. When you're supposed to get married, when you're supposed to finish school, when you're supposed to have your career figured out. We, as human beings, attach those meanings to those things. In the universe and in energy, that shit doesn't exist. Just like time. Time is a construct. Human beings made that up. Time is not linear and it does not exist. Like, it's a continuum. In the universe and with spirit and other entities, like, they don't treat time that way. We are the ones that have made it linear. We are the ones that attributed that system to it. And I think this card is reiterating to you that if you feel guilt or shame for things that have happened in your life, like you feel like you messed something up or you did something stupid or you made the wrong turn and you could have avoided all of this mess, you could have saved yourself so much heartbreak. And if you think that you did something wrong and you brought upon circumstances in your life that you could have avoided, that is false. That's not true. That's a lie that your brain is telling you. And I think it's like it's a coping mechanism because we don't want to believe that we are meant to go through hardship. We don't want to believe that the pain was for something, because that means then we had to go through that pain. And I think that's where that stems from, that people, when we do that logical fallacy crap of like, oh, if I would have just known better, I could have avoided this. But that's just not true, because guess what? The lesson still had to be learned. So if it wasn't that way, it would have happened some other way. You can't escape what's inevitable. What is meant for you is meant for you, whether you like it or not. And it doesn't matter if you like it or not, because you don't know what's the best for you. Spirit knows you better than you know yourself. Your higher self knows you better than yourself, because your higher self has already done this. Your higher self has already experienced this. Remember, time is not linear. The future exists at the same time as the present, and the present exists at the same time as the past. We're multidimensional beings. There's parallel universes that are unfolding right now that we aren't aware of in our current consciousness. You know, like all of that to say, what's meant to happen is meant to happen for a reason. There is nothing that you did wrong. And I think you're putting a lot of unnecessary pressure on yourself, because number one, it's not your job to write out your destiny. You have free will. You can tell the universe what you want, but it's not your job to figure everything out before you know what you're doing. That's not the point. The point is not, right? This is what you're really here to do, no matter the outcome. You signed up to use your creative intelligence, creative experience. You're here to experience life. This isn't an exam. You're not being tested. This isn't like a final exam that you have to I need to make sure I get the right answer. It has to be A, B, C, or D. And if I choose the wrong one, then I'm going to fail my exam. That's not, there's a mental model here that needs to be disseminated, where you're treating life like it's a game or an exam that you need to pass or fail. And the universe is like, girl, no, what are you talking about? That's not what this is. You're here to live. You're here to experience, and you'll learn from your experiences and exist and enjoy that existence. That's it. There's nothing more than that. If you reach your potential in a certain area in your existence, that's great. If you don't and you focus on something else, that's great too, because you signed up to be here and do something specific, whether that is experience love, whether that is have a successful career, whether that is grow your soul to the maximum capacity that it could grow, whether it's all of those things, whether it's none of those things, that doesn't matter. There's no right or wrong answer. What you want to do is what you want to do, point blank, period, because that's what you're meant to do. And you'll always know what you're meant to do, because no matter what you do, it's right. Does that make sense? You can't go wrong. And that's a huge myth that human beings tell ourselves, is there's a right answer and a wrong answer. There's a right path to go down and there's a wrong path to go down. And then we use these metrics to evaluate if it's right or wrong. And our metric system is totally screwed up too. We use how much money you've earned as a way to validate if it's right or wrong. We use success as a metric. We use timeline as a metric. Did you get it done fast? Are you getting it done faster than everyone else? But then in other areas of life, if you do it too fast or you're too young, it's wrong, right? It doesn't make any sense. Our own system that we made already doesn't make sense. So if it already doesn't make sense, why are we giving it validity? Why do we think it means anything when it's just a bunch of garbage? Yeah, Spirit really wanted to come through and reiterate this, because I think this is something that you're struggling with. There is some deep regret here. And when I'm saying this is for you, it's also for your person. I think your person is going through the same exact thing that you're going through, is coming to terms with and healing this wound that you think that you are being punished, that you made that you're fatally flawed and you made a mistake and you can't come back from that you picked the wrong path in the game and now you're losing points, or you're behind on your timeline in some way, and you need to make up for lost time. That all of that stuff is not real. It's bullshit. It's made up. It's all social construct. You are going to do whatever you want, and whatever you do is what you're supposed to do, because you decided to do that. And you are valid. What you want to do, you are valid. And to do it, even if there's consequences that aren't pleasant, that are negatively connotated, those experiences still had to happen. They had to happen for you to continue learning the things you're supposed to learn on your path. You can't go wrong. You think Spirit is watching you make these mistakes and they're just sitting there letting you make these mistakes if you're not supposed to do them? No, Spirit Why would spirit just sit there and like let you mess things up? Like, no, it's happening for a reason. It's supposed to be happening that way. And look at how much you've learned. Like, be real with yourself, group 2. Look back at these experiences that you deem so unpleasant and so wrong and so unacceptable by society standards, and really ask yourself, how different would my life be if I didn't go through these things? Really ask yourself, okay, so if I didn't do those things, where would I be then? What would I be doing instead? And really be particular about not just where would you be in a practical sense, but emotionally. Your intelligence, your wisdom. Really ask yourself, okay, so what's the alternative? Where would I be instead? All these things I didn't want to happen, if I took those out of the equation, how would my life trajectory be different now? And would I be happy with that trajectory instead? Would that be better? Would it? Really? Would it really be better? I don't know. I don't know if it would be better or if it'd be the same thing regardless of what path you went down. And if it's the same thing, then why does it matter then? Does it matter? It doesn't. There is some guilt that needs to be worked through, group 2. This shame and this feeling of like, I messed up. I'm behind in some way. The universe, there might even be feelings of like you think the universe abandoned you or didn't protect you. And that's really hard, group 2, to like carry those types of feelings inside of you, because that's just so, I'm getting emotional. Like, the universe is just trying to make you see that that's just so far from the truth. That's just not true at all. Like, the universe was with you the entire time. They were watching over you the entire time. And dare I say, some of the situations that you ended up in, you kept yourself stuck there because you had to work through trauma that was inevitable, right? Like, you were dealt a hand, and that hand might have not been fair, but in order for you to be able to get out of it, like, we talk about soul contracts, right? Like, your higher self makes a contract and says, I'm coming to Earth to experience this thing, right? So your higher self, it was their plan all along to go through the things that you went through. And to our human brains, we don't understand, like, why would we put ourselves through a pain intentionally? Why would we sign up for this? But then when you come out of the experience on the other side, maybe this is some integration that you need to work on as well to help you heal, is you need to see the bright side of what you went through. Like, don't lie, you learned things in those experiences. You grew immensely in those experiences. And I think this is coming through in terms of this connection, because this connection might put you in situations where you have to grow, and growth is uncomfortable. And I saw that moon Cancer energy in your side, person A, and you might really not like being put in situations that are outside of your comfort zone. Not just because you're like, oh, I don't like it. Like, I don't like not being comfortable all the time. But in a sense of like, if you went through something really traumatic in your past, stepping out of your comfort zone can feel like a threat to your life safety. So I'm not belittling that in any way. That can be very serious, and it can trigger some really out of proportion responses in your body of like panic and life or death and like, oh my gosh, everything's gonna fall apart. I'm gonna die. I'm in danger, my life is at stake, but that's not true at all. In fact, most of the things that happen when you step out of your comfort zone are miraculous. The ways your life will change when you step out of your comfort zone is like miraculous is the best way I can say. It's like miracles are happening when you step out of that comfort zone. And I can see, like I kept saying over and over, that this connection is going to make you grow. You will grow so immensely. But at first, if you're resisting to this idea of negative experiences, negative with air quotes, right? Negative experiences and like pushing myself out of my comfort zone. Those things aren't good. I should know better. I should just have all the answers already, and I shouldn't have to go through tough experiences, and I shouldn't have to fail and make a fool of myself and embarrass myself, right? All these like egotistical These are all ego-based things. Like the ego says stuff like this to protect you. Like, oh, don't mess up. Don't make a fool of yourself. That's embarrassing. It's shameful. You should feel guilty for being such a fool. You should have known better. You should have made the right decision. Like, these might be things that your inner voice is saying to you, and you need to talk to that inner voice and give it love and say, no, that's not true. I am a human being. I'm going to make mistakes, and I'm okay with making mistakes. In fact, I'm proud that I'm able to make mistakes and go through such hard circumstances and still come out of the other side gaining wisdom and growth from that. That's a really strong thing for someone to do, and there's nothing wrong with that. In fact, that is the whole point of being a human being. And you need to reassure that inner child or that inner teenager or whatever part of yourself that is still fearful and wounded and trying to use these ego mechanisms to protect you, when in reality it's not protecting you, group 2, it's keeping you stuck. They're not protecting you. It's keeping you stuck. You know where you're at right now is not where you want to be. You know there's so much more out there for you. Why are you keeping yourself stuck? What are you so afraid of? Right? That's something that needs to be worked through. I think journaling is going to be very effective for you guys. Like, just write out all of the crazy, weird, most out there thoughts, emotions, like process all of that by dumping it onto a paper, dumping it into a journal, type it out, like whatever you need to do. If you need to say it and record yourself on a voice recorder, like whatever you need to do. If you need to like set up a camera, I've seen some people talk about this too, set up a camera and like talk to the camera as if it's a person, just to get it out of your chest, to work through it, talk through it. I think that will be very helpful for you guys. I definitely recommend you do some sort of talk therapy or journaling or something. Like, you don't have to do it with another person, like just by yourself. And even that is already going to be so cathartic. And it's going to help you connect the dots and work through things that are buried, right? I told you subconsciously there's something that's still there, and it's affecting the way that your behavior is operating on all levels. That's the thing. And so there's something going on here that needs to be like put out into the light. It needs to be spoken out loud. It needs to be written. It needs to be taken out of your brain and out of your mind and out into the open so that you can finally resolve it. Yeah, that was coming through really strongly from Spirit. And then now with this 8 of Pentacles here is giving me this idea that once you work through this, right, that this shame or this guilt that you're behind or that you failed in some way or that you're not measuring up in some way because of the things you've done in your past, you know, you were abandoned and like things didn't work out for you the way it worked out for other people, like all of that nonsense that your brain tells you, right? That's not true. I'm seeing that Spirit is telling you to get your head down with something. If you're working on something like a project, or you have a passion project like an idea, or you want to do a course, or you want to train for something, you want to learn something in a class or a course, like a skill, like 8 of Pentacles in the traditional tarot deck, it shows a man like toiling away at his craft. He's on like a worker's craft table, like a working bench, like a woodworking bench, and he's like crafting things. And 8 of Pentacles often talks about the energy of mastery, by refining a skill for years and years and years over time. Practice makes perfect is always the energy I get from the 8 of Pentacles. So it's like the artists that have trained for like 10, 20 years of their life and became better and better artists over time. Or, you know, craftsmen who make the finest jewelry, who are experts in their field. I get PhD scientists and people who are like renowned in their field and like the subject matter experts that everyone goes to. People go to these people to get advice. They buy their courses, right? Professors, like 8 of Pentacles gives me the energy of an expert in their field, a talented person that is well-read, well-trained, whatever the case, given whatever industry that you're in or whatever this like this trade is, Spirit is telling me to get your head down with something and work on it. And I'm not just getting like work on like a project for the sake of developing it. Like, this isn't giving me like, oh, you want to start that business? Go start that business, start selling things. This is giving me like, you're like practicing something like a craft or a trade. And Spirit's telling you to do more things that will make you practice it more and more and more. Get better at it. Become the best that you could be, simply because you enjoy doing it so much and you're doing it so often. Not because you need to prove something to someone, not because you want to make money off of it, not because you want to be the best for fame or something like that. Like, this is like pure intention of like, I just want to challenge myself to become the best that I can. I'm going to push myself as far as I can, and I want to see how far I can go. That's what the Eight of Pentacles mastery energy gives me. So if you're like learning like a language or like a trade or a craft or a skill, like, let me list, I'm getting things in my head already, like painting, ballet, dance is coming through, woodworking is coming through, what just came through before, sports, if you're playing a sport and you want to become the best athlete, training for anything, training for like, I just heard triathlon, running, what else am I channeling? There's something that came through before I lost it. Cook, culinary, if you want to become a chef. Things like that is what I'm getting. Piano, an instrument, guitar coming through. Things like I'm just channeling a bunch of stuff. Some of those are creative, some of those are not, but something like this. Something, photography just came through. Research, learn, become an expert, subject matter expert, practice. That's coming through so strongly. Chess just came through. Rubik's Cube just came through. I'm getting all these different things. So a lot of you will have different things that resonate, but yeah, Spirit's telling you that's what you need to focus on next in this journey. Because something related, I'm telling you, Pentacles, something related to your creative endeavors or your craft or your field is going to be related to giving you the next opportunity for your career. And that's going to bring you to this person. There's something here about that for sure. That's coming through over and over again. Yeah. That's the chain of events that's going to get you to your person. And I don't think it's just going to lead you to your person, but you and your person might have a similar thing here. Like, whatever you're working on, your person might also be in that field or that have that same skill set. Maybe you're even going to teach your person. Eight of Cups. Interesting. It's weird that I said that. Maybe that's a message, but Eight of Pentacles talks about mastery, like I just said, right? Maybe you'll become a master in something. Maybe that's why you're getting the recognition. Six of Wands. And because of that skill that you have mastered, that will be like, someone's going to see that and be like, hey, I want to work with you. Maybe it's this person. Maybe it's a team member that's working in the same company as this person, or someone who's working on the same project as this person is on. Like, something, there's some connection there. But someone's going to see you exhibiting this talent, this craft, this trade, this skill, and they're going to reach out to you and be like, hey, you're really good at this. I want you on my team. Hey, you're really good at this. Are you open to this job opportunity? I want you on this company. I want you to work on this project. I want to start a business with you. Like, whatever it is. But I'm specifically getting here is refine something. Practice something. Go to courses or classes, get training, do something. Just work on pieces, make music or make paintings or drawings or record yourself dancing, learn a bunch of routines, play a bunch of recreational sports and games and train and like go to the gym, like whatever it is that you're working on. Fitness just came through, bodybuilding just came through again. Like, there's like all these things that are coming through. There's so many arenas that this could apply to, right? For some of you, it could even be studying. If you're going back to school and you want to get a major, a degree, an advanced degree, maybe you're going back to school to get a master's or a PhD or something like that. Like, research, I just got research too. Researching something in your field, doing research studies, publishing papers and journals, becoming an expert in your field, from whatever you're studying on. Like, there's so many examples. I could go on forever, but the gist of it is Spirit is telling you focus on that thing, get really good at it. And you know what this thing is because this is something that lights you up. Like, this is something that you could do for hours and you'll never get tired of it. Yeah, of course, there's always going to be something, no matter how much you love, you're going to get sick of it after a while. But this is one of those things where, like, you could really do this for the rest of your life with healthy breaks in between, and you'll never get tired of this thing. Like, there's always something new to learn. Like, you'll never get tired of expanding yourself with this thing, learning new skills with this thing. You want to just keep going further and further and further and further, getting better and better and better and better. This is something that you don't want to retire from. You know what I mean? Like, you'll do this in your free time. You'll do this as a hobby. Even when you're old, you're 80 years old, you can barely move, you'll still have the energy to, like, learn more about this thing, do this thing. That's what Spirit is telling me to focus on. Practice this thing. Get really good at it. Make more stuff. Practice it. Train for it. Because this is connected to you meeting your reuniting with your person. There's a connection, very strong connection there. Those two things are directly connected. Yeah. So I think that's the final message for you guys, group 2. Yeah, that's what I'm getting. So, wow, very exciting energy, you guys. You're really close to something for sure. You're there, like you're right at the edge of the cliff and you're about to jump off into the ocean of opportunity. And the new chapter of your life that's going to change everything. Everything. You just have to step out of your comfort zone, group 2. You can do it. Do not let yourself tell you can't. I swear you can. You can. Don't underestimate yourself. Thank you so much for watching my citrine crystal group 2. I hope this reading was helpful for you. I hope it resonated. If it did, I would so appreciate if you want to subscribe and leave a comment. Anything like the video, please leave comments, leave your responses, tell me how I did. Did it resonate? Share your experiences if you feel so inclined to. Connect with others in the community that watch the same groups as you, that watch this reading with you. You all are part of the same collective. You came together for a reason. Thank you so much again for allowing me to read your energy and being willing to take my messages and my advice, allowing me to channel for you. Thank you for clicking on this video again. Thank you for sticking around and watching. I hope to see you in my next video, but until then, I hope you have a wonderful day, night, whenever you're watching, and I wish you all the best, group 2, on this venture. Whatever's about to happen in your life, y'all gotta come back and comment and update what's about to happen, because it's about to go down. I need the tea. Whatever you're working on, I hope you are going to take that leap of faith, trust yourself, get out of your comfort zone, and I know that you're gonna be successful, because I believe in you. And I read your energy, so I'm right. I know what's gonna happen in the future. So you're gonna do a fantastic job. Stop doubting yourself. You are going to be fantastic. I'm really excited for you. That energy was really exciting, group 2. So I hope you have a great rest of your day, and I hope the next several months work out in your favor, as they always will and always do, because your spirit guides love you. And I really hope that I'll see you at my next video. So thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you next time. Bye! Hi, group 3. Welcome to your reading. So for those of you who chose this beautiful pyrite cluster, it's so sparkly. Whee! One of my favorites. This is your reading. Excuse me. I literally got a cold. Not even a cold, dude. I low-key thought it might have been the Rona. Even though the test came back negative, like the symptoms were pretty crazy. I usually am not the type of person to get sick. I'm just cleansing your space, cleansing the energy so that I can tap into your guys' energy. I don't know why I'm going off on this tangent about my sickness, but I got sick, like it's been 2 weeks now where I got the flu, basically, like I think it was COVID, who knows, but since then, my throat has still not cleared up. Like there's still a frog in there, you know, frog in your throat. Like there's like that lump that just like, you just end up coughing over it, or there's like phlegm that gets stuck when you're talking. So I apologize if that comes up in the reading and I sound kind of weird. But maybe some of you, the reason I like picked up on that, maybe some of you are also sick right now or overcoming sickness, or maybe your person is sick. I'm even getting that. But let's go ahead and cleanse the space. It wasn't, okay, this is definitely a message I'm already channeling, because this didn't come up in the other 2 groups. Like I wasn't this bad. And I filmed the other 2 groups like beforehand, like already. It was a while ago. Well, it wasn't a while ago. It was like a couple days ago that I filmed group 2, and then group 1 was even earlier than that. But you know what I mean? Like, why is that coming up so much? Like my voice, yeah, my voice is like struggling to come out. Maybe this is speaking to like some kind of a throat chakra thing. Like someone's throat chakra is blocked in some way. That's very interesting. Or yeah, maybe there's some lack of communication going on in this connection. Like someone needs some clarity. The 2 of you need to communicate on something, or both of you or one or the other person is craving communication from the other, something like that. Maybe there's some throat chakra issues that are manifesting between the 2 of you that needs to be dealt with or something. I don't know. I'm already picking up this energy. I haven't even like touched the cards yet. I haven't even tapped into the energy yet, and that was already coming out. So that may be a message for someone here. But other than that, let's actually pull your cards. And I felt the need, I like just checked the back of the deck for fun for some reason. I haven't shuffled or anything yet, but I thought it was interesting that the Fates is on the back of the deck. Actually, give me 1 second. I forgot to turn on a setting. Yeah, okay. The Fates, which is the Wheel of Fortune. Very interesting. The energies are coming out in a very interesting, kind of sporadic way with this group. Like, kind of random. But let's go ahead and do your energy check. I'm sorry, I haven't even talked about what this reading is about before I went off on that tangent. I already gave you messages too, and you're like, what? I mean, you know what the reading is about. You saw the intro and you saw the title, but of course, today we're going to be checking in on your twin flame / divine counterpart connection. We're going to do a couple different parts in the reading, obviously. The first part is going to be, which is what I'm shuffling for right now. Decided to tell you this now instead of at the beginning of the reading. My energy is all over the place in this group. I'm like jumping around. Messages are coming out randomly, like out of order. Either I'm picking up on someone's energy currently, or maybe this is someone's personality, or like this is the energy of the connection. It's like kind of all over the place, like spontaneous, no plan, no structure. That's interesting. But basically we're going to do a quick energy check. We'll be using the Mystic Dreams Tarot deck for that portion, and then later on in the reading we're also going to be using the Creative Compass Oracle deck for additional messages, and then our good old tea leaf, can't see that, tea leaf oracle cards for additional messages as well. So the first part we'll do an energy check. This will be person A, this will be person B. You may end up resonating with both people because, like I said, divine counterpart / twin flame connections the energies tend to blend a lot because you both are kind of two sides of the same coin. However, if neither side is resonating at all, you may have picked the wrong group and you might want to go back to the beginning, meditate on the options, and pick another group. So we'll pull 2 cards for person A, 2 cards for person B, and just get a feel for where each person is in the connection, how they're feeling it right now, what's going on in their individual lives, what's going on in your lives. Like, we'll see whatever comes through. So, Spirit, can you give me, let's start with person A. Oh, and also you could be either person A or person B. So it doesn't really matter. But like I said, you may end up resonating with both. So feel free to pick what resonates the best for you and your situation. Spirit, can you give me 2 cards to represent person A's energy in this twin flame divine counterpart connection? Person A, what is their energy right now as in regards to this divine counterpart twin flame connection? My throat is acting up again. Maybe person A is the one with the throat chakra blockages. Maybe it's both. We'll see. Person A, can I get 2 cards representing their energy, Spirit? Let's see what you got. Divine feminine. Well, all right then. Person A is the divine feminine in this connection. What else did you get? The Ace of Pentacles. Okay. Very interesting. Now, let's shuffle for person B. Person B, can I get 2 cards from this deck representing person B's energy in this connection, Spirit? What is person B's energy in this connection? In this divine counterpart twin flame connection, what is, gosh, my throat. What is person B's energy in this connection? There is throat chakra stuff going on both ends, that's for sure. Can you give me 2 cards, Spirit? Let's see. Sovereign of Swords. Oh my gosh, I'm blanking. Is that the Queen of Swords? It's interesting that we have a Swords card and I'm talking about communication and throat chakra energy. I'll fix these cards later. I think they're off center. And then oh my gosh, another Swords. Seeker of Swords. This is the Page of Swords. Okay, that's crazy. 2 Swords cards on person B's side. Interesting. Sovereign of Swords. Let me confirm that this is... Yeah, because the ruler would be the King. I've mentioned in the group 1 too, I'm still getting used to this deck. It's an advanced deck, so there's no guidebook, there's no and these are all not the actual original tarot. They all correspond to a card in the original tarot, but they use different terms. So, Sovereign, it has the crown imagery, so I'm pretty positive. Yeah, and then the Conqueror is the Knight. The Ruler is the King. Gosh, it's gonna be embarrassing if I'm totally wrong about that, but I'm pretty sure that that's a Queen of Swords. Which is very interesting. Okay. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the Queen. I'm not getting any other cards to confirm. The Conqueror of Chalices, that's the Knight. What happened to all my King cards? My Ruler cards? They're not coming out. No, well, it's not here. Oh, here we go, Ruler of Pentacles. Yeah, this is the King, I'm pretty sure. Okay. Pretty sure this is the Queen of Swords, and then the Page of Swords, which is very interesting that you got both a Queen and a Page, and they're both Swords cards, and that is for person B. And then person A, they did get a Major Arcana, and it's the Divine Feminine. And then we have the Ace of Pentacles. So interestingly, we're getting feminine energy on both sides of the spread. Let's see what's going on the back of the deck, just as confirmation. We have the Nine of Cups, wish fulfillment. Well, usually I like to check the back of the deck just for like additional confirmation, or if there's any other information I need to glean from the overall interpretation. I don't always check the back of the deck. Sometimes I'll feel called to, but that's interesting that we're getting the Nine of Cups at the back, because that definitely tells me that both of you, this connection is a wish fulfillment. Both of you are a dream come true for each other, which is beautiful. Now let's tap into the energy between the two of you, or the energy check for each of you individually, because we are getting some different elements on either side. I wonder, I'm feeling the need to check numbers on these cards for some reason. I usually don't do that, but we have a 3 on person B's side, because the Empress is a, oh, by the way, I don't know if I mentioned, Divine Feminine is the Empress in traditional tarot. So that's what this card is the Empress card. Interesting, okay. So that's the only number that's coming through is 3. We do have an ace. So the ace usually reminds me of number 1. It is the first card in the suits. So we have a 3, we have a 1. I haven't mentioned numbers in any other pile. So this pile, for some reason, it seems to be significant. Let's start with, I guess, person B, because I do find it interesting that we have so much swords energy here. The swords rules the mind. It rules mental energy. So each of the suits, obviously, they rule different elements. Pentacles rules the earth, swords rules the mind, and then you have wands, which rules fire, and then you have, what am I missing? Cups, which rules water. And each of those elements rule different areas of life. So water rules emotions, wands rules kind of your intuition, your gut feeling, creativity, and then pentacles tends to be earthly, material things, right? Career, that could be another interpretation as well. Abundance. So this person on person B seems to be very in their head in the connection, or they're experiencing the connection mentally very strongly. I also just got, sometimes the swords kind of in spiritual readings can sometimes hint at person B getting a lot of intuitive hits and like downloads, like communications, like telepathically about this connection. Maybe this person is seeing signs. Maybe this person is channeling, like clairaudience, where they're hearing things in their head, or thoughts are coming through in their head that are actually channeled messages. It's interesting again also because in the beginning of the reading and like the whole setup, I kept talking about how my throat was getting, it's happening again. My throat was getting like stuck, and I kept having to like clear my throat, and that reminded me of blocked throat chakra energy. Now I don't know if that means that person B, since person B has all the swords, if person B is the one that's communicating the most, or if person B is the one that is working through the throat chakra blockages. I think I'm getting the latter. I think I'm getting that person B is the one. It was coming out on both sides, so that might be something that you resonate with as well. This may be one of those funky piles where both sides, you resonate with both sides, both people are both sides. With such a strong emphasis of, yeah, because this is a page and a queen, it's almost making me think of like a progression, because the page is the youngest court card, and then the queen is one of the older court cards. The king is the most mature. And that has nothing to do with gender, by the way. That's just the symbolic succession. But the queen and the king are both very mature compared to the page and the knight. And we have a page and a queen here, and it's almost making me think of like progression. this person has grown from a page into a queen. Yeah, so I think I'm getting for person B, they're working right now on communication struggles and communication issues. Their throat chakra may be blocked, or that's something that they've struggled with in their life up until now, and they're working through those issues and healing their throat chakra and unblocking it so that they can communicate what they actually feel. And it's a good sign to see that the queen is coming out here, because that means this person has grown significantly. They've made a lot of progress in this venture, which is really good to see. So yeah, that's the immediate thing I'm getting, because the swords really stood out to me. This person could also be craving communication in this connection overall. So person B might be yearning to communicate with person A. Person B may, even now that they're at this queen stage and they've worked through and grown a lot and healed a lot of their issues with the throat chakra, maybe person B is even about to reach out to person A or about to communicate to person A in some way. We'll get more confirmation about that in the next part of the reading, because the next part of the reading we're going to talk about what's going to happen next in this connection, and if that comes out again, that's going to be confirmation. But that could be an additional message as well, that person B may be getting ready to communicate with person A, which is very exciting. Now, person A, we got a very strong major arcana of the Empress, which is fantastic to see. This energy overall on person A's side is really nice energy, by the way. The Empress with the Ace of Pentacles is very promising to me. I'm getting this energy. The Empress can stand for so many things. It's an overall very positive card. But with the Ace of Pentacles right next to it, it's specifically making me think of person A is working on attracting abundance, because we have a Pentacles card here, and the Empress often talks about being an energy of receiving and being very, very self-assured, content, confident. The Empress gives me like this quiet confidence and like a queen sitting on her throne. And again, that doesn't have to be a specific gender. It's just the energy that I'm picking up on, but that could be a man or a woman. But the Empress, aka Divine Feminine in this deck, is very much a person that's like sitting on their throne. They know their value. They know their worth. Pentacles, Ace of Pentacles, value and worth, right? This person has very, very, very solid self-worth. And maybe that's coming up in the energy because this is something that person A has been working on. Whereas person B is working on communication and opening up their throat chakra. Maybe person A is working on their self-worth. I keep hearing sacral chakra, the sacral chakra that's coming through, because that talks often about confidence and self-worth. So maybe that's an area that person A has been working on and healing as well, and they've made a lot of progress too, to the point that they've made it to this Empress stage, which is really nice to see both sides. Like, people, you guys are working on yourselves and you're growing and you're evolving to the best version of yourselves, which is fantastic to see. I'm not getting an indication here. In the final part of this section of the reading, I'm going to pull one of those Creative Compass Oracle cards to see the energy of the connection between the two of you. So I'm curious to see what comes out, but I'm not getting any confirmation if you are in union with this person yet or not, if you've ever met them before yet or not, or if you are in union but you're in separation or not. I'm not getting any indication from these cards yet what the situation is. It could be anything. However, I am getting that I don't know if the two of you are currently in any sort of union in general, whether you've met each other already or not. This feels like very independent, like we're working through our own wounds in our own lives type of energy. That's like what I'm getting here. Overall. Yeah. I'm definitely getting that there's like distance. Like, it's not that you guys are in an active connection or relationship right now and you're like together all the time. It feels like there's a separation where either you were in a connection but you're separated now, or you've grown apart and you're kind of doing your own things, or you haven't met this person yet and you're kind of both working on your own personal journeys. That's kind of the energy I'm picking up. from the way these cards are as well. Now with person A, I'm getting that there's some thing you're attracting. I said you're. So maybe my viewers, my group threes, you might be person, oh, group three, you're group three and you got the 3 card. Oh, I just realized that. What? Oh, snap, okay. Is 3 a significant number for you guys? That's crazy. I didn't even make that connection yet. Oh, well, all right. Look at that, crazy synchronicity. I love when stuff like that happens, dude. I lost my train of thought. Yes, you may be attracting some sort of abundance, group 3. At this point, yeah, I keep saying that you're person A, so I think the viewer, most of you are going to be person A. Take that how it resonates. Some of you may still be person B, so don't generalize that if that's not for you. If you're like, no, I'm resonating with person B, then don't pay attention. But my slip of the tongue, I keep saying you when I'm referring to person A, so could be confirmation that a lot of you are person A. But in any case, person A is attracting some sort of abundance to them for sure. There's some opportunity that's going to be presented to them soon because they're in this Empress receiving abundance energy. Maybe that's something person A struggled with in the past, is feeling worthy enough to receive what they deserve. Like receiving the fruits of their labor, receiving praise, receiving love, like receiving attention, like whatever the case, maybe there's this wound that person B had, or person A had to work through. But now they're finally in a place where they're willing to receive abundance without any shame. And that's why this is coming to them now. They're attracting this Ace of Pentacles, this new opportunity to receive. Maybe it could be a job opportunity. Again, we're going to see confirmation in the next portion of the reading, the next section where we pull the tea leaf oracle cards. This person could be attracting a new job opportunity. They could be attracting just a gift, like some kind of windfall of money or like a present or a gift. For some of you, I just heard inheritance. That could be just for 1 or 2 people. I have no idea, but maybe some of you are going to be given an inheritance in your family or something. Like, I don't know, but there's something coming towards you for sure. I'm saying you again, sorry. Person A is definitely attracting something. They're gonna get something very soon. They're gonna receive something. They're gonna be gifted something, awarded something like that. And it's like Ace is like new energy. It's like a new opportunity. So it's like at the start of a new venture, a new chapter. That's usually what this kind of refers to. It's not just like a random like, oh, here's a gift, and then like it doesn't go anywhere. It's just like a gift that you receive and then you use it or you put it aside or something. Like that's not the energy I'm getting. This is like new energy. It's supposed to jumpstart something new, a new chapter, a new way of life, a new perspective. Like something is going to change or shift when you receive this thing, when person A receives this thing. Very interesting. And now I will say person B, this is Queen of Swords and Page of Swords. The meaning of these individual cards, even though they're both swords cards and they're both court cards, which is interesting that you got, that person B got that, but I get opposite energy from the 2 of these cards, which may be symbolizing the struggle that person B is working through with their throat chakra. Because I told you person B was kind of coming off like they really wanted to communicate with person A, or they want to like get better at communicating in general, or they want to work on their throat chakra because they have things to say. They want their voice to be heard. That gives me Page of Swords. The Page of Swords gives me this energy of like this really young, bubbly, curious soul that just wants to ask someone a bunch of questions and they want to learn as much that they can about a subject or about a person. Like it's almost giving me like Page of Swords might be their attitude towards you. They're like, oh my gosh, I want to ask this person so many questions. I want to get to know every single thing about them. I'm getting ahead of myself, but I'm literally thinking of this song by Ariana Grande. Imagine. Yes.
Oh man, okay, I'm gonna have to sing it. You're gonna have to hear me sing. Not that it's a bad thing. I love singing. Oh, you were perfect after the first kiss. Took a deep breath like, whew. Feels like forever. Thought, baby, I never thought that it would be you. Tell me your secrets, all of the creep shit. That's how I know it's true. That line is coming through. Tell me your secrets, all of the creep shit. That's how I know it's true. That's the energy I'm getting from person B to person A. Person B wants to know all of your business. It's coming through again, so I'm pretty sure most of you guys are person A, if not all of you, but take it how it resonates. I keep messing that up, but person B wants to know everything about person A. Person B is so curious about person A for sure. Person B may even be a little, like, being a little stalkerish, not in a bad way. But I mean, like, person B might be snooping around on person A's, like, social media. Person B may be asking questions about person A. If you guys have like mutual contacts, or you're in the same community, or even if you're not, like, person B might be trying to snoop around and get information on person A instead of just like asking you outright, which is what makes it so funny to me. I don't know if you guys are in a situation where you can't communicate directly, so person B has no option. Or if person B, like we said, they're working through some throat chakra stuff. If person B is just shy, or they're embarrassed to come forward and ask, or they have too much pride to be too nosy and ask, but person B is nosy. Person B is really nosy. Now, it's funny because I was saying this person might be struggling and might not be coming forth with what their actual feelings are in communicating it, because we have a Queen of Swords here as well. And the Queen of Swords, one aspect of that energy can sometimes be, Queen of Swords often reminds me of like a person who's very like, not cold, but is very like no BS. It tends to come up when I feel like, and this could be person B's experience, maybe person B has dealt with a lot of toxic connections with other people, whether it be romantic or platonic, work-related, friendship, like family, anything, where they've had to really work on setting good boundaries with people. And Queen of Swords always reminds me of like, she cuts through the BS, she doesn't have time for games, she's very cutthroat, she's very no nonsense, and she will call you out on your BS immediately. Sometimes though, Queen of Swords can also talk about someone who has their guard up too high. They could be a little prideful sometimes. They don't want their niceness to be taken for granted, so they come across cold and aloof as a protection mechanism. But sometimes that may end up going too far, to the point that they end up self-isolating themselves. Now, the Queen didn't come out in reverse. It is upright. So it's a more healthy presentation of that energy. So I don't think it's like that intense. Like, I don't think it's like the person is in a negative or toxic Queen of Swords energy. But I do think that's something that they're trying to work through, is the dichotomy between these two cards, where like this card I just told you is like major, I'm super nosy, I want to talk to you all day, I want to get more information on you, I really want to get to know you. Like, that's such a different energy from the Queen of Swords, which is very much like, oh, don't talk to me. Oh, I'm keeping my guard up. I don't trust you, right? Like, there's this like dichotomy of these two energies kind of dancing and like battling between each other inside this person, person B. And I think it comes down to, and maybe that's why their throat chakra is blocked. There's probably some wounding there of maybe the people in their past. Let me tap into this energy. People in their past may have like, oh, okay, I just got something. Okay, thank you for that download, Spirit. A couple of things. One of the things that just popped in my head, this person may have dealt with some people who took their honesty and used it against them. So this person B, maybe opened up to someone and they like talked about their vulnerabilities or their secrets.
or something that is like personal information that they entrusted with that other person. And then that other person turned around and used that information against them. Maybe they told someone else, they spread gossip, or they told their secrets to everyone, or maybe they use it as blackmail even. Like, I'm getting these like really intense, crazy, like really negative downloads about some of the things that person B has dealt with in their past, of like, person B was vulnerable and opened up to people and told people their secrets or told people their dreams and their aspirations. Like, they shared information about themselves to people they thought they could trust, and those people turned around and stabbed them in the back, betrayed them, betrayed their trust. And so now person B has put up these guards and is afraid to be vulnerable and communicate again in the way that they did with these other people in their past, because they don't want the same thing to happen, that betrayal to happen again. Yeah, and maybe that's the wound that person B is really trying to heal. Because for the Page of Swords to come out in this energy check regarding the two of you, it lets me know that person B really feels safe. I think naturally they're inclined to feel very safe with person A. Like, they naturally want to share things with person A. They naturally want to communicate with person A. Like, in their heart, in their intuition, something is telling them, oh, I can trust person A. I can't explain it. I have no idea why, but I'm just so drawn to person A. I just want to talk with them all day. I want to share everything about myself, and I want to get to know everything about them. Like, I want us to be open books with each other. But then something in their past, this Queen of Swords is coming through and is being like, no, no, no. Remember what happened last time you shared too much? They're going to do the same thing like all these other people. All these other people stabbed you in the back. They took advantage of you. They were snakes. They took the information and that you shared in confidentiality and they used it against you. This person is no different. They're going to do the same thing. And there's that like little voice that's projecting that onto person A, when person A is just like minding their own business, being like, la-di-da-da, I'm chill. I'm a good person, I'm chill. And person A would not, obviously person A is not going to do that. Person A is not that kind of a person. Person A would never go behind person B's back and use information that person B shared out of trust, use that against them. Like, that's not going to happen. Person A is not going to do that, right? So, yeah, that's interesting. Person B is working through something relating to like that kind of stuff from their past. Like, it's tying a little bit into trust issues, but specifically when it comes to being vulnerable about information, about communicating their honest thoughts and opinions. Okay, so another thing, there was a couple other things I was picking up as well. Person B might have also shared their opinions and their thoughts about things, like in general, like their ideas or their dreams or their opinions or their preferences, maybe their belief systems or their values, maybe some principles or concepts, maybe subjects about things that they love to talk about, right? It could be so many things. And man, the people that person B has dealt with in their past kind of suck. I'm just getting, either there's a specific person or there's like multiple people that are really close that person B really was close to. It could be family members, it could be close friends, it could be colleagues that they worked with for many years or something. But it's like, it's coming through that these people just like, the other thing I was getting was that this person B would share an opinion or a thought, and the people around them would just shut them down. Either they would immediately like ridicule them or disagree with them and be like, you're crazy, or like, oh, that's dumb, or like what the heck? Or like, oh, you don't know what you're talking about. Or you need to stop talking so much. Like, it's making me mad. I don't like the energy that I'm picking up on of the people that person B used to deal with. I'm saying used to, so maybe Luckily, it seems like person B has cut these people out of their life, or at least distanced themselves. Like they're not in the same sphere anymore. Like they don't interact with each other anymore, which is great to hear because these people sound like annoying. I mean, no offense to these people. Obviously, everyone's on their own journey, and I just wish that these people will wish them the best. Wish that they will learn their lesson and grow and become better people and get out of this crappy energy that they're in, because like person B seemed to have dealt with like a group of people that would just like put them down. I'm getting like maybe they put down their intelligence. They would gaslight them even about like, oh, you said this thing, and person B's like, I never said that. Person B may have been around a couple of manipulative people, dude. Controlling, manipulative. Maybe people who had very, very big egos and they didn't, maybe person B was, because as this swords energy is such a specific energy, right? And the fact that both cards are swords, they could have been any cards, but they're both swords and they're both court cards. It's just giving me this feeling that person B is a very intellectual person. I mean, I just heard even like, this is, I mean, it's not unrelated. It is a relationship reading. This person may even be a sapiosexual. Like they're very attracted to and turned on by people who are intelligent, which makes me think that you, person A, I did it again, a person A, whoever you are, but person A may also be very intelligent and carry really good conversation and have really interesting thoughts to share about the world and very interesting and fascinating opinions. And person B is very attracted to that. But I'm also getting that person B, it takes one to know one, right? Person B is a very intelligent person. Very intelligent, very ingenious, I'm getting. Like their brain works in different ways that others may not understand. But the thing is, I think the people around person B, people from their past, they picked up on that person B is very smart. Probably smarter than all the people they were around. Right? And the people that were around them did not like that. They were triggered by person B's intelligence, person B's perceptiveness. Person B may have called things out in the people around them or made observations about the environment that they were in, or maybe like, okay, I'm getting specific examples right now. If person B worked in a toxic workplace, person B was calling out the BS that they were seeing, right? Queen of Swords, no BS, no nonsense, keeps it real. Person B might have been calling out the things that were off or wrong in their past workplace or something. And the people in charge didn't like that. And so they would gaslight person B. Oh, you don't know what you're talking about. Oh, you're not a boss. You don't have the qualifications. You kids, you youngins always talk like you know what you're talking about, but you don't know anything. And would like put person B's confidence down to get them to like, oh yeah, I'm picking up. The energy is coming through. I don't like this. I can't stand people who are like this. Just big egos, dude. People who are so conflated about themselves, but really it comes from severe insecurity. People who are the most insecure are the ones who act like this. They feel the need to put other people down. They feel the need to like, what's that phrase? Tell someone to get on their level, like put someone in their place, whatever the heck that means. Instead of uplifting and raising someone's natural abilities, like instead of responding with, oh, that's a great thought, or oh, you're very intelligent, like I'm really proud of you, like, and yeah, I'm getting that these people have power over this person in some way, or are they senior or they're elder in some way, like people who are authority figures to them in some way, or like even if it's friends, like the friends may have been older than them in age, or they were more advanced in them in some way. Like I just heard like PhD, like maybe their friends had higher degrees than them, right? Like it's all just like superficial BS, right? It's like, oh, this person's my boss, this person has a higher degree than me, this person's older than me. Like all these like superficial reasons to believe that that person is more intelligent than you. And person B might have been surrounded by a lot of people who would use that against them to be like, oh, I'm smarter than you because of XYZ. Oh, I know better than you because of XYZ. When in reality, like, that's all BS. Like, it doesn't freaking matter where you come from, what your degree is, what your level of education is, what your position in society is. Like, none of that crap matters. If you're intelligent, you're intelligent. Point blank, period. What are you talking about? It doesn't matter if someone's older or younger. Like, everyone has wisdom to bring to the table. Everyone has thoughts and observations that they should be respected for. Everyone has their own intelligence to bring to the table. And like this petty, like, oh, I'm better than you, know your place. Oh, it's giving me that energy of like, shut your mouth and look pretty. You don't know what you're talking about. But in reality, the reason they were doing that to person B is because they knew person B was right. Person B was right all along. Oh, that makes me so angry for person B. Well, no wonder person B has throat chakra issues. If you're dealing with people like that, especially like I'm getting like significant people in their life for an extended period of time, like years of their life, they were around these people, and these people like slowly like chipped away at them year by year over time, eroded person B's confidence in their intelligence and their perceptiveness and their rightness. Like, person B was right the whole time. Person B was on it. That's interesting. That's very interesting that that's coming through for person B. And so now I am seeing, because I talk about the page and the queen, that there was a progression, that person B has worked through a lot of those issues and is now in a much better place. I think person B has learned to trust themselves and their intuition. Like, if they're seeing something or they're getting a bad vibe from a person, maybe they become more discerning too. Queen of Pentacles also talks about that, right? Being discerning of who to trust and who not to trust, so they're not out here like blabbing their information with everyone. And let me be clear, this is something that really frustrates me, right? It's so unfortunate that we have to live in a world where we have to like keep our cards close to our chest and we can't trust everyone, and we have to like put on like this front of protection, when in reality, like, there's nothing morally or inherently wrong with being this Page of Swords, like being someone who wants to just share information, share knowledge, talk to people, get to know people. Like, we shouldn't be going out here acting like we can't trust people, but there are people out there who are they're just terrible. And they're unhealed, right? Hurt people. They're dealing with their own mess, and they project it onto others. And it creates this world where people can't trust each other, and you have to walk around with a guard up. And I want to be very clear that there's nothing wrong with person B wanting to be honest. Like, I think person B is a very honest person. That's the thing. Like, they don't operate that way, where they're like, oh, I have to keep my cards close to my chest. I can't trust everyone. They're not that type of person. They see the good in everyone, and they're like a little kid. They're like, oh, I want to share with you what I learned today. Oh my gosh, can you tell me about your favorite color? This is my favorite color. Like, it's so cute. Like, I'm just getting this like pure, honest energy from person B. Aw, and so person B is really like, they can feel in their intuition and their heart, and they're learning to trust that, oh, person A is like my person. Like, person A is gonna be so interested in hearing what I learned today, and I want to share with them. Like, I'm getting even like cute little things. Like, person B is the type of person that would literally like do a video call with person A. Like, let's say you two are in a relationship. Person B would call up person A just like for no reason and just talk to person B. Like, person B would be like, hey, or person A would be like, oh, you called me, what's up? And person A is just like, or person B, sorry, I'm getting mixed up. Person B would call person A, and person A would be like, oh, hey, what's up? And person B is just like, nothing, I just wanted to like talk to you. This is what I'm doing right now. Do you want to see what I'm doing right now? That's so cute. And person A is like, oh, okay. And then you guys will just stay on the line with each other for hours, just doing your own thing. But person B just wants to like be in your energy and share. Like, this person is just so transparent and honest. That's what I'm getting. This person doesn't it's not natural for this person to wear a mask and put on a front. This person, I'm getting person B is a terrible liar. If person B was trying to do like lie to person, first of all, person B like doesn't even operate that way. Like they wouldn't even lie to person A. Like they're like, what even is that? I don't understand. But if person B was trying to plan like a surprise, right, or something like that, and person A, and they had to keep it a secret from person A, obviously, because they're trying to surprise person A, they would be so bad at it. Person A would see right through them. Like, oh, that's so funny. It's so cute. Person B would be the worst. Oh, I'm picking up. You guys know, for those of you who are Marvel fans, or no, Tom Holland and Spider-Man, you know how that's like a running joke? Oh, I'm getting two examples. That's so funny. There's a running joke that Tom Holland can't ever be in interviews because that kid spoils everything. Like he always spoils all the crap that happens in the Marvel movies in the interviews. That's so funny. But Tom Holland gives me this energy, right? Like he's very, like he's just such an honest guy. He gives like golden retriever energy, you know what I mean? Like little puppy energy. He's just like, I just want to share. I want to share the deets. Like he doesn't know how to keep a secret. I'm sorry, this is such cute, endearing energy. Aw, it just makes me so upset that person B had to deal with people like that in their past when they have such pure energy. Oh, that makes me so angry. But I think that's why you're coming into this person's life and you're going to heal that for them, because you're not going to betray them. They're going to show you little pieces of this vulnerability in the beginning, which again is making me think that you two have not met yet. So I don't know, take it how it resonates, but there'll be a phase where this person will slowly open up to you and they'll see through action, like every single time it's going to be proven to them over and over again that you don't do anything with that information. You don't betray them with that information. You don't share information with people when you say you don't. Like you match your word. Like you just keep it to yourself. You treasure this person's vulnerability as sacred. You treat it with the respect that they deserve. And that's going to help heal this wound, where every single time they're like bracing for impact, like, oh no, I shouldn't have said that to them. They're going to do something now. Oh no, I shouldn't have. I'm even getting like, I don't know if this person is in the public eye or something. Or they're like, I was getting messages about, I mentioned work, like colleagues, right? Like, I don't know if they're like in an industry where there's just people that are like really like a dog eat dog. And they're just like trying to get all the information they can. It's making me think of like a celebrity, like not even gonna lie. Like that might not be the actual case, but like someone who's in the public eye or someone who's dealing with very like sensitive information. So like maybe like, I literally just heard CIA agent. I mean, that's like really literal. I don't know if that's the case, but like, or like a forensic scientist or like a judge or like someone who works in the court of law. Like, you know, those positions, or like you're in a company where you have to sign an NDA and you have to keep trade secrets or something, like, you know, like stuff like that, where you're in an industry where there's like confidential information, or like a celebrity where it's like everyone's like pining for the celebrity, right? They're like, I want to know all the gossip on them. I want to know who they're dating. I want to know where they went yesterday and all this stuff. You know how we are with celebrities. And it's giving me the energy of like someone close to a celebrity leaks information about the celebrity to the press. And now it's like a PR nightmare. And it's caused a scandal or something like that. And this person who's the celebrity in this example, right? The celebrity who's like, I thought I could trust you. You're like my closest friend. Like, how could you do that to me? Now it's causing me all these legal troubles or this headache or something like that. That's the kind of energy I'm picking up from person B. Now, I don't know if person B is actually like a public person, like a celebrity or something like that. I don't know. The tarot doesn't lie. You know, it could be anyone watching this reading. I have no idea. But if it's not that, there's like so many other examples I mentioned too, right? Where that could be a scenario and person B put their trust in people and they're just surrounded by a lot of people who are like that example for the celebrity, right? Like it might be filled with a bunch of people in the industry who are just like out for themselves, right? Like if they get the tea or the gossip, they can break the story faster and get a bunch of money or clout, or maybe they're surrounded by people who are just using them for attention or like to get, you know, clout by association or something. And people around them, their intentions are not pure. Like maybe they're in an industry or around a lot of people who are just like that, just because of the nature of that community or something. Yeah, there's some deep, like, there's like trust issues and throat chakra issues. Like this person struggled a lot with having their voice taken from them or used against them. Like their voice stamped down and like their flame put out, their confidence put down, and their trust betrayed or used against them or used over them, held over them for blackmail to get them to do things they didn't want to do. Like there's some like heavy energy coming through that person B has had to deal with. I talked a lot about person B. I'm not getting as much information coming through with person A, which is interesting. So maybe like if it is the case that you are person A, group 3, maybe it was meant to be that way, that you were just really curious about person B. It could make sense too if you're not in a connection with this person, like you've never met them before, that you want to hear more about messages about them. So there you go. But in the other readings, it was pretty balanced. But this reading, I'm like going on and on and on about person B. I'm getting so many messages about them, but I'm not really getting much from person A. I don't know why that is. That's interesting. But yeah, that's what I'm getting. I will say person A, maybe the reason I'm not picking up as much is because person A, I feel like is kind of not more evolved. I mean, I guess you could say that, but I don't mean that in a negative way. Because you got a major arcana, and the highest card that this person got was a court card, like a queen. Which makes me kind of give this idea, especially with the energy that I was picking up on so far, that person B is still working through some stuff to get to their highest potential, but person A has already gotten there, and they've just kind of been in this energy. Like they're just chilling. Like I'm getting such calm, settled, stable energy from person A. And person B is getting there, but they're not quite there yet. They're still working through some stuff because we're getting both of these energies coming out. But person A is in their Empress. They've been here, they've been comfortable, and so now they're like slowly attracting. It's coming into their life, like this abundance is being attracted to them. And they're just chilling, manifesting, you know? But person B is still working through some stuff. But it's not like anything crazy. Like person B is, we're already getting queen energy out in their side, so they're almost there. Interesting. Yeah, okay. So that's the energy check that I'm getting. That's all the messages that I'm getting for now. So we are going to take Creative Compass Oracle. And I'm going to get one card. And we're going to see the energy to represent the connection itself or the energy between the two of you. So whichever wants to come out. Some groups it was the energy that represents the overall connection in general, or what the purpose of the connection is overall. For other groups, it's been, oh, this card is sideways. That's weird. For other groups, it's been like an energy check of the connection itself, like between the dynamic between the two of you. So we'll see which one wants to come out, but okay. Let me reorient myself. I'm sitting, this is my coffee table. It's such a cool coffee table. It's like reflective. Oh, I love it. But it is a low table, so I'm sitting on pillows, like my couch pillows on the floor. So it's kind of uncomfortable. But I had to readjust my position. Oh, that kind of wanted to come out, but not all the way. So Spirit, can you give me one card to represent the connection between the two of these people? In the cards keep turning. That's interesting. I wonder why it's doing that. What is the card that represents this connection, Spirit? Can you give me one card that represents the energy between these two people in this connection? Let's do one more shuffle. Can you give me one card to represent the energy of this connection, Spirit? Oh, my battery's about to die. No! Creative seasons. Let's see. Can you see that? Creative expression has its seasons. Winter may seem like a void, but there is no endless summer. Recover, hibernate, prepare. Spring thaws you out. Okay. This is very clearly telling me maybe, oh, okay, that's why I was going on and on about person B. Okay. Oh, okay. I get it. It all makes sense now. So I was wondering that too. I was like, wow, I keep going on and on about what's going on with person B. Why is that? None of the other groups were like that. Let me see if I can get this message out without me getting cut off because the battery's low. This is definitely very clearly giving me a straightforward answer. The reason I was going on and on about person B is because I think most of my people, I think basically everyone watching this is person A probably at this point, but I'm not gonna make that assumption. Some of you may resonate with this side. However, the reason was I think some of you, like I mentioned, I'm pretty sure a lot of you have not met this person yet. You've not met this person, they've not come into union. And you're asking, in this reading, the reason you clicked on this today is because you're like, where the heck is my person? Why is it taking so long? And I think you wanted confirmation about, are you doing something wrong? Are you blocking something from happening? Is there something you need to change? Are you not manifesting properly? All these questions are going around in your head because it's just like nothing's happening and the days keep going by and you're like, it's been months, it's been years. This person is still not showing any signs of showing up in my life. What's going on? The reason is because of exactly what I just talked about. Remember I said person A seems to kind of gotten to this Empress place. They've done their healing, they've learned their lessons, they've progressed, and now they're just kind of chilling and manifesting. It did come out in your energy. This Ace of Pentacles is here. So for those of you who are person A, who are watching this reading, this is confirmation that whatever you're doing is working. Don't stop. Don't change anything. You're fine. It's not you. It's your person. Hey guys, we're back. I did end up getting cut off. Tried so hard to get the message in, but we are switching to the phone. I'm trying to get more batteries for my camera because this is crazy. The battery life is pretty awful on my camera, but in the meantime, you're gonna have to bear with the lighting changes and the sound changes when I switch between my phone and my camera. Sorry about that. But where I left off was basically the reason why we were channeling so many messages about your person is definitely because I was saying I think you guys were coming to this reading with a desire for answers and clarity on why it's taken so long for this connection to come into fruition. And it's very clear with this card, it reminds me of how we go through different seasons of change in our lives. And it reminded me, I was beginning to talk about how in my personal life, I went through a phase where the same thing was happening to me, where I was manifesting all these different things that I wanted to happen in my life. But it took so many years of inner work and healing and patience. And there were so many times in that journey when I just was so close to giving up and just being like so angry at spirit and getting fed up of like, what the heck? Like, what's going on? Like, is anything that I'm doing working? Is any of this worth any of this effort? Like, I feel like I'm going crazy. Like, nothing has happened. Why is this happening? Am I doing something wrong? Did I do something to deserve this delay? Am I blocking my manifestations in some way? And all of these questions might be circling around in your head right now. And I think this card is very much coming out, as well as all these messages up until this point, is very much coming out to confirm to you, no. Literally the reason it's taking not this long, because again, time is linear in a human's perspective, but to the universe, time does not exist, and everything is happening at the same time. It's all simultaneous. It's all parallel to one another. It's not
and everything is divine time, right? Like it's meant to happen when it's supposed to happen. It's not that you're on this prescribed timeline schedule and you're behind schedule, like you're running out of time, you're behind schedule. Like, no, that's not true. And the reason that divine timing has not brought you two together yet is because your person is not ready. They're still working through stuff and you're just chilling. That's basically why the messages came through in the way that they did in this reading, and why I was focusing so much on person B and like all the backstory of how person B got to where they're at in their current energy, and that in comparison to where you are. Again, like with this dichotomy of you being in the Empress energy while this person's in a Queen energy, they still have the King to get to and then a major arcana to get to, right? Like it's not that it's a long process. This person is almost there. Like they're in the last stage of overcoming this like throat chakra blockage, this communication blockage, this trust issue and fear blockage, so that this does not manifest in this connection. That's why. And this card is making me think of like a winter season is happening in your life, because it seems like nothing's happening. But typically winter seasons come about not only because there's like you're waiting on something and you need to be patient, like the seeds have been planted, now you're waiting for all of the things to align, the universe to do its magic and bring all of the things into alignment so that what needs to be brought to you successfully is brought to you, as well as to everyone else, right? But not only that, it's also a season where you're supposed to take a break. And there's nothing wrong with that. And I think especially in our society, especially in our capitalist, productivity-obsessed society, we cannot accept the idea that we are supposed to take a break. That it is imperative that you're supposed to take care of your body, that you're supposed to rest, that you're supposed to sleep enough hours at night, that you're supposed to eat enough to nourish your body. Like, we cannot wrap our heads around that concept, because the language that surrounds our society when it comes to that is like, oh, you're being lazy. You're not monetizing everything that you possibly could. You're wasting time. You're not being productive. You're treating yourself. Feeding yourself good food, taking care of your skin, sleeping in a couple hours. No, you're doing too much. You're being selfish. You're not sacrificing enough. In this world, we need to grind. We need to sacrifice. Success is pain. All these like ideas that are communicated in our society about how you're supposed to be a good functioning human in society. And this is something I'm personally very passionate about. And I get more and more frustrated when I see these rhetorics being like spewed. And who do you see this always being repeated by? Where does this come from? The people who are in charge. Why? Because the people who are in charge benefit from you working like a slave every single day. This is just a lie, right? Like this whole notion that, oh, you have to constantly be productive. You have to constantly be working. If you sit still for 2 seconds and, God forbid, like waste your time taking care of yourself, what a waste of space. What a waste of time. Like, no. Of course it's not a waste of time. And in fact, people who are at the top, who are in charge, aka CEOs, aka the people who make laws, politicians, people who are benefiting off of you working your ass off to give them more money and more profit, they're the ones that of course are going to sit there and tell you, you need to grind. What are you doing being lazy, not making me money? Why aren't you working 24/7? And that's where this idea of like, things need to constantly be happening in my life. If I'm sitting like a lump on a log, I'm a waste of space. I'm wasting my time. I'm a waste of existence. Is just absolutely unequivocally not true. And I think group 3, you needed to hear this today. That you are not at fault. You're not doing anything wrong. You are not behind. And you are allowed to just sit and be lazy. You're allowed to just sleep all day. Dare I say it? Sleep all day? Ew. No, you are. You can do whatever the heck you want. If that's what helps you and makes you feel better, do it. What the heck? Dare I say you can indulge in your favorite sweet treats, in some unhealthy fast food every once in a while. You can do that. Like, we're so averse to even thinking about doing things like this, because it's like, how dare you suggest that you can just have whatever you want? That's not how this world works. We have to suffer. We have to sacrifice to get what we want. And that is exactly the opposite of abundance mindset. That is scarcity mindset. Oh, I need to suffer in order to receive the blessings that I deserve. I can't possibly just have things fall in my lap. That can't possibly be true. What's the catch? And so we tell ourselves these storylines, and those storylines become bigger and bigger and bigger, and they intertwine into all aspects of our life. And I think this is something that you finally got into a place, group 1, where you're able to sit in this Empress energy, where you know you will receive what you deserve simply because you are worthy. You don't have to bust your butt for it. You don't have to prove yourself to anyone for it. You don't have to be productive or provide value for someone else in order for you to receive something. No, the fact that you were born and created in God's image and you're just here on this earth, you're a part and parcel of spirit. You are a part of the spirit, the source. And the fact that you are and you're here and you exist is all the reason that you need in order to get whatever the heck you want. You don't have to work for it. And that, I know if I said that to just any person who isn't a part of the spiritual community and doesn't have the context, they would be so offended by that. They would just be like, get your head out of the clouds. What are you talking about? That's not real. That's not how the world works. And it's so unfortunate that we are this far gone, that we are so brainwashed into that mindset that we can't even fathom. No, you just deserve your blessings because you deserve them, point blank period. There's nothing else to it. And that in itself is a journey to get to that place of belief that, oh, I just deserve things because I deserve them. I deserve to be treated kindly. I deserve abundance. I deserve the fruits of my labor just because I exist. That's a journey to get to that place of such self-confidence and contentment and belief in your worthiness. And that's something I think that you have really worked on, group 3, and you're finally in that energy. I see it so clearly. The fact that you got an Empress and the Ace of Pentacles is whatever you're doing, whatever you've done so far, it's all a part of the plan, sweetheart. You're doing just fine. You're doing great. Because it's working. You're getting your Ace of Pentacles. It's showing up in your energy. It's coming. I like to say, whether you like it or not, it's coming. Your manifestations are going full speed towards you, girly. Girly is non-gender specific, of course. Regardless of if you want it or not, there's no turning back now. I mean, obviously, if you do change your mind and you want to manifest something else, then you can. But I don't get the feeling that that's the case for my group 3s. You want something specific. You want several things very specific, and you're getting them because it's showing up in your energy. And things not happening in the physical 3D plane does not mean anything. That does not mean anything. It's not a sign that it's not working. It's not a sign that you're messing something up. It's not a sign that you're behind. In fact, it has nothing to do with you. The reason it hasn't manifested yet is because of everyone else. One of those people being your person. And when I say everyone else, it's not just your person. There's so many other things, and I think that's one of the readings I will do in an upcoming. So if you're interested, I would love if you subscribed. But anyways, in the future, one of the upcoming readings I would like to do is to tap into the energy, like what's going on around you that you're not seeing, to explain why certain things are happening in your life or not happening in your life, and give you very concrete evidence of what is going on in other areas or other realms where spirit is doing things to bring about your manifestation, arranging all the domino pieces so when that first domino knocks over, everything else falls over in perfect alignment. Because if all those dominoes pieces are not aligned, they're not going to fall over in succession, right? Every single piece has to be in its exact spot for this to work, for that domino effect to work. But until then, like, a spirit is working on putting all the domino pieces in the right places right now. And I'm getting this energy that what you're manifesting has a lot of moving parts. Like, it's a big manifestation. Even if to you it seems like it's small, like maybe you yourself are just asking for one piece of the manifestation and you don't even realize how many other things are attached to that manifestation that also need to come to fruition in perfect timing and perfect alignment. Like, I don't even think you realize how many. It's like when you order something from like a small business and you get your one product, you're like, yay, I'm so happy I got my one product. And then they give you like 5 freebies with that product. And you're like, wow, I wasn't expecting all this. Like that complimentary, like all these little goodies that small businesses love to give, like when like the people customize their packages and they give you all these free things. Like sometimes when I've ordered some of these decks from like Tarot Stack, for example, or like when I get gemstone jewelry from like different spiritual shops, and a lot of these crystals that I have are from those shops. They're like freebies. Like this one in particular was a freebie from Vanessa Samoya's jewelry shop. I got like some rings from her, and I've ordered from her like 2 or 3 times, and each time she gives you a free crystal. So that's interesting that in this group I'm talking about this, and I happen to have you picked the crystal that was one of those freebies. That in itself, I think, is a message of confirmation that you're gonna get a bunch of freebies in your manifestation, group 1. Group 3, just kidding, group 3. I don't know why I keep saying the wrong group number. You guys are going to get a bunch of freebies. You're going to get a bunch of extra things coming in your manifestation. But because of that, that's all the more reason why it's taking so long. Because there's so many moving parts. Like there's so many people that are involved in this manifestation. So many other life paths and journeys that are intertwined with your journey. Like I'm getting big things. Like I'm getting companies that are being shifted and changed for your manifestation to work. I'm getting people are changing jobs who you're going to work with in the future that need to be in the right place at the right time so you can meet them for your manifestation to work. Like I'm getting that industries are shifting, like cultures are shifting, so it's more appropriate that when you enter the industry or the culture that it lines up with your manifestation. Like there's like all these big things that are shifting that involves so many people, and they just take time by the nature of it. Like I mentioned that one example of like culture shifting in an industry, that takes time. Wow, that's crazy. What the heck are you manifesting, group 3? What? Can you comment down below if you're in group 3 and this is resonating for you? What are you manifesting? I'm curious. I'm being nosy, like this Seeker of Swords, this Page of Swords, like your person. I want to know what's going on here, because this is big energy. So I think that came through just to validate you guys that basically, moral of the story, it's not you. And I hope that gives you reassurance so that you can take the pressure off of yourself. I think group 3, you've been putting a lot of unnecessary pressure on yourself to like do more or change yourself because you have this belief that there's still, I think you've gotten a lot better about this because you have the Empress in your energy, but there's still that part of you that's like, oh, I'm doing something wrong. I need to change something. I need to get better at XYZ. Like there's always this constant like need for productivity and self-improvement, but you haven't given yourself the chance, right? Like it may seem like a void, but there's no endless summer. Recover, hibernate, prepare. Exactly. Recover, hibernate, prepare. Spring thaws you out. You don't need to change anything in your behavior and your surroundings. It will come to you when the time is right, and then you'll know. Maybe you're trying to like work on habits or change things about your lifestyle or something, But in the situation that you're in currently, you don't have all the tools that are accessible to you to be able to do that, just because of the situation that you're in. I'm getting an example of someone who's living in a certain neighborhood or apartment, or like a city or a country, where the culture or the surroundings of the environment just doesn't allow you to do certain habits that you really want to do. I'm channeling an example. Hold on, to make this more clear. Okay, this is really specific. Maybe this is for some of you, or maybe this is just a random example. Usually if it pops up in my head, it means I'm speaking to some specific person's situation. But let's say you really want to get into exercising or walking, or like going outdoors more often and doing physical activity, right? That's like a habit. Maybe that's like a New Year's resolution that you're really trying to work on, and you've been working on it for a while. But maybe you're in a position where I'm channeling this as an example, but this is actually like what my situation was a couple of years ago. Well, not a couple of years ago. I'm still in the situation, but it's a little better now. But basically, let's say person A, maybe you're in a situation where you have a job, or you work multiple jobs or something. Like you're working somewhere and you need to make money, and the hours of your job are when the sun is out. So you're at your work when the sun is out, but then by the time you get back from work, it's like dark out. The sun has set. That makes sense, especially if you're experiencing winter where you're living at this time. So like in the morning, it's dark out, and then by the time you have to leave for work, it's still dark out. The sun hasn't come up yet, and then by the time you come back, the sun is still dark. Oh my gosh, I remember going through this. It's so awful. I hated it. I hated winter time when I was in my job. I mean, I'm still at my job. I don't know why I keep saying I'm not there anymore. But, oh my gosh, it was so frustrating to deal with that. Because I just wanted to go out when the sun was out and like just sit in the sun and get my vitamin D. Which I was deficient, by the way, in vitamin D as well. So it was that serious. And I just couldn't find the time or get access to do what I wanted to do. Like I wanted to go out and go for walks. I wanted to do yoga. I wanted to exercise in the gym. And I just literally did not have enough time in my schedule. And maybe you've watched, I'm just getting this all of a sudden, maybe you've watched a lot of content, Group 3, that's very much... You know, there's certain parts of the manifestation community or like the self-improvement community that's like very, it can be a bit ignorant in that like, oh, if you really wanted to do it, you would make the time. There's no excuses. Make your dreams come true. You can make all your goals come true. And it's a bit tone deaf in that they don't take into account like the systemic barriers that certain people have to deal with in the real world. Like we can't ignore that fact about human life. I think we have this like, there's this like toxic positivity in certain communities where we just don't want to believe that we don't have control over everything in our lives. And to an extent, obviously you can manifest anything that you want. That's 1000% real, 1000%. However, things like divine timing and circumstances taking time to come to fruition are very valid and very real. And I think more people need to have a balanced approach in how this world works. And we need to remember that we're still living in a physical 3D reality. Like we're not up in the realms in the spirit world where things manifest like this and there's no physical barriers. But Group 3, you might be in a situation where you've really struggled with that balance of like, and maybe that's why you're like taking it on as if it's your fault. Like, oh, there's no changes in my surroundings. That means it's my fault. I don't want it bad enough. Like there's some people in like the really extreme parts of the manifestation community that just piss me off. Like, let me be real. Let me not mince my words, because they will then shame you or judge you if you have not manifested what you want, or judge you for being in situations that are hard to get out of and say that it's your fault. Oh, you just don't want it bad enough. oh, you're just doing it wrong. You're not manifesting properly. That's why you're still in this situation. If you knew what you were doing, if you were manifesting properly, if you really believed in yourself, then you wouldn't be here anymore. And that rhetoric might be something that has been projected onto you and you've taken that on. And it's extremely unfair. First of all, let me call that out, group 3. That's very unrealistic and unfair, because there are so many circumstances in which there are plenty of people that could still be stuck in situations they don't desire, even if they're manifesting something completely different from that. Like, again, we can't forget that we live on a 3D earthly plane, and divine timing is real. And some people, it's not always about your will. Like, your will does exist at all times, but you are not the only person that exists in this universe. You are a co-creator. You are not the only creator. You are a co-creator. The universe has to work with you as well. And they will. They will give you whatever you ask for. Point blank period. I know some of these messages, I'm getting some resistance when I'm saying these. Maybe because of things that you've heard in your surroundings from certain people, or maybe these are beliefs that you're still working through. But some of these things that I'm saying, like, you can get whatever you want, there's some resistance I'm picking up from you, group 3, of like, you don't believe me when I'm saying that. I can pick it up in your energy. You're like, I don't know about that, because of the situation that you've been in, where you're like, well, my desires have not manifested yet. But this is the tricky thing, and I totally understand where you're coming from, because I've been through this exact journey, this exact same thing, where I was very cynical, because it took me years, like years and years and years of patience to see any fruits of my labor, to see any of my manifestations even begin to show signs. But it really is true when I say it is working out for you. It's just not in your face. It's working out for you in spaces and places that you can't see yet. And because you can't see it, right? Human beings' brains are wired in that they need to see it to believe it. But the dichotomy and the irony of spiritual manifestation is you need to believe it to see it. That's where faith comes in. Faith is so important in getting manifestations to work. And I'm not saying that you're not being faithful and that's why your manifestation isn't working. I literally just told you the reason it's not happening yet is because there's other shit being worked out right now. Because there's so many moving pieces to your manifestation that it just naturally is like, there's no way around it. And that's the thing that makes me mad about manifestation communities that use that kind of toxic, put all the blame on the individual. Because that's not how the universe works. Like, things take time. Big things take even more time. That's literally just logic. That's how it works. It's just like not possible to live on Earth and get around our physical reality. It takes time for your counterpart, if you want to unite with them when they're in a good place and you don't want to deal with the headache and the drama of wounds being projected on each other and arguments and like dealing with projecting on one another and not being in your full capacity even though you see their potential. Like, if you want to avoid all of that, then that means you have to wait before a union happens so your person can get their shit together before they meet you. Right? Like, that's how it works. You can't have both. Your person is on their own journey too. And so are all the thousands of other people who are on their own individual journeys that you are going to then affect once your manifestation comes into fruition. The thousands of other people you're going to work with, the thousands of people who are going to follow you if you have a platform, the thousands of people that are at the company that you're going to work with in the future, the thousands of other people that are going to be affected by your story. Like, they all also are on individual journeys just like you. And that's like, I think we struggle to grasp that idea of why divine timing is a thing and how the universe is like, we always say, oh, there's things happening in the background. The universe is working on it. But like, what does that actually mean? It literally means the universe is teaching all of those thousands of other people their own individual lessons and getting them to the space where they're prepared to cross paths with you in whatever way they're going to cross paths. And the people who think bigger and manifest bigger things for themselves, the longer it takes because there's more gravity at stake in that manifestation. There's more changes that need to take an effect because there's so many things that your manifestation is going to touch. Like, if I can give a concrete example, if you're manifesting a career change where you become famous in some way, like, not that you're manifesting fame, but it becomes a byproduct because of what you're working on, now you're going to have a following, and millions, it could be millions of people, thousands, millions of people that are now following your content, and each of those millions of people have their own journey of meeting you where you're at the right time. And oftentimes in my life, when I watch content creators or people that have a platform who have changed my life, they come to me in divine timing. Like, I was meant to start following this person at this exact moment of my life because of where I am in my journey. Could you imagine the flip side of that group 3? Like, if you're manifesting something like that where you're going to have a following, if I'm one of your followers and I'm on my own journey, like, I need to be at the right place at the right time to find you at the right place at the right time when you are already big and have a certain amount of followers, right? Like, do you see how there's so many pieces that are interconnected and bringing manifestations into reality? Like, it's like fascinating to me. I could talk about this for hours, like thinking about how the universe works to bring things into fruition is so fascinating to me. Like, that's big brain energy. Like, that's like, you have to zoom out so much, and like, some people's minds just can't conceptualize that kind of grandiose type of energy where it's like bird's eye view. Like, you're seeing the whole chessboard, all the moving pieces, not just like your little corner with your problems and your family and your acquaintances and your job and, like, you know what I mean? Your colleagues, your friends. Like, you in itself are a microcosm of an experience. Now multiply that by 7 billion people on this earth. That's crazy to think about. Like, each and every single 7 billion people on this earth have their own journey with their own spirit guides, and they're all interconnected in some way. They're all different soul families and different star systems and different star seeds with their own spirit guides working together. And some of their spirit guides know these spirit guides, and they're all in different places on the globe, and they're all experiencing different things, but the same things, because we're all humans and we have a collective experience and everyone's a part of different collectives. Like, you know what I mean? That's like crazy. That's so much to think about. That's so insane. But that's how the universe works. And every time I get into this like pigeonhole place of like, why isn't this specific thing working out for me? Why aren't my manifestations working out for me? And I lose perspective, and I get really focused on like my tiny little problems. And that's not to say that your problems are insignificant. Obviously they're very significant because it's your life and you're being directly affected by those things. So that's not to say that your problems are not valid, because they very much are, and they genuinely affect you deeply. But I think I say that because it's really relieving for me every time I'd get lost in that tunnel vision of like, I can't think outside of anything else besides this one problem. I like to go outside and look at the stars and like think about, where are the planets right now? And like the concept of like black holes and the sun and gravity and like all these big concepts. Like, when I think about space and I think about the universe and how small we are and how much we haven't discovered yet in the vast expanse of the universe, like, that really pulls me out of my nonsense. Like, my problems disappear when I start getting lost in like astronomy and astrology, and because that's a direct physical manifestation of the universe, right? Like, we can go outside at night and look at the stars, and there it is, there's the universe. Like, the universe is such a abstract concept when we talk about it in these readings, but like, no, it's out there, it's real. Like, just go outside and look at the stars, it's right there. Several billions of light years ago, we were all one star, and the Big Bang happened, and everything was created, and now we're just a forever expanding universe. And I like to think about that. I think about that whenever I get stuck. and I'm like cycling on this one problem, and I'm overthinking, I'm getting frustrated, I'm pushing and I'm forcing, and I'm losing perspective. And every single time when I'm doing that, that pattern starts again. I catch myself. I'm like, oh, I'm doing it again. This isn't helping me. There's no solution here. There's no, like, if I keep thinking about it, I'll find out the solution. Like, that's not, the brain convinces us that if we keep ruminating that it's going to fix itself or solve itself. Like, no, that never works. That never works, because it would have worked the first 100 times you did it. It would have fixed itself by now. But I catch myself and then I walk away and I think about big things like that. Like, where do we come from? Why are we here? What's the purpose of humanity? What star seed am I? What star system am I from? What was my past life? Like, big existential questions. Like, that stuff takes you out of any problem you have on this earthly, mundane, or human plane. It'll snap you right out of it if you start thinking about stuff like that. And I don't know why I just went on that whole tangent, but I think that might really resonate with you guys. Maybe you also have the same types of questions. Maybe that's something that the two of you and your person will talk about all the time, is like really big idea, philosophical type questions like that, like concepts like that. And I think that could be really helpful for you group threes. I think I'm bringing that up because you might be stuck in a cycle of rumination and beating yourself up for it, that you're not doing enough and that your problems aren't getting fixed because you deserve it and you're not doing what you're supposed to for some reason. Like, you keep conjecturing that, and that's just not true. And I think I'm hearing go touch grass, but I think group 3, you have to ground yourself a little bit, like pull yourself out. There's like too much energy in the mind right now for you. And it's not that you're far off. Like, you're already in your Empress energy. That's the thing. Like, you already made it. Like, you did everything that you need to do. There's nothing left for you to do. Now you're literally just throwing your feet up, kicking back, and like enjoying yourself. Like, chill, like take a break. You don't have to do anything anymore. Anything that you do want to do should be solely because you are doing it out of pure joy and fun. Like, you're just doing it for enjoyment. Like, it's a hobby. You're playing, you're having fun. Go hang out with your loved ones, or paint a painting, or play games. I don't know, do something fun just for the sake of doing something fun, because you don't have anything else left to do. You are not the reason your manifestations are not here yet. There's nothing that you're doing that's wrong. The rest is just up to the universe to work everything else out. Until everything comes into alignment, you just need to chill and have fun. Don't make it hard on yourself for no freaking reason, because there isn't a reason. And I think you needed this confirmation. I think now that you have the confirmation, it's going to be easier for you. You'll catch yourself. But I think up until now, there's like a voice inside of you that kept convincing you that, oh, you're delusional, like you're blocking your manifestations, or they're never going to happen because of XYZ. Like, there is something. I was getting the message, group 3, that you need to ground. Go touch grass. That's so funny. That's like one of the funniest like phrases that's come out of Gen Z, like nonsense. But like, literally, like going outside, like I was getting all those messages about like the sun being out, and like you might not be in a position where it's easy for you to be able to implement all of the habits that you really want to do, all the changes in your lifestyle, simply because of the situation that you're in. Like, it's not fair to ask more of yourself, because you're just not in a favorable situation right now to do that. You will be eventually, but not right now. So don't force yourself to do things that are unfair and unnatural to you when you're in your current circumstances. In the meantime, do what you can. Just what you can. Even if it's small, that doesn't mean you're falling behind. That doesn't mean you're not good enough. That doesn't mean you're not doing enough. Do not fall for that bullcrap. You are doing the best you can with the situation that you're in, given the circumstance and the knowledge that you have. Stop putting so much pressure on yourself. Stop it. You are doing just fine. It is happening this way for a reason. Don't rush. I know We've probably gotten that message a million times in readings, like, be patient, be patient, be patient. I'm not going to tell you to sit here and be patient and then just leave it at that, because that's annoying. But I've explained to you what's going on in your circumstance. And I think this group is really going to benefit from that reading I was talking about, like what's going on around you. So I'll do that next. And then there's just like general guidance and advice from spirit. But I've already explained to you a little bit and given you some insight on why it's happening this way. So trust that. You don't have to do anything else. You're fine. It's all good. Nothing else you need to do. Take the pressure off your shoulders. Enjoy yourself. Chill. Okay. So yeah. That energy check was kind of long. But those messages really needed to come out for this group for sure. So the next part of the reading, let's get some updates. What is happening next in this connection or in general? So we are going to get one card from the same deck, tarot deck, Mystic Dreams tarot deck, and then we are going to get additional cards from our tea leaf oracle deck. So let's see what comes out for my group 3s. What's happening next? Oops. What's happening next in this connection, spirit? For group 3, what's happening next in this connection? Can I get one card, spirit? Oh my goodness. Not gonna take all those, but that was interesting that just happened. Group 3, my spirit guides, or spirit in general. I don't know why I said that, it was weird. Can I get one card? What is coming next in this connection? What's next in this connection for my group 3s and their divine counterpart, twin flame connection? What's next? Let's see. 10 of Cups! Girl, what? Wow. Oh my gosh. Wait, let me double check if that's actually centered, because that's going to drive me crazy if it's not. There we go. Okay. Wow, what a beautiful card. What the heck's on the back of the deck? Oh, 2 of Swords. Interesting. This energy kind of reminds me of what we were just talking about for you guys, for person A, right? That energy of like, I'm confused. I don't know if I'm blocking my manifestation, if I'm not doing what I'm supposed to be doing. Is that why there's a delay? Blah, blah, blah. When in reality, that's not the case. But, I mean, obviously, look at this. 10 of Cups. Let's get some additional tea leaf cards. Let's get this deck out. Let's see. All right. So here's our tea leaf. This one's a little hard to... Okay. There's cards flying out. Oh... That's a lot. I don't know if we should take all of those. Should I take these cards, Spirit? Alright, I'm getting a yes. We're diving in. Like, already the fact that the cards are coming out so fast is definitely giving me that something is going to happen very soon. Ooh, okay. Teapot, deep friendship with someone of the same sex. So you might be manifesting a new friendship. Now, what I say, I don't know if this is specifically what you're manifesting, group 3, or if there's something else you're manifesting, but I told you you're going to get a bunch of freebies, a lot of additional things that are coming with your manifestation that you did not see coming. This might be one of those things. I'm kind of getting that. Give me a second. Let me just set the deck aside here. Don't fall, please. Okay, so you got a bunch of other cards that just came out immediately, so that's definitely telling me something's about to happen. Interesting. Also, take these cards with a grain of salt. Like, they seem very, like, they're very specific and they're kind of intense. But that's not necessarily what they actually mean. Someone will try to make you do something against your will. So we'll see what that's talking about. Quill, get back to the basics. Yeah, that makes sense with what I was talking about in the earlier part of your reading. Yeah, let's do like that. And then last, flag, do not be tempted to lower your standards. Interesting. I'm being called to pull more, which I didn't pull. Oopsie, just knocked the table. I didn't pull more than this for any of the other groups, but I'm feeling called to pull some more. Oh my gosh, this is not shuffling right. I don't know if I'm gonna take those. There's like a ton of cards flying out for you guys. Jesus. Where did that card go? Okay. I think we'll definitely take this one because that was crazy. Should I take this? Yeah. Family wishes come true with the 10 of Cups. Oh my god. Ah! How perfect. That's literally what the 10 of Cups talks about. I'm not going to take these. I'm not going to take all these. There's like 10 more cards that flew out. Spirit. Can I get one more card? What's happening next in this connection? This deck is so hard to shuffle. My hands are too small for this. What's happening next in this connection? What's happening, oh my gosh, next in this connection? Should I take this card? Yes. Did anything else fall out? I think I'll just take these two then. Should I take both of these? Yes, okay, so 2 more cards fell out. What is this? Stork. News of a birth or a new, oh my gosh. News of a birth or a new business opportunity. Ace of Pentacles, literally. That just came out in your energy already. You are manifesting this. Literally. Let's put you here, I guess. Ah, that's not what I wanted. Please hold. Okay. And then Cain, pay attention to your health. Yep. These are all confirming the messages we've already got so far. Okay, so on the deck, this card was showing like this because these all are mixed up. Like some of them are facing down, some of them are facing up, you know. I just looked down and this was facing up. So May is coming out. May could be significant in some way. May might be the next thing, like one of these the next significant thing that's going to happen. The connection is going to happen in May. That's coming through. It also could be someone's birthday in May, either yours or your person or someone significant. May is coming out, it's being highlighted, so that's important. May is also the 5th month. Number 5 could be significant as well. But let's take a look. Your group, for sure, out of any other group, has got the most tea leaf oracle cards. Holy crap, like way more than any of the other groups. There's a lot of message coming out here. First, I want to talk about, let's move these. Can you see? Oh, I can just do that. What am I doing? You can see that. Yeah, you can see that. Can you see the stork? A little bit. Let's turn it like that. Let's start with the 10 of Pentacles. For sure, 10 of Pentacles with the well, clarifying it. Literally, this is like, these mean the same thing. 10 of Pentacles on the traditional tarot literally shows a happy family sitting, looking back at their beautiful house that they own on this lawn with their 2 beautiful children playing in the grass and a rainbow in the background. Like, it's literally like pure family emotional bliss. It doesn't have to necessarily be about family specifically, but just any of your loved ones, whether it be family, friends, your future spouse, your divine counterpart, your soulmate. This is a very blessed card, like a very auspicious card. It is one of the happiest cards in the tarot deck and one of the most positive cards to come out when talking about romantic union, which is what the topic of this entire reading is. If you are manifesting your person, like if that's specifically who you're trying to manifest, or it's one of the things you're manifesting, and you want to start a family with them, for those of you who want to have kids and stuff, or you just want to build a home with them and get like pets with them or something, if that's what you're desiring, this is like clear, like double confirmation that that is like set in stone. Like that's promised to you in your future. It's going to happen. It might happen sooner than you think with how fast these cards came out. Like this, you might reach this stage way faster than you think it will. You may be thinking like, oh, maybe in like the next 5 years we'll get there one day. No. These cards came out, again, like I didn't even have, it's very particular in readings. If I'm shuffling and I like, usually when I shuffle, it's very particular and like very notable how the deck behaves when I shuffle. When I shuffle, for example, this deck, I will shuffle. And then when I feel right, intuitively, I stop shuffling. And then you saw me, I pick cards from the top of the deck, right? If I go to shuffle and I do this and the cards already flop out on their own before I've even like gone down to begin my next shuffling, that means that card really wanted to come out. Like that message needed to be known. It's either a very significant message or it communicates timing, like urgency. Like obviously, metaphorically, we can say that if it takes forever for a card to come out when you're shuffling, that means it's going to take longer or there's like some resistance in the energy. Whereas if the card comes out immediately without even you trying, like I didn't even try, it just like whoop, they exploded out and you got so much energy. You got so many cards. That means, like I was talking about through this whole reading, your manifestation is big and it has a lot of moving parts. And there's a lot of things, freebies, extra gifts that are going to come to you that you're not expecting. And it's going to come in faster than you're expecting. And I think that's even more of the case because it seems like you guys have been waiting for something to happen for many, many years, for a very long time. And I think, again, it's going to come in so soon that it's going to like scare you or shock you a little bit how overwhelming it's going to be because it's all going to come in like this. Like it's been nothing for years. And then bleh, all of a sudden, like everything's happening all at once, back to back. Like, and you can't like fathom or make sense of what's happening because everything's happening so fast. I think that's why, where was it? Yeah, I think it was this one. No, these two, right? These two. I think that's why these two cards came out to confirm the message I was getting in the previous section of your reading where I was talking about you need to ground yourself, group 3. I think it's not just now. It's not pertaining to what you're going through now. It's also something that you're preparing for when your manifestation gets here. It's not something that's blocking your manifestation, I don't think. Like if you don't do this, like it's not, that doesn't mean like the manifestation is like going to wait for you. But I think it's going to make it easier for you to move through this, right? Get back to basics, simplify your life. Stop doing too much, stop putting so much pressure on yourself. You don't need to do anything right now. And then pay attention to your health. It's just reminding me of like rest, rejuvenate, relax. Don't stress yourself out. Don't put pressure on yourself that's going to cause you more health issues or physical duress or anything, mental duress. And I think this is setting you up to create a healthy practice or habit that's going to help keep you grounded for when all of this mess comes into your life. And it can be overwhelming when things are happening all of a sudden, like if you're suddenly getting really famous and you have a bunch of followers, or all of a sudden all these people are coming into your life. You're meeting all these new people and they're all your soul family and you're like, oh my God, like I can't process, this is crazy. And like all these like maybe these insecurities or these wounds are coming up because you're like, oh, I thought I dealt with all of this, but like now I'm getting overwhelmed or I'm getting cold feet. Like, can I do this? Can I sustain relationships with these people? These people are too good to be true. I'm starting to have trust issues. Like, right? Like all these things might come up for you when everything starts coming in all at once. And I'm getting that everything is going to come in all at once. Like your abundance is going to come in at once. You're going to meet a bunch of people at once. You might meet your counterpart at the same time as like your entire soul family. And it's just a lot. Like it's everything you've ever wanted, but it's like all at once. And it's like no chill. Like you have no breathing room and time to just like process and collect yourself and like sit with the energy of like, oh my God, this is actually happening. Like it's happening. Was the meme from The Office where Michael Scott there's like a fire drill happening and like, or it's not even a fire drill. There is a fire drill, but Dwight, so one of the characters on The Office, for those of you who haven't watched, he does this like mandatory fire hazard training thing where he like sets off the alarm and like does a fake fire drill, but no one else in the office knows that. They think it's a real fire. And so it's just chaos breaks out and they're all freaking out. And Dwight the whole time is talking to the camera like, yes, this is exactly what I want. Good job, guys. Remember what you're supposed to do in the fire protocol. Like he intentionally set off the alarm and started a fire to test everyone for like training. But everyone else thinks it's like a real fire. I think it was a real fire though. Like Dwight literally set something on fire. And that's why everyone's freaking out. But he did it on purpose to just practice, like do a practice fire drill, but like insane level, like on crack. And it reminded me of the one scene where Michael's like, okay, it's happening, everyone stay calm. And he's the one who's freaking out the most. And then he like books it. He leaves the office and just abandons everyone, all of his coworkers. He leaves everyone behind and like leaves the building because he's freaking out so much. And everyone else is still there freaking out. And it was just chaos. Oh my God, that was so funny. It's one of my favorite memes from The Office. That's the energy I'm picking up for when your manifestation comes in. This 10 of Cups, right? There's 10 cups on this card. It's a lot. It's not just the one cup that you were focusing on manifesting the whole time, or maybe even like 2 or 3. Like you're like, whoa, I'm asking for a lot. 3 cups. And the universe is like, oh girl, what are you talking about? And dumps 10 cups on you all at once. They're like, you deserve everything. Let me give you 10. Here, 11. Take 13. Take 20 cups. You can have whatever you want. What are you talking about? 3 cups. A cute little 3 cups. You're cute. 3 cups. That's what I'm getting. It's going to be a lot. So that's why Spirit must be coming through to remind you, like, really do take the time that you have now. That it's a chill period before the calm before the storm, you know, but a good storm, it's a good storm, not a bad storm. Take the time to really get good and practice that skill of grounding yourself, whether that be a specific routine, like if you like doing physical activities, like exercise, if that helps ground you, like running or yoga or something, or going to the gym. Whether there's a lot of ways you can ground. I think there's specific examples that people tend to use a lot, but that might not work for everyone. So like meditation is another one that could be your cup of tea. If it's not your cup of tea, that's fine. Don't force these things if they're not your cup of tea, if they're not the way that you like to ground. Sometimes it's just going outside and sticking your feet in the grass, hugging trees, like literally, like touch nature, touch grass. That could help. For some of you, it might be getting in water, swimming, you know, taking a shower, sitting in a bath. That's another thing. I know that's helped me a lot. Something else that I feel like helps me a lot too is like doing chores, like that could be very grounding. It puts you back in the mundane reality of everyday life. When you've been like up in the upper chakras and the higher realms and you're just kind of like, woo! And you forget that you're a human and you have things to do. Sometimes it's helpful. I think one of the most helpful things for me is to cook food for myself. The process of cooking things and then eating the food that I cooked is really grounding and healing for me. So that could be something that you can try as well that could help ground you. A method that not everyone talks about, but I think is very, very helpful because you're taking foods from the earth, things that have been farmed, and they're physical objects that are gonna be cooked, and the process of cooking is very satisfying. Not for everyone, it's not everyone's cup of tea, right? Again, so if you hate cooking and it's too much of a hassle and you're not about it and you don't think you're that much of a good cook, it's not your strong suit, that's totally fine. Ignore this message. But for those of you who haven't tried it, I definitely highly recommend, if you're interested, cooking can be very grounding for you. And also it's nourishing, right? If you cook healthy foods or foods that are good for you, it helps your health, which is another way to ground yourself and take care of yourself, right? So there's a lot of different things. Sometimes literally just sitting on my bed and folding laundry while I watch my favorite YouTubers or listen to a great audiobook or watch a nice movie in the background. Like literally things like that can help ground me and calm me down too. And that's things that people don't usually talk about. That's not the traditional, like, oh, meditate and do yoga. Like that's the thing everyone always talks about. Go for a walk. But sometimes that might not work for everyone. It just depends on the context of your lifestyle, right? Like if you go out walking every single day to go get groceries or something, like going out and walking is not going to do anything for you. You know what I mean? Like that kind of thing. So just depends on what your lifestyle is and your personal needs are. So yeah. That definitely was coming through strongly. Spirit really wants you to get good at grounding yourself, because we've just confirmed at this point that everything's going to come in very soon. And it's a lot of things. I want to talk about this situation here is very interesting to me. So we have the club. Gosh, I'm trying really hard not to mess up the layout of the cards. It might be a futile attempt here. Flag, and then let's do like this, teapot, and then keep this here. Okay. These are interesting to me. Where do we start? Well, first let's start here. I'm gonna be real. I'm just channeling that I think you're gonna meet a new friend that is going to be the person that brings you to your manifestation. Like this friend, I think, is not someone you're expecting to come into your life. Like I was saying, immediately when I saw this card, I was thinking like, oh, there's the extra bonus. There's the bonus. I don't think you're sitting here, I think you're manifesting better connections in your life for sure, in general. But I don't think you're specifically expecting to get like a new soul friendship, like a soulmate that's platonic. But that's what I'm getting here, is you're gonna either, I think there's someone in particular who's gonna come into your life first, and then there's gonna be like all of the other soul tribe members of your soul family, including your divine counterpart, your twin flame, are going to be connected to this person in some way. I don't know. This could be a mutual friend. I don't know for sure. For some of you, it's a mutual friend. For others of you, it's like degrees of separation. Like this person knows your person who or this person knows someone who knows your person. Like, you know, that kind of thing. Like they're in the same circles. Maybe they work in the same industry, or they're a part of the same company, but they don't work together. They're like in different departments. Maybe you get invited. Okay, let me just channel, because I'm channeling things now. For some of you, I'm getting a situation where you're gonna meet this person next, and then you're gonna get invited to something that this person is going to, like some event. It could be a work event, like a conference. It could be like a mixer to meet new people at your job. If you might get a new job and you're meeting new people at your job, you meet this person at the job, they invite you to the mixer, you meet your future spouse or your divine counterpart. I keep saying future spouse, so this group, I think you're gonna marry your divine counterpart or soulmate. Like that's coming through very particularly. Like we also got the message about family. Like this group might be one of the more traditional groups in that you're going to follow the very, like, you're going to get married, you're going to have kids, you're going to start a family. Like something like that is coming through for this group, because I keep wanting to say future spouse. But sorry, let me adjust myself again because it's starting to hurt. Oops. So I'm getting that scenario very strongly. If it's not career related, this friend that you meet is going to invite you to some kind of a social gathering. I'm immediately hearing wedding. Did I already say that for another group? Like weddings keep coming through really strong. Like a bunch of you are going to go to weddings or something. Like I don't know what's going on here. This friend could invite you to a wedding and you meet your divine counterpart and your soul tribe at a wedding, or some members of your soul tribe at a wedding. It could also be like a party, like a house party, not like those stereotypical house parties that are like get the cops called on you or something like that, like not reckless like that, but just something chill. For some of you, it might just be a social gathering, like this friend invites you out to like go get drinks at a bar or something, and they're like meet up with their friend. They're meeting up with their friends. You meet their friends, and then your divine counterpart is there or something. Something like this. I'm getting a bunch of examples, but you can basically understand the gist. Like something of that nature. This friend. I'm even getting like. Wow, this is really specific. Why am I channeling all these examples? Some of you might be models, or this person is a model, or they're in a field or an industry, like they're in the entertainment industry or the creative field or something, where they're like modeling something, like a fashion brand, like a model, and your counterpart is also in the same industry, and you both, this friend and that person are at the same shoot with a bunch of other people who are in that industry, and you go like one day just to meet up with this friend after they're done with their shoot or something. You're like, hey, like you're picking your friend up and you guys are gonna go eat lunch or something afterwards, or you're gonna go get food, and then you run into your divine counterpart or twin flame at that event. It's like either this person knows your counterpart, or they're like connected to them in some way. They don't know them directly, but they're like intertwined with them in some way because they work in the same industry, or they're like in the same friend group or social circles, and you guys this person's gonna bring you two together somehow. That's fascinating. Okay. But aside from that, so I do think the reason that this energy is coming out first tells me that you will be meeting this person very soon. And that is gonna be, right? We talked about dominoes and how everything comes into alignment. When the alignment is right, and this person is in the same circles and connected to your future spouse and the rest of your soul tribe, that's when this person's going to come into your life, and then you're going to meet them, right? It's going to be divine timing. So this person is going to be the first person that you meet, and then the rest will follow, the domino effect. But this person is kind of the gateway. And I don't think you're expecting this. I don't think you're expecting that you're going to meet a new friend that's going to become your like soul. I'm getting soul sister, soul brother, like, because we're getting same sex here. So depending on if you're a guy or a girl, non-binary, whatever resonates with you, this person is going to become like a sister soul or a brother soul to you. Oh, that's beautiful. We talk so much about like romantic counterparts, but I feel like we need to talk more about like soul, like divine friendships, because that's such a blessing to have a friend in your life that's like through thick and thin with you on this life journey. That's beautiful. What a beautiful blessing. So this is one of those blessings, one of those 10 cups that you're not expecting, group 3, that's coming in. Actually, the first thing that's coming in. It's interesting that we got this at the same time as this, because I'm not getting your future spouse here. I am seeing the family wishes coming true, but this feels like it's a long-term thing. So this isn't immediately going to happen, but it's going to happen sooner than you think. That I'm getting strongly. But we also have these cards left. This one is interesting to me because you may be getting this business opportunity, or I'm not getting the birth thing. This could be for some of you if you are wanting confirmation if you're going to be able to have kids. I don't think anyone watching this reading is trying to get pregnant right now. Like, I don't think you're with someone and you're trying to get pregnant and you want to know if you're pregnant or not. Like, I'm not getting that. I don't think anyone's in that situation. I think this is like, for some of you, because we're getting that family energy and we're talking about future spouse, if you are wondering if you're going to be able to have kids and you really want to, this is a yes. You will. You will have kids, and it will be with your divine counterpart. And you're going to have a happy family. But I'm getting mostly, for a lot of you, the primary highlight here is this business opportunity, for sure. I'm getting that this is going to happen simultaneously. Like this opportunity is going to come in at the same time that this friend is going to come in. Like these two things are happening simultaneously. I don't know why I'm getting that. I'm just getting that because they came out simultaneously in the same spread. I think that's significant. But that Ace of Pentacles, remember from the beginning of the reading? That Ace of Pentacles, that's what this is talking about. Double confirmation that there's a new opportunity coming to you in your career. Because this came out as a new business opportunity, and that was like an Ace of Pentacles, I don't know, it could be mixed. Some of you may be getting a new job opportunity, like an offer at a company, like you're gonna work for a new company. But a lot of you, I'm getting that you're gonna start something. Like you're literally gonna start your own business, or you're gonna start a creative venture or a project that's gonna be successful. Some of you are starting a social media account or like a YouTube channel that's gonna get successful, like something like that. Like entrepreneurial energy is what I'm picking up. Influencer energy, like that kind of thing. I'm not getting as much. Some of you it could be. Some of you it could be that you're like you're applying for a new job at a company and you're getting offered a position at a company. The Ace of Pentacles too, and this being like new opportunity, is like double confirmation as well, that I don't think any of you who are at a company right now, like this isn't talking about you're gonna get a new position at the same company. Like you're not gonna get like a raise or get promoted. Let me check in. Is that true, Spirit? Is anyone getting promoted? No, I'm not getting that. I'm getting that you are moving to a new company. Like, it's not that you're staying in the same place and you're getting, like, promoted. And so this new opportunity is, like, a new position in the same company. No, I'm getting, like, a total clean slate. Like, I'm moving to a new... Like, some of you could even be switching industries. Like, it's not just that you're going to a new company. Like, you're completely changing your career trajectory. Like, it could be in this, like, the same field, but you're, like, significantly changing something. Like either you're at a 9-to-5 company right now and then you're leaving the company and starting your own business. You're self-employed, right? Like you were in a related field, but now you're doing something tangential that's going to be a totally different trajectory. Like you're not continuing on the same specific path that you've been on this whole time so far. You're changing trajectory in some way. Because I'm getting like this new, fresh energy, like really new. Like it's not this in this stale, like, oh, I'm just continuing in the same path. Like I'm not getting that. Yeah, and then let's talk about these are interesting. There's a lot of messages coming through in this group. Holy crap. About like what's happening next. Like I have one more. We still have the last section of advice to go through, which I don't know if that much will come out, but this is interesting. I'm talking about new opportunities, right? These messages are interesting. I think these are like, not warnings, because warning sounds very severe. Like, also, I think you guys are smart and you know what you're doing, but just a little heads up. The first thing, I'm getting a couple things. The first thing that I got with this flag is you guys have been waiting for a long time for a manifestation to come in. We've already established this, right? There may have been times on this journey where you have told yourself that your standards are too high and you're expecting too much, and that's why you have not manifested your partner into your life, or you haven't found the right opportunity in your career, because you think you're asking for too much, and Spirit wants to nip that in the bud. And I think you also have not entertained this thought anymore. Like I think you've moved past this because you're in Empress energy. And the Empress does not lower her standards. She knows what she's worth and she demands what she deserves. And she doesn't demand it in a forceful way, in a manipulative way. She doesn't coerce people. right? Because like, look at this, someone will try to make you do something against your will. You don't force people to give you what you want against their will. You just simply are yourself, and what is meant for you finds you. That's at your wavelength, and your wavelength is your standard, right? You set the standard simply because you follow that standard. You are that standard, and therefore things that match your standard find you. And there may have been some moments during this journey when things have not been happening where you're like, oh, maybe I'm asking for too much. That's why I haven't found the right person. Maybe there's people that told you this in your life. Oh, you're asking for too much. Or like, oh, you'll never find a guy like that. Oh, you're still single. You'll never find a girl like that. You're still single. You're this old and you're still single. It's because you're asking for too much. Oh, you're still single. You're going to die alone. It's because your standards are too high. There's like those communities and that rhetoric that still exists now where people will shame you if you are not in a relationship by a certain age. It's all BS, right? It's all human timeline, human expectations. We made that crap up. It's not real. But we'll sit there and shame people and then say that it's their fault, that God forbid they had standards. Meanwhile, all these other people are in relationships where they settled, they overstepped their boundaries and they settled and they're miserable. And they're the ones talking about, your standards are too high, you're never gonna find someone. Just give up or else you're gonna die alone. Like, it's so dumb. It's so dumb. Group 3, if there's people who are talking crap like that about your choice to stay single until you find the right person, you can kick them to the curb. You can tell them to F off. I'm just kidding. You don't have to tell them that. That's kind of harsh. But energetically, you can tell them to F off. Cut them out. Don't listen to that nonsense, because that's BS. You know that's BS, Miss Empress, Mr. Empress. You know that's BS. Don't let that crap get to you. And then the next message I was getting is these two in combination. These two, I think, are giving you a heads up about these opportunities that are going to come in. I think you're going to get multiple opportunities coming in. Multiple opportunities. You're going to start something and it's going to do really well, and you're going to get the attention of a lot of different people, and offers are going to start coming in. Spirit is reminding you, do not take whatever you can get because of an insecurity that you won't get better. No matter how good it seems, if it's not aligned with your values, if there's an opportunity that's presented to you that makes you kind of like, I don't know if I should take this offer. You're reading a contract. If someone's telling you to sign a contract that you aren't hot about, like, read the fine print. Read all the terms and conditions before you sign anything. And if you find something sketchy in that contract, you have every right to be like, I'm sorry, there's a clause in this contract that I'm not willing to agree with. If that's not going to be able to be negotiated, I don't want to take this offer. And walk away. You are the Empress. You do not fold on your standards. If there's something that's being presented to you that doesn't align with your values and feels off, intuitively, if it feels off to you in some way, that is a sign. Don't take it. You do not have to take it. There is plenty of opportunity. There's a message that maybe when all these opportunities start coming in, because you're waiting for so long and you're supposed to receive an opportunity because that's what you're manifesting, there may be this energy of you going for the wrong opportunity too soon because it was the first one presented to you. Just because it's the first one presented to you doesn't mean it's the one that's meant for you. Doesn't mean it's the best fit for you. So Spirit is coming through to like give you a heads up. Like, I think you'll be fine. I think you already know this, but just to confirm, to give you extra confidence, if you're put in the situation where you're given multiple offers, or you're given an offer and you're put in the position where you're like, this offer isn't quite what I wanted, and you want to turn it down, turn it down. Do not feel guilty. You are not asking for too much. You're like, oh, is this the best that I can get? Maybe I should just take the offer and not ask for more. Maybe I'm scared if I don't take this offer now that I'm not going to get anything else. What if I miss this opportunity and nothing else comes through? Like, I'm scared. Like, no, we're not doing any of that. None of that. You will get what's meant for you. It is impossible for you to miss what is meant for you. And if you are getting an inkling that you should turn something down because it's not quite up to your standard, then do it. Turn it down. There will be something else that will match everything that you're wanting and more, right? Keyword, and more. It's not the 3. It's not 2 cups. It's not 3 cups. It's not 1 cup. It's 10 cups. You are going to be given opportunities that are beyond your manifestation. Do not settle for breadcrumbs. Even if it seems like, oh man, I am going to get paid a lot more than I'm used to, but it's not exactly what I was envisioning, then that's a sign that it's not for you. If there's anyone offering you anything and they're putting ultimatums on you, like, oh, you have to sign this contract within this many days or else we're going to drop you. Oh, you got to hurry. Someone else is going to take your position if you don't sign right now. That crap. Like, you know how like realtors or car salespeople will do that crap? You better put in an offer or else this house is going to go. That crap. Like, no, I'm not going to put in an offer because you rushed me. If I want the house, I'll buy it. If I don't, I won't. Like, what are you talking about? There's no, like, why do people do that? Like, it's just false scarcity. If I don't like this house, you know, there's a reason I'm doubting the house. If I love the house, I'll buy it immediately. If I'm hesitating, that means there's something about it that I don't like. Maybe the price is too high. Maybe there's something about the house that I don't really like. There's a room that's kind of off than what I envisioned. That's why I'm not buying it. I'm going to go find something else where the perfect house is out there for me. I'll find that one instead. Don't pressure me to buy the house, right? Because when someone's pressuring you, let me be clear, it's a life lesson that I've learned. If someone's pressuring you to take an opportunity, they don't care about your needs. They want to take your talents. They're forcing you and manipulating you into taking something because it's going to benefit them. And can you imagine how that's going to turn out for you when you're working with someone like that? If someone really wanted to work with you, Group 3, they would wait. If you have concerns, they would negotiate with you. If you want to be paid more and this person or these people or this company truly values your talent, they will pay you what you deserve. Point blank, period. And I know I'm not talking to people that are going to be like, I'm a beginner entry level and I want to be paid $1 million salary. Like, no, like obviously you're not being like that because that's ridiculous. But I think there's this like attitude that people have of like, you can't ask for too much because people expect people to walk in and be like self-righteous like that. Like no one's going to sit there and expect $1 million salary as an entry level person. Right? Like, it's just a myth, right? Again, it's all BS. It's all narratives and storylines that people make up. Most people are reasonable people. If someone's asking for a better pay, it's because you're paying them too low. If someone is being hired for an executive role and you're not giving them 6 figures, if, God forbid, if they ask for 6 figures, you should be giving them 6 figures because you're paying them too little. If you're not giving them a 6-figure salary and they're in charge of a company. You know what I mean? Like, this message is coming through really strongly for you guys. Like, do not settle. Whether it's a job opportunity, whether it's how much you're being paid. If you're like a freelancer and you're asking for payment from clients, if a client has the audacity to tell you that your prices are too high, then don't work with them. You know why? Because you'll get 10 other clients instead. Like, there's no scarcity here. You are talented. You are the empress. You will attract what you deserve. And if you're starting out a business and you're scared, a freelance is a great example. I'm glad that came through. I was a freelancer once in my past. And that's something I would like to get back into. And there's a long journey of me discovering my self-worth. And there's a couple of specific examples of lessons that I went through with specific entities, groups and companies that refused to pay me what I was deserving of. And I was so grateful at the time that I had a mentor and teachers who were friends with these people, these clients that I had, and they went to bat for me. When I wasn't brave enough to stand up for myself, my mentors and my professors, they went after these people. They were like, how dare you? These people are refusing to pay my mentee, my student, the pay that she deserves. And they went and spread all this bad PR about them. They went and like stood up to these people and demanded that they pay me. And finally, at the end of the day, I didn't end up getting what I deserved to be paid. They paid me more than what they were offering. Before, they weren't going to pay me at all. Right? I had them sign a contract and everything, and I put my pricing and my terms, but they had the audacity to say, oh, but you're a student. I thought that was like a fake contract. I thought you were just practicing and we didn't have to actually pay you, but still do all this work for us, make all this social media content for us that we can use for free. And then they had the audacity to respond at the very end of all the conflict and be like, still, at the end, be like, we're paying you this much and you should be grateful because we paid you the same rate that we paid another designer who had 8 years of professional experience. It's just like disgusting behavior. Like, I have no patience for people in power who are so greedy that they do not pay their employees or their contractors their fair share of money that they deserve for the services that they provide. That's like such slimy, disgusting behavior. It's not even that these clients were small businesses who are hard on money. Like, it's a nonprofit that they fundraise all their funds, and so it's hard to pay top dollar. Like, it's not even that. These people are always corporations. And the client I was working with was a corporation who was literally breadcrumbing me. Oh, I don't have enough money to pay you. No, they have plenty of money, group 3. They're just stingy. They're greedy. They don't respect your talents, and they don't think you deserve what you actually do deserve because they don't respect you. And you are way more worthy than being a person who's going to deal with someone that doesn't respect you. That's coming through strongly, group 3. When these opportunities come in, do not settle. You can turn down 30 opportunities and you will still not miss what's meant for you. If it's not up to par, do not settle for it. You have a vision in your brain. I can tell that you're manifesting something specific, and you know what fruits of your labor you're meant to receive. You may struggle with it sometimes, you may have doubts, but you know what you deserve. You know what your payoff is going to be. You have a vision for it. I can tell in your energy that there's something specific that you're manifesting. If it doesn't match your standards, then kick it to the curb, because you'll be fine. You'll get 20 other offers that are even better than what you were expecting instead. There's this message that keeps coming through about do not settle, do not get impatient, do not freak out if something isn't showing up yet. That doesn't mean it's not coming. If it's not showing up yet, that means it's just not time, but it will show up. You got the 10 of Cups. You're manifesting 1 cup, you're gonna get 10. It doesn't matter if it takes a long time. That doesn't mean you're doing something wrong. That doesn't mean you missed your opportunity. That doesn't mean you're blocking your blessings. That self-limiting belief needs to go, group 3. That's coming through so strongly in this reading. Okay? Promise me, make a promise to yourself that you, as a form of self-love, you will not let anyone convince you, and you will not buy into the doubts that show up in your head that convince you that you are asking for too much and that you are doing something wrong. And be patient and continue to have faith, because it is promised to you, because it has shown up in your energy multiple times, in multiple places. We're here talking about your twin flame divine counterpart, and all I'm getting messages about is your manifestations and how you are going to be blessed, and there's nothing you can do about it. It's coming whether you like it or not. Like, that's how strongly Spirit wants to emphasize this. And to wrap it up, I also think the reason this is coming through so strongly is your counterpart is connected to your blessings. Either you're going to work with your counterpart in this new business venture or new creative project or new career path, whatever it is, you're going to work with this person, you're going to cross paths with this person while doing this thing. There's a connection here. And that's why it's coming through so strongly. This energy is very much giving me like you're being prepared, group 3. Like now is the time for you to put in the groundwork to do what you need to do to be ready. And what I'm seeing is it's not material things. It's mindset stuff. It's physical health. It's your mental health. It's your perspective. That's the things that you can work on right now to prepare for what's about to happen, what's about to come in. That's all the messages that are coming out here. There's a couple of things that we're telling you about what's actually going to happen next physically, but a lot is coming through about, hey, work on this belief of you that you have. Work on taking care of your health. Work on grounding yourself. Work on your mindset. Don't settle for less. Make sure that you stay confident and have faith. No matter what's happening in your 3D reality, hold faith, right? All these messages are coming through about your mindset and your health and your grounding practices, because I think those things are going to be very crucial to you when your manifestations come in, so that you don't sabotage your manifestations or block them, right? Once they show up, that you don't run away from them, or that you block them, or that you settle for something that isn't actually what you wanted, right? So yeah, that's what's happening next, group 3. And all of this is definitely connected to your counterpart. Like you coming into union with your counterpart is definitely heavily being emphasized, but not the union with the counterpart is not the very next thing. The next thing is like all these tangential things that are going to bring you to your person. That domino effect. Remember I talked about the dominoes are falling into place. So the final section, this is definitely the longest group for sure. Oh my gosh, this group has been so long. Sorry, but the messages are messaging. So for the final part of this reading, group 3, we're going to see, is there any other advice? I mean, we got a lot of stuff. So I don't know if there's anything else that's going to come through, or if it's just going to be confirmation of the same things that we've talked about so far. But group 3, what other messages do you have, Spirit, for group 3s who are watching this reading in regards to their divine counterpart, this connection? What advice do you have? What other messages do you have? Can I get one card, Spirit? One card. What other advice do you have for group 3 regarding this divine counterpart, twin flame journey, this connection? What other message do you have for them? Can I get one card? One card, please, Spirit. Let's see. Ace of Wands. Did another group 2 got this as well? Oh man, I can't remember. Ace of Wands. Okay. What's on the back of the deck? The Seeker. Interesting. Oh man. The Seeker. Oh, this is the Hermit. Right? Oh, no. It's not the Hermit. No, I was right. Sorry. No, it's the 0 card. This is the Fool. LOL. So in group 1, if you haven't watched group 1, I got the Sage in their reading, and I, for the life of me, could not remember what that card was in the traditional tarot. If it was like, it's a major arcana, but I couldn't remember which one it was. So I was like, no, I'm pretty sure it's the Hermit. But I was like so scared that I was being totally dumb and like that was totally wrong. And for a second, I saw the Seeker and I was like, wait, is this the Hermit? Was I actually wrong in group 1? But no, I was right, because this is card number 0. Do you see that? That 0 down there? And card number 0 in the Major Arcana is the Fool. So we have an Ace and we have the Fool at the back of the deck. Very similar energy. Interesting. Let me put this here. And then we'll get one more of these. One of the cards from the what? Creative Compass. Sorry, I like blanked on what this deck was called. Creative Compass Oracle. Whoops. Can I get one card, Spirit, from the Creative Compass Oracle deck? What advice do you have for group 3? What other... Should I take this card? No, there was like a card that like kind of slid out. Can I get one card for my group 3s? Oh, okay, there we go. Usually the cards don't come out that way, so again, this is a significant message. Creative uncertainty. Look at that. Doubt and fear have their uses, but they cloud the view. Be careful of how much you allow in and its hold over you. Yeah. This is confirmation for what we were just talking about in the last portion of your reading. This doubt that creeps in sometimes, group 3, that makes you question, like, am I doing something wrong? Am I waiting for the wrong... Like, should I still wait around for this person? So for some of you, if you know who this person is, like, you know of this person, you just haven't, like, met them, and you're wondering, like, am I holding back blessings or moving into my next chapter because I'm waiting on this person? Should I just give up on this person? Am I, you know what I mean? Like, should I move on? Like, there's these questions that sometimes pop up in your head. I think you've come very far because you have, again, the Empress is showing up in your energy and you got that Ace of Pentacles. That's confirming to me that your manifestations are on their way to you. Like, everything's going according to plan and you're doing a fantastic job at maintaining your self-confidence. Like, I think I want to confirm that to you. Like, you guys are very confident and self-assured. Like, you don't realize how far you've come. For the Empress to come out to represent your energy, that's a big deal. Like, the Empress, out of any other card, the Empress is the most self-assured energy. And it's like, it's the opposite of the Emperor, which the Emperor is just as confident as the Empress, but they operate in two different ways, right? The Emperor is about, I believe in myself and I deserve what I am going to get what I deserve, and I know what I deserve. And so I'm going to go out and get it. Whereas the Empress is the opposite, where she says, and again, gender doesn't matter. You could be the Emperor or the Empress, right? Doesn't matter. Regardless of your actual sex or gender. The Empress goes, I know what I deserve, and I don't have to do anything to receive what's meant for me. It will come to me when it's meant to come to me, right? Simply because I exist. And both ways of operating are necessary for everyone on this earth, right? It's not that one person is only one way and another person is another way. Like, there's a balance of both energies in all of us. There's some things where we're confident that we deserve it, so we're going to go out and get it. And there's other times where we're confident we deserve it and we know we're going to receive it. And there's a balance, a beautiful balance between the two. And I think Spirit is reassuring you that, number one, it's okay to have those doubts. Like, this isn't saying that you need to, like, be perfectly confident all the time and trust yourself all the time and have faith all the time. Like, you're a human being at the end of the day. Like, it's normal as a human, right? Even this card is saying doubt and fear have their uses. They have their purpose, right? Fear, let me talk about this. Fear, I love this. When this was explained to me, a psychologist talked about the purpose of fear, like how emotions in our brain have function. There's a reason we experience emotions, and emotions help guide humans in the way that they behave so that they can survive longer. So if we're talking about like primal cavemen days, right, Neanderthal days, the purpose that fear had was very important. If you were afraid of something, it told your brain, hey, don't go near that thing. Don't do this thing. You might die. Don't go talk to that animal, right? You're afraid intuitively. Fear is a very intuitive feeling, right? And that's why fear and intuition go hand in hand. They're two sides of the same coin. And so it's very easy to get them confused because they're the devil and the angel talking on your shoulder, right? Those two things are very intertwined. They sound the same, but there's a distinction between the two. And I think that's why so many people struggle with discerning what their intuition is saying, what's a channeled message or a download from spirit versus what a fear is that's being projected onto you from external sources, right? But fear has a purpose. Fear helps you survive. In some cases, you're not going to jump off a cliff. You're scared of jumping off that cliff because you might die if you jump off that cliff and you land into like concrete or pavement. Yeah, you can jump off a cliff if you're going cliff diving into the ocean, but even that is scary to a lot of people. But, you know, like in that example I just mentioned with cliff diving, some people they like the extreme sports. They like jumping out of planes and skydiving. They like jumping off of cliffs and going into the ocean because there are technically safe ways to do that now. There's the technology and the safety has been implemented by human beings where you can do these things for fun and you won't die. So isn't that interesting? Like, it's very valid that others might be scared to go skydiving, but really, is there any reason for them to be scared now? No. Because parachutes exist, there's safety measures put in place that you can go skydiving and you'll be fine, right? Isn't that interesting to think about? So that fear is no longer serving a purpose that's helpful anymore. It's holding you back. Fear is useful, but like this card says, be careful how much you allow in and its hold over you. When you let fear get too out of control, that's when it starts to become a blockage. My favorite example is talking about social anxiety. Oh, social anxiety. Girl. Been there, done that. There's pervasive social anxiety in our society nowadays. Anxiety in general, a lot of people are diagnosed with those disorders. When something gets diagnosed as a disorder, it means it is so disproportionate to reality that it is preventing someone from being able to function in everyday life. However, being afraid of certain social situations or being afraid to talk to people is a valid thing because we know how society works. Bullying is real. Social ostracization is real. These things are real, right? Social currency is real. Being bullied and ostracized and kicked out of social circles can affect you in a very significant way. It could keep you from gaining traction and finding success. It could keep you from getting certain job offers. It could keep you from connecting and networking with important people to get further ahead in life. And how do you survive in our world? You need money. And if these things are getting in the way of you being able to earn more money, that is a valid fear to have, to be afraid of what people think of you, to be afraid of saying the wrong thing at the wrong time. Social situations and social currency is very important in our life. So I don't like when people are like, oh my gosh, why do you care so much what people think about you? While at the same time being judgmental of other people in social situations, right? Like the irony is so funny to me. Like, have any ounce of self-awareness, please? But this is what's really important to me, is to emphasize, like, do not ever shame yourself for having fears and doubts. Those fears and those doubts are there for a reason. They were put into your head for a reason. You were raised in society by other human beings. You are surrounded by those same human beings and others who have been taught in the same way. There are beliefs and social structures and norms that have been imprinted onto us that are really hard to escape. So it's normal if you have certain fears. It's normal if you struggle with abundance mindset. It's normal if you doubt that you're going to get your manifestations, because most people don't think that way. Most things in our culture don't reinforce that idea. You have to go out of your way to train your brain to think of abundance in that way, because it's rare. It's rare that people think that way. But what this is telling me is being aware, not so much killing the fear or killing the doubt and eliminating it, but just being aware of it. And meditation has really helped me with this personally, is being able to name that emotion when it comes up in your body. And that's the hardest part, right? When doubt and fear comes up, being able to name it as, this is fear, versus, is this fear? Is this my intuition? Is my gut telling me this, or am I just afraid and projecting something? I can't tell. I don't know and I don't trust myself to figure out what's intuition and what's not. That's the hardest challenge. And I think Spirit is, first of all, commending you that you've come so far at mastering this, dude. Like, not many people on this earth are at your level with how freaking discerning you are and how good you are at discerning fear from intuition. It's a skill, like any other skill, right? You practice. You have to practice every day. You show up every day, you practice, just like you practice an instrument and you get better at that instrument. Just like you practice a skill like drawing or a sport. You show up and you train every day and you get better and better and better. You lift weights at the gym, you get stronger and stronger and stronger. It's the same thing. And you've spent years, day in and day out, refining your discernment. So keep doing that, Group 3. I think that's what Spirit is trying to emphasize, is like, keep doing that because you're doing a great job. Keep continuing on that path because you're going to get better and better and better, and it's going to help you more and more and more on this journey in the next steps that we talked about in the last part of the reading. As you enter those next steps, as your manifestation starts coming in, this skill is going to be very pivotal and important for your success. Not even your success, like, it's not like if you're bad at this, you're going to fail, but it's more so, it's going to help you. It's going to help you avoid unnecessary turmoil and help you make decisions that are aligned with you faster and with more confidence, right? At the end of the day, you won't miss what's meant for you. And even if you make wrong decisions, what's meant for you is going to end up working itself out anyways. Spirit will find a way to make it work. But I think if you want things to be smoother for you and not have to deal with all that unnecessary anxiety and that indecision and the stress, then getting really, really good at continuing to improve this skill is going to help a lot. But you're already there. Like, you're the Empress. Like, you're there already. Like, you've come so far. You are there. You are so confident, Group 3. Like, damn. You are a boss. You know. Like, you have such a strong inner knowing. I'm picking it up in your energy. You're just like, I know what's meant for me. I know. What will come will come. Every once in a while, maybe you'll have a little doubt of like, am I doing the right thing? Like, is there something off here? But then you note it. You realize it. You're like, oh, those are fear. It's fear-based thinking. Pull it out. It's doubt. I'm fine. I know what I'm doing. I'm fine. And then you keep on going. You keep on keeping. That's great. Now with the Ace of Wands, I was getting creative energy from this. If there's something that you are feeling called to do, Group 3, like you're just really inspired by something right now, and you can't figure out why, like if there's something that you're just like getting obsessive over, like you're like, oh, I really, really love this thing, and I really want to do this or create something of my own, and I'm picking up that energy. Like there's something that you're being called to right now, that you're being called to do. And it's like something that you think is random or like unrelated to like your manifestation or something, or like your plans. But there's a reason you're being called to it, and Spirit is telling you do it. Follow that. It's going to lead you somewhere important. I'm sitting with the energy to see if I can flesh this out some more. Yeah, there's something you're being called to, Group 3. There's something specific. Maybe it's like a hobby or an activity, or like a skill that you want to learn, or a class or a course you want to take, or like a workshop that you want to go to, like you want to sign up for a class. You want to sign up for like a workout class, or like an art class, or like an acting class, or okay, I'm channeling again. Here we go. Let's list off some examples, Group 3. You want to join a thespian troupe and do theater? That's coming through for someone. You want to learn how to paint. Some of you may not know how to paint and you really want to paint. You're just like, you can't stop freaking thinking about painting. You're looking at all these paintings on your like Pinterest boards or your Instagram feed because you follow a couple artists. Maybe you're looking at art history and you're looking at the famous artists throughout history, like Van Gogh or Da Vinci or freaking, I don't know, like Andy Warhol. Those are all like the most random examples, like the most different types of artists I could have listed off. But you know what I mean? Like you're looking at this stuff and you're just like, really? Like the feeling I'm getting is like in my chest, like in my heart feels like it's opening. And I'm like, so, this is like very powerful. Like you'll know, if some of you haven't found this yet, if it hasn't hit you yet, group 3, like you'll know when it hits you. Because it's very particular feeling I'm feeling right now. Like it's a strong feeling. Like my sacral chakra is tingling and my heart is like opening. Like my chest is like hurting from how much it's opening. And I feel so like I can take a deep breath and my eyes are widening because I'm like, it's like the child that's like so full of wonder and excitement. Like, wow, that's so cool. I'm so excited. I want to do it. Like that's the energy I'm picking up with this Ace of Wands. Like there's something that's calling to you, group 3. Or it will call to you very soon, like you're gonna come into it. Let me share an example. Because this happened to me recently as well, actually, now that I think about it. Literally, the last couple days, I don't know what has come over me. Like, it's been a gradual buildup, right? So this didn't come out of nowhere. But one of my biggest hobbies, as you can see, is nail art. I love wearing really cute, pretty nails. I love making pretty nails. Like, I love nail art, right? And it's been like my thing for a couple of years. Like it's been since the pandemic. Like I started buying a bunch of stuff and like learning from nail techs on YouTube how to like make your own extensions and like how to do things for clients and like how to do proper nail painting so you don't get it in your cuticles. And like I've been buying like gems and charms and nail art kits and brushes and stuff on Amazon and like different brands that sell different gel polishes. I've collected so much and like built a whole like, basically my setup is like I could start my own nail tech business at this point. Like that's where I'm at. And it just hit me again the other day. Like I just kind of fell out of it for a couple months where I wasn't really doing my nails anymore. I didn't really have the energy for it. I wasn't inspired for it, right? And then like all of a sudden the last couple of days, I've just been like obsessively browsing a bunch of different press-on nail art and like binge watching a bunch of nail tech videos on YouTube, like doing tutorials of like them painting these beautiful, like gorgeous nail designs. Like, oh my God, like I want to show you guys, like I'm getting excited. It's almost like I'm being reminded of that Page of Swords energy from your person B, where they're like, I want to share everything that I learned and what I'm excited about with my person. And they're like working through that fear of like, no one cares about what you're excited about, or no, don't share that because someone's going to make fun of you or judge you for being interested in this thing. Yeah. Okay. I know this reading has already been like ridiculously long. I'm sorry, group 3, but you're going to have to bear with me. Oh, where am I going? My phone. I'm recording with my phone. Good job. Great job, Nidla. Great job, girl. So I can't show you sad face, but basically there's been like a bunch of I don't know why I have such a strong feeling. Like I'm like trying to figure out, I want to show you guys. I really want to show you. I can't. I'll see. Maybe I'll like pull it up later on my laptop or something, but I just get such a strong urge to like, I really want to show you the nail designs I've been looking at because they're so pretty. But I was just sitting like the other day and just scrolling through all these businesses that sell press-on nails, and like I wanted to get my own set because I've been eyeing them for months now, but I'm like, I can't justify the price. It's a little too expensive. And I would also say, like, why would I buy these press-ons when I can make them myself, right? I'm at that place where I can make these designs myself. But who am I kidding? Like, I don't have the time for that. And I'm not as advanced as that quite yet. Like, I still have some time to practice with those techniques. And so I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna buy a set. But while I was looking to buy one of these, like, beautiful press-on nails, I just got sucked in on these like all these different like companies, and they're all small businesses, right? They're like these girlies or these guys that started these businesses on their own, and they're just making these nails and now they're selling them to all these people. And it was just so right? Ace of Wands. It was so inspiring. Like, I wasn't hit with that kind of a wave of inspiration in a long time, group 3. Like, oh my God, I got so excited. Just talking about it to you makes me so excited. Like, I want to like rip these nails off and do a new set. Like right now, I want to make another, I have all these nail ideas I want to do. But I remember thinking like, I was like kind of ruminating about like, oh, I could do this myself too. Like there's like a business idea that I could try, right? Like I could make these nails myself and like sell them, like sell these press-ons and start my own business, right? Like I could totally do that. But then I would hold myself back and I'd be like, that's not practical. That's really random. That doesn't make sense. There's like other things that I want to do instead. Like there's other ideas I have that I should be focusing on. Like, and I would kind of push it to the side. Like I would be like, that's a waste of time. That's a waste of time. Like, you know what I mean? Like I would kind of invalidate myself and my excitement. But I think that I shared that story with you because something like that is coming up in your energy, group 3. And Spirit is saying like, no, don't push that away. Like, do it. Do whatever you're being called to do. Like, do it. Go. Start. There's a reason. And very clearly, I'm pretty sure I think the reason is coming up is because this is going to lead to, like, all those messages we were talking about in the other parts of your reading. Like, you're going to get... Whatever you do with this idea is going to lead you to that creative business opportunity. It's going to lead you to that abundance. It's going to lead you to meeting your soul tribe members and your divine counterpart. Like, it's all connected. Again, I keep talking about the dominoes, the domino effect. This is you coming into alignment with everyone else so that that first domino can be set off and all the other dominoes follow. Everything's coming into alignment. Everything's being put in its place. And this is your higher self. This weird, random, like, hit of inspiration that you're suddenly getting, like you really want to do this thing. It's happening because your higher self is guiding you. They're saying, hey, look, over here, do this thing. Do that. Because that's what's going to get you to the next step. I'm telling you, I'm guiding you. I know you don't trust me and you think that's totally random and it's really weird, but like, trust me, like, that's what you need to do to get to the next step. Your higher self is like, look at me, do this thing. I know it's really weird, but trust me. That's what you need to do. That's what's going to unlock the next step for you. So whatever that is for you, group 3, Spirit is coming through strong. Your higher self is coming through strong. Do the thing. Even if it doesn't make sense, even if it's totally random, even if you're afraid, I don't know what, like fear, right? You're afraid of what people are going to say. You're afraid that people are going to judge you. Whatever. Who cares? Do it. Do it. It's none of their business what you do with yourself. And I understand, like, it's valid, right? It's totally valid to be afraid of what people will think, especially if there's people in your life that are a little too nosy for their own good and they're trying to like tell you what to do with your time. First of all, not their place. It's not their life, it's your life. Not their time, it's your time. But also, this is your journey. Like, this is connected to your journey, your manifestation. Do it despite the fear. Do it despite the doubt. And also, again, you don't have to tell people your business. If you want to keep this thing that you're doing to yourself, keep it to yourself, group 3. You don't owe anyone anything. You don't owe anyone an explanation. If you want to do something, do it. If you need to keep it a secret because you just don't want to deal with explaining it to people, then do it. Do that. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing shady or weird about that. You don't need to tell your whole business to like your coworkers that you work with. You don't have to tell all your business to your friends. Like, even if you have close people in your circle, you're not betraying them by not telling them what you do on your own time. And if those people are really the right connections for you, they won't judge you. They're like, yeah, it's your business. Like, you do you. Like, you don't owe everyone an explanation for what you're doing. There's not like they're gonna be like, how dare you didn't tell me that you were going to this class. Oh, I'm so betrayed. Like, what the heck? And if someone does have that reaction, they're out of pocket and they need to leave. What the heck? Weirdo. Sorry, I don't mean to say that in a judgmental way. Like, I don't mean weirdo as in like judgmental. I mean weirdo as in that's not your place. You're overstepping your boundaries. If someone's making you feel bad for living your life and doing your own thing and making you feel like you owe them an explanation for every single thing you're doing in your life, they are too controlling and they're overstepping your boundaries. PSA of the day. Don't let people do that. My mom struggled with this a lot. She still struggles with this because a lot of her friends in the culture of like her generation and the culture of like my household, like from where I'm from, is very much like everyone is so nosy. Everyone is up in everyone's business and it's never genuine, right? They only get up in people's business so they can talk shit about it to other people. It's very much gossip culture. You know what I'm saying? I know some of y'all are picking up what I'm putting down. It's gossip culture. It's just like, oh, I want to know what she's up to so I can talk about it to other people because I have nothing better to do with my life. And they sit on their phones all day, sitting at home, and they just talk crap about people. And it's not genuine. It's not that this person wants to know what you're up to because they genuinely care about you and they're curious about you. Like, it's not the energy that your person had, right? That Page of Swords of like, oh, I just want to know about you because I'm really interested in you and I want to support you and I'm just curious about what do you do in your free time. It's not that positive kind of nosy because that energy is harmless. There's nothing attached to that energy. There's no negative catch to that energy. It's simply just the person's really into you, they really like you, they just want to know about you, and they want to feel close to you and connected to you. And if you share anything that you're doing with that person will never judge you because they're just like, wow, this person shared something with me. That makes me so happy, right? Like, it's such a positive, pure energy. And that's not what I'm getting from some people around you. There might be people around you that are nosy just to get gossip on you, just to be nosy for the wrong reasons. Do not tell people your plans. If there's some apprehension coming up about like, I don't want to do this thing because I don't want people to judge me. First of all, if someone's going to judge you, then it's your intuition, right? Your intuition, your higher self is saying something there. They're like, oh, don't trust that person. Don't share it with that person because that person's going to make you feel bad. If that person has shown a pattern of behavior of judging you for doing things that you love to do, that's a sign. There's a reason you feel uneasy about sharing this with that person. Don't share it with them. If you need to like be secretive about it, do it. That's your business. There's nothing, you don't have to feel, I keep getting this energy group that you feel guilty for doing that you're doing something shady or wrong, that you're betraying someone or going behind their back. If someone's making you feel like you're betraying them for having your own privacy, that's on them. That's not your problem. That's their problem. They need to figure their ish out. They're not, there's an unhealthy balance. There's an unhealthy dynamic going on there that's not healthy. That's not right. No relationship. You don't owe anything to someone. In fact, that's quite controlling behavior on their part. You do not owe anyone. You are a grown adult, I'm assuming, if you're watching this reading. You are an autonomous individual, even if you're not a grown adult. Even if you're below the legal age, you're still an autonomous individual. You might be depending on your parents, but that doesn't freaking matter. You're still an independent human being. You have the right to express yourself the way you want. You have the right to do the things you love. Even your parent doesn't have the right to be like, no, you live under my house and you need to do what I say. And it's a bunch of BS. That's not true at all. I can't stand parents who act like that too, by the way. Super controlling and narcissistic and manipulative. That's not healthy at all. So that came through really strong. If there's something that you really are feeling called to do, group 3, just do it. Like, Nike that crap. Nike swoosh that crap. Just do it. In the wise words of Shia LaBeouf, I know Shia LaBeouf's a shady character, so I don't know if I want to talk about him on this channel, but y'all know the Nike meme. Just do it. That's what your higher self is telling you. Your spirit guides are telling you. Just do it. Do what you need to do as well. If you need to keep it a secret, keep it a secret. But if you're fearing for the wrong reasons, if there's really no actual, and you know this best, right? Trust yourself. You know what you're doing. If you're just being fearful for no reason and you know that no one's going to judge you and like you have good people in your life that would never like judge you for doing this thing, then do that thing and don't be afraid. You'll be fine. They're gonna support you no matter what you do. If it makes you happy, they're gonna support you. And you know who these people are. You know who you can trust and who you can't trust. You know, you're the Empress. I know you know what you're doing. Trust what your body and your gut is telling you. It's intelligent. It knows what it's doing. You know what you're doing. And do what you need to do. Because this is very much, it's leading you to your manifestation, group 3. So, yeah, those are all the messages that I have for you. Group 3, my Pyrites. sparkly. That is your reading. Sorry that went so long. This group 3 is definitely the one that went the absolute longest. Holy crap. Sorry if you're kind of sick of me and don't want to watch this anymore. I'm just kidding. I hope these messages were very helpful for you, though, group 3. I mean, I honor what's meant to come through. I don't want to cut anything short. If it's supposed to come through in that way, then it was supposed to come through that way. And that means it's helping someone out there, right? And it resonated in some way that's beneficial. So if this is not beneficial, then I would have cut it short. You know what I mean? Like the message would have came out differently. But we covered a lot in your reading compared to the other groups. So there's a lot that your spirit guides wanted to talk about, which is good. I'm glad that we were able to cover all of that. And my phone didn't die on me like my camera did. So we were able to get through it. But thank you so much, group 3s, anyone who clicked to watch this reading. I'm so grateful that you trusted me and allowed me into your energy to give you guidance and advice. I know that's a vulnerable place to be in, and I'm grateful that your spirit guides trusted me and allowed me to come into your energy as well. It's a really big honor for me to be able to do this and like give you guys advice on such important and pivotal things in your life. As tarot readers, that's such a great honor to be able to have that kind of power, and I take that power and responsibility very seriously. So thank you again for clicking on this video and for watching. I would so appreciate if this did resonate for you and it helped and you're interested. I mentioned a couple of video ideas I had that I'm going to be posting next. So if you're interested in those readings, I would so appreciate if you subscribed so that you can get notified when I do post those readings, and you can continue to watch more content from me, get more readings from me, more guidance and advice. If you liked the video, definitely make sure to leave a like, and please comment. Tell me, how did it resonate? Share your stories if you feel so inclined, if you're comfortable. Share your stories, share how it resonated. Share guidance in the comments for other viewers who picked your groups or picked other groups too. If you resonated, you guys are a part of the same community. We're a part of the same soul tribe. That's why you're attracted to this. So I just love the community that we can build in spiritual, like social, or what am I saying? In these tarot readings in the spiritual community, because all of us are picking the same groups. We're a part of the same collective. So it's really cool to see that there's so many other people out there who are going through the same thing that you're going through. So please interact. Please leave comments. Please tell me how I did. How did it resonate for you, to give me feedback so that I can become a better reader. And yeah, like I said, please subscribe if you enjoyed this and you want to see more from me. And I hope that you stick around. So until then, I will see you at my next video. But until then, have a good day or night wherever you are. Thank you again so much for watching. And I wish you all the best, group 3. It's about to go down. There's a lot of stuff that's about to happen in your life very soon. So keep me updated as well. If anything does happen, that would be awesome if you left it in the comments. But until then, I will see you at my next one. Bye!